The unquestionable political successes of the United Front policy are already clear, as is attested by a report of Comrade Clara Zetkin, which is appended to this letter. Certain French comrades, who are even prepared to accept, in principle, the tactic of the United Front, consider it inapplicable at the present time in France. We, on the contrary, affirm that in no other country is the United Front tactic so unpostponable and imperative as in France. This is determined in the first instance by the state of the French trade union movement. The split of the French trade union organizations carried out by Jouot and company out of political motives is a crime no less grave than was the conduct of this clique during the war. Every tendency and doctrine is granted the opportunity to create its own grouping within the working class. But the trade unions are the basic organizations of the working class, and the unity of the trade union organizations is dictated by the need to defend the most elementary interests and rights of the toiling masses. A split of the trade union organizations for political motives is simultaneously a betrayal of labor as well as a confession of one's bankruptcy. Only by isolating, through a split, a small section of the working class away from revolutionary groupings, could Jouot and company hope to retain for a little longer their influence and their organization. But for this very reason the reformist trade unions have ceased to be trade unions, that is, mass organizations of the toilers, and have become instead a camouflaged political party of Jouot and company. There is no doubt that there were partisans of the split also among the revolutionary anarcho-syndicalists. Alien to the broad tasks of the proletarian revolution, these elements in the main limit their program to the creation of a clerico-anarchistic sect, with its own hierarchy and its own congregation. They enter into a pact of their own, a secret agreement whereby they pledge to mutually aid each other in capturing leading posts, and in this sense the split in the trade union movement suits the affairs of these cliques in the best possible manner. On this issue, our position has been, as it remains, absolutely intransigent. Here, as in all other things, the interests of our party coincide with the genuine interests of the working class, which needs unified trade unions, and not splinters. Naturally, the Revolutionary Confederation of Labor is closer to us than the Reformist Confederation. But it is our duty to fight to restore the unity of the trade union organizations, not in the dim future but right now, forthwith, in order to repel the capitalist offensive. The trade union split is the handiwork of the criminal trade union bureaucracy. The rank and file in both groupings did not and does not want split. We must be with the masses against the splitting and treacherous trade union bureaucracy. The Revolutionary Confederation of Labor calls itself United, Unidire. For the anarcho-syndicalists this is only a hypocritical statement. But for us, communists, it is a banner. We are obliged, each time an opportunity offers, and especially at every opportunity for mass action, to explain that the existence of the Revolutionary Confederation of Labor is not an end in itself, but only a means to attaining the speediest possible unification of the trade union movement. In connection with the Havre strike, did the party turn publicly to both confederations with the proposal that they coordinate their demands in order to aid this strike? It did not, and this was a major blunder. The circumstance that the CGTU itself was opposed to this can in no case serve as an alibi. For we are not obliged to do only what the CGTU wishes. We happen to have our own communist views on the tasks of trade union organizations, and when a union organization commits an error we must, on our own responsibility, correct this error openly, before the eyes of the toiling masses so as to help the working class avoid similar mistakes in the future. We were obliged to ask both confederations openly, before the eyes of the whole proletariat, whether they were willing to get together in order to elaborate a joint program to aid the Havre strike. Such concrete proposals, such programs of action elaborated by us in advance must be tirelessly advanced on every suitable occasion, on a national or local scale depending upon the character of the issues and the scope of the movement. The CGTU cannot and will not throw obstacles in the way of such initiative. The CGT will, in order to keep its followers from coming in contact with the revolution, keep shying away. So much the worse for the CGT. The United Front policy will become a battering ram that will breach the last fortifications of Zhou and company. But this is not enough. As a party, we cannot remain on the sidelines during such major events as the Havre strike. Nor can we permit the Messrs. Dissidents to sit them out or keep silent on the sidelines. We should have likewise made a direct and public proposal to them, the dissidents, for a conference. There is not and there cannot be a rational, serious argument against such a proposal. And if, under the influence of the situation and under our pressure, the dissidents had taken a half step forward in the interests of the strike, they would have thereby rendered the workers a real service, and the majority of the working masses, including those who follow the dissidents, would have understood that it was our pressure that made them take this political step. Had the dissidents refused, they would have discredited themselves. On the other hand, we would not only have fulfilled our duty toward a section of the proletariat engaged in active struggle at the time, i.e., the Havre strikers, but we would also have raised our authority. Only a tireless, persistent, and flexible propaganda in favor of unity, on the soil of the living facts of mass action, is capable of breaking down the barriers of sectarianism and of shut-in circles within the working class, raising its feeling of class solidarity, and thereby necessarily increasing our own influence. On the basis of all this activity, the slogan of a workers' government, raised at a proper time, could generate a powerful attractive force. At a suitable time, prepared for by events and by our propaganda, we shall address ourselves to the working masses who still reject the revolution and the dictatorship of the proletariat, or who have simply not yet matured sufficiently for these questions, and speak to them as follows. You can now see how the bourgeoisie is restoring its own class unity under the sign of the left bloc and is preparing its own left government which actually unifies the bourgeoisie as a whole. Why shouldn't we, the workers, belonging to different parties and tendencies, create together with non-party workers our own proletarian bloc in defense of our own interests? And why shouldn't we put forward our own workers' government? Here is a natural, simple, and clear statement of the whole issue. But can we communists conceivably participate in the same government with Renaudot, Blum, and the rest? Some comrades will ask. Under certain conditions this might prove temporarily unavoidable, just as we Russian communists were willing, even after our October victory, to permit Mensheviks and SRs to enter the government, and we actually did draw in the left SRs. But at the present time the question does not, unfortunately, arise in France in such a practical manner. At issue is not the immediate or impending formation of a workers' government with the participation of Froissart and Blum, but rather the question of counterposing agitation ally a workers' bloc to the bourgeois bloc. For matters to reach the point of creating a workers' government, it is first necessary to rally the majority of the working class around this slogan. Once we achieve this, that is, the moment when the worker dissidents and the members of the General Confederation of Labor demand a united labor government, the stock of Renaudot, Blum, and Jules would not be worth much, because these gentlemen are able to maintain themselves only through an alliance with the bourgeoisie, provided the working class is split. It is perfectly obvious that once the majority of the French working class unites under the banner of a workers' government, we shall have no cause whatever to worry about the composition of this government. A genuine success for the slogan of a workers' government would already signify, in the nature of things, the prelude to the proletarian revolution. This is what those comrades fail to understand who approach slogans formally and essay them with the yardstick of verbal radicalism, without taking into account the processes occurring within the working class itself. To put forward the program of the social revolution and oppose it, intransigently, to the dissidents and the syndico-reformists, while refusing to enter into any negotiations with them until they recognize our program, this is a very simple policy which requires neither resourcefulness nor energy, either flexibility nor initiative. It is not a communist policy. We communists seek for methods and avenues of bringing politically, practically, and in action the still unconscious masses to the point where they begin posing the revolutionary issue themselves. The unification of the workers' vanguard under the banner of the social revolution has already been accomplished in the shape of the Communist Party. This party must now strive to unify the entire working class on the soil of economic resistance to capitalism as well as on the soil of political resistance to the bourgeoisie and its governmental bloc. We shall thus actually bring the social revolution closer and prepare the proletariat for victory. 4. The cardinal political task of French communism. The struggle against the Versailles Treaty and the drawing of ever broader masses into this struggle, while investing it with an ever more resolute character, this is the central political task of the French Communist Party. The French bourgeoisie is able to maintain the regime instituted by the Versailles Peace, which is so monstrous and fatal to Europe, only through straining militarily the energy of the French people and through unremittingly pillaging and ruining Germany. The constant threats to occupy German territory constitute one of the biggest obstacles in the way of the growth of the proletarian revolution in Germany. On the other hand, the material resources stolen from the German people serve to strengthen the position of the French bourgeoisie, which is today the main counter-revolutionary force not only in Europe but the world over. At the same time, it is unquestionable that the French bourgeoisie is using German reparations to create a privileged position for the largest possible section of the French working class so as to make it easier for French capitalism to crack down on the French proletariat as a whole. We have observed this same policy for decades in Britain, but on a somewhat larger scale. The British bourgeoisie, while pillaging its colonies and exploiting the more backward countries, expended a small fraction of its global booty to create a privileged layer of labor aristocrats who helped the bourgeoisie to exploit the working masses all the more cruelly and with impunity. This was how the utterly corrupt bureaucracy of the British trade unions received its training. Naturally, the imperialist efforts of the French bourgeoisie come belatedly in this field as in all others. European capitalism is no longer in the cycle of progressive growth, it is in the cycle of decay. And the struggle of French capitalism to maintain the Versailles regime occurs at the price of the further disorganization and increasing impoverishment of economic life of Europe as a whole. It is, however, perfectly obvious that the interval during which French capitalism will retain the possibility of continuing its fatal labors depends in large measure on how energetically the Communist Party will be able to foster throughout the country an active struggle against the Versailles Peace and its author, the French bourgeoisie. There is not, and there cannot be any doubt that the dissidents and the syndico-reformists have active and conscious partisans among that tiny section of the working class which has a direct or indirect stake in the robber regime of reparations. The economics and the psychology of these elements is essentially parasitic in character. Messrs. Blum, Joe, et al. Are the consummate political and trade union expressions of this parasitic spirit which binds certain elements among the labor aristocracy and bureaucracy to the Versailles regime in Europe. These cliques are incapable of waging a serious struggle against the existing thievish hegemony of France, because this struggle would inescapably deal them blows, too. The struggle for the social revolution in France today confronts the proletariat above all as the struggle against the military hegemony of French capitalism, as the struggle against the continued pillage of Germany, as the struggle against the Versailles Peace. The genuinely internationalist and genuinely revolutionary character of the French Communist Party must be demonstrated and unfolded precisely on this issue. During the war, the internationalist character of the Proletarian Party found its expression in the rejection of the principle of national defense, because at that time this rejection was dynamic in character, denoting the mobilization of the working masses against the bourgeois fatherland. At the present time, when the French bourgeoisie is devouring and digesting unprecedented booty, the rejection by the Communist Party of the principle of national defense is in and of itself necessary, but it is absolutely insufficient. The bourgeoisie can readily reconcile itself with a declamatory anti-patriotism up till the outbreak of a new war. Today, only a struggle against the robber fruits of national defense, a struggle against indemnities and reparations, against the Versailles Peace can acquire actual and genuine revolutionary content. Only in this struggle will the party be able at one and the same time to test and temper its membership, ruthlessly sweeping aside all elements infected with the plague of national parasitism, if such elements still lurk in some nook and corner of the Communist Party. On this question, too, your convention must open a new era of revolutionary mass struggle against Versailles and against the supporters of Versailles. 5. Organization questions. From the foregoing consideration, the organizational questions flow automatically. What is at issue is to assure the Communist Party its character as a genuine proletarian organization, intimately bound up with all forms of the labor movement, extending its connections into all workers' associations and groupings, controlling and directing in equal measure the activity of communists in parliament, in the press, municipalities, cantonal councils, trade unions, and cooperatives. From this standpoint, the draft amendments to party statutes and on the regime in the press submitted by the Central Committee unquestionably represent a step forward. It goes without saying that these statutes and formal organizational changes can acquire meaning only if the entire activity of the party's leading bodies corresponds to them in its content. In this connection, the question of the composition of the party's Central Committee is of exceptional importance. In determining this composition, two criteria are paramount, in our opinion. First, the Central Committee must personify the unification of the left and center against the right, i.e., against opportunism and in favor of centralism, for the sake of promoting revolutionary political mass activity. Second, the majority of the Central Committee must be composed of workers, and moreover, of workers intimately connected with the trade union organizations. The meaning of the first criterion has already been explained. Concerning the second, it is necessary to say a few words. To assure the party's ties with the masses means in the first instance to assure these ties with the trade unions. It is necessary once and forever to put an end to the view, which is fantastic and suicidal from the standpoint of revolution, that the party has no business in the trade unions or in their functioning. Naturally, a trade union organization as such is autonomous, that is, it directs its own policies on the basis of workers' democracy. But the party, too, is autonomous in the sense that no anarcho-syndicalists dare prescribe for it what issues it may or may not touch. The Communist Party has not only the right but the duty to seek the leading position in the trade unions on the basis of the voluntary trust of the union members in the party's slogans and tactics. An end must be put once and for all to a regime where the trade unions have been controlled by anarcho-syndicalist cliques, mutually bound by secret agreements in the spirit of Masonic careerism. The party enters the trade unions with its visor open. All the communists work in the trade unions as communists, and are bound by party discipline in the communist cells. On questions involving trade union actions, the communists naturally submit to trade union discipline. From this standpoint, an enormous importance attaches to drawing a large number of trade union activists into the personnel of the Central Committee. They will assure the ties between the Central Committee and the mass organizations, and on the other hand, the Central Committee will become for them the highest school of communist politics, and our French party is in dire need of educating revolutionary proletarian leaders. Such are the main tasks before the coming convention of the French Communist Party. The Communist International will follow its proceedings and results with the greatest attention. The exacting attitude of the International toward the Communist Party of France is actually an exacting attitude toward itself, inasmuch as the French party constitutes one of its important sections. The profound contradictions inherent in the situation of the Republic of French capitalism open up before the French proletariat in the near future, we hope, the possibilities for the greatest historical actions. In preparing for them, it is necessary that we have the most vigilant and exacting attitude toward ourselves. This letter is inspired by the idea of the great historical mission of the French proletariat. The exacting attitude shown by the International toward its parties rests on a profound confidence in the revolutionary development of the world proletariat, and, above all, of the proletariat of France. The French Communist Party will surmount its internal crisis and will rise to the level of its boundless revolutionary tasks. Enclosure: the United Front in Germany. The impending merger of the SPG and ISPG is not the product of the United Front policy, but a caricature of it. The merger has been imposed upon the leaders of these two parties by the need to cover up their bankruptcy by means of a new deception. Taking into cognizance the need of uniting the proletarian forces, a need that is felt by the masses, the reformist leaders in both parties are utilizing it for an evil purpose, for uniting with the bourgeoisie against the communists. This unification is the natural and unavoidable consummation of the replacing by both of these parties of the program of class struggle by a policy of national unity, a policy of class collaboration. The whole remaining difference between them comes down only to this, that the followers of Scheidman have discarded revolutionary phrasemongering while the followers of Dittmann still resort to it. Between these two reformist parties there are no principled or tactical differences, and therefore nothing hinders their merger. Indeed, they must merge in order to regain some strength, or at least an appearance of strength. The Socialist Party of Germany, SPG, lost last year 46,000 members, a huge loss even for its first-rate organization. The Independent Socialist Party of Germany, ISPG, has not yet made public its report, but it is an open secret that this party doesn't know how to meet its deficit and that its central organ Freiheit is on the rocks. But the main thing is that both these parties must strain all their efforts in order to regain, even if only partially, their former popularity, compromised as they are by their reformist policies which have thrown them into the embraces of Stinnes. And so they have proceeded to make malicious use of the slogan most popular among the masses. But the masses will soon discover how profound and basic is the difference between an organic unity of these two parties and the unification of the proletarian masses for their own struggles. Side by side with this organic unity of the two reformist parties, the Communist Party continues its unremitting work for the united front against the leaders of these parties and against the trade union bureaucracy. Successes were already evident in the campaign launched in connection with the assassination of Rathenau. In the Rhine and Westphalian provinces, with their large industrial centers, committees of action, in many cities and districts, have been organized, composed of representatives of the two reformist parties, the Communist Party and the trade unions. In some cases, committees were organized in the Gewerkschaftliche Kartell of particular localities or districts, and representatives of the three workers' parties were elected to them. Under the pressure of the organized masses, the leaders of the reformist parties, particularly the DGB, Executive Committee of the German Trade Union Alliance, found themselves compelled to establish relations with the Communist Party. Notwithstanding the brief duration of this joint activity, 2 large demonstrations were held in quick succession in Germany, and thanks to these negotiations and demonstrations the Communist Party made intimate contacts with the working masses in rather large areas. Committees of action set up for the purpose of disarming counter-revolutionary elements continued to function after the protest movement had waned so quickly owing to the treachery of the reformists. The idea of the united front is again marching forward with giant strides. It is aided by the current crisis. The economic struggle is driving the workers and employees to unite and to demand that their representatives in the unions and in the political parties work jointly and harmoniously. To illustrate, we cite the joint meeting of the factory delegates in Berlin. More than 6,000 of these delegates attended despite the warning by the trade union bureaucracy, by the ISPG and SPG, that it was impermissible for their members to attend this meeting. This gathering, which was a real event, elected a committee of 15 to arrange an all-German conference of factory and shop delegates. This committee is composed of members from all the workers' parties. It is instructed to call the convention if the executive committee of the Trade Union Alliance fails to do so. The aim is to establish control committees, to supervise production, distribution, prices, and so on. In many industrial centers, such control committees have already been formed. There is quite a large number of cities where the workers have called meetings of factory and shop delegates at which committees were organized demanding control over production. Everywhere the communists were at the head of this movement, whose aim is to bring about unity in the struggle. Certain elements in our party, it is true, hold views opposed to the united front. However, these views are aimed chiefly against mistakes that have been made and against the incorrect application of the united front. In the future there will be fewer and fewer mistakes. The party must learn how to maneuver in the new conditions and how to establish a common front, while simultaneously preserving and expressing its own political physiognomy. The Executive Committee. of the Communist International. Moscow, September 13, 1922. 7. From the Third to the Fourth World Congress. From the ECCI to the Paris Convention of the French Communist Party. October 6, 1922. On the eve of the Paris Convention of the French Communist Party, the situation in Paris has become so complicated that the ECCI feels itself compelled to turn to the Paris Convention with the following supplement to its already published documents. 1. The ECCI proposes that the Paris Convention take a special roll call vote on the 21 conditions adopted by the Second World Congress of the Communist International. It would be best both for the French Communist Party and for the Comintern as a whole to have complete clarity on this question. It is self-understood that if the French Communist Party desires to propose any changes in the 21 conditions to the Fourth World Congress of the Communist International, the Paris Convention has the full right to do so. Every proposal of the Paris Convention will be taken up by the Fourth World Congress with the greatest attention and care. 2. In view of the fact that the majority of the old Central Committee has, to the astonishment of the ECCI, failed to expel from the party Verfuel and his co-thinkers even after their latest glaring anti-communist actions, the ECCI is compelled to inform the Paris Convention that it no longer considers as members of the Comintern Raoul Verfuel, and all those who signed jointly with him the notorious appeal to the party, beginning with the words. The content of this appeal completely confirms the prior declaration of the ECCI to the effect that Raoul Verfuel and his co-thinkers are bitter enemies of communism who remained in the French Communist Party only to undermine it from within. Should the Paris Convention disagree with the ECCI on this question, it will be referred for final decision to the Fourth World Congress of the Comintern. The ECCI once again proposes that the Paris Convention pose point-blank all the most important questions which are at the present in dispute in the French party. The grave lesson taught to the Italian Socialist Party, which after 2 years of grave mistakes and vacillations has just found itself compelled to recognize the correctness of the Comintern's demands, should not be allowed to pass in vain. The Comintern is confident that the Paris Convention will put an end to vacillations and create a genuine communist party worthy of leading the heroic proletariat of France. The Executive Committee of the Communist International. Moscow, October 6, 1922. 8. The Fourth World Congress. The 5th anniversary of the October Revolution and the Fourth World Congress of the Communist International. Delivered before the active membership of the Moscow Organization. October 20, 1922. Comrades, the Fourth World Congress of the Communist International will convene during a jubilee for the Soviet power, its 5th anniversary. My report will be devoted to these two events. The jubilee is of course a purely formal one, involving a date on the calendar, but events are not regulated by the calendar. The 5th anniversary of the Soviet power does not represent any kind of completed historical period. All the less so because in our revolutionary epoch everything is undergoing change, everything is in flux, everything is still far from static, nor will the finished forms be reached soon. Nevertheless, it is quite natural for every thinking individual, all the more so a communist, to strive toward an understanding of what has taken place, and to analyze the situation as it shapes up on this formal date on the calendar, on the 5th anniversary of the Soviet power, and therefore, also on the occasion of the Fourth World Congress of the Comintern. The tangled skein of capitalist contradictions is becoming unraveled, beginning with Russia. 2 days ago I happened to attend a party cell meeting at the former Bromley plant. One of the comrades there, a member of the cell, raised the following question: in what country would the proletarian revolution be most advantageous from the standpoint of communist interests? After a moment's reflection I replied that taking it so abstractly one would have to say that a revolution in the United States would be the most advantageous. The reason for this is quite easy to understand. This country is the most independent in the world, economically speaking. Its agriculture and industry are so balanced as to enable the country to lead, in the event, say, of a savage blockade, a wholly independent existence. Moreover, it is the richest country in the world, disposing of the foremost industrial technology, holding in its hands approximately 1/2, perhaps slightly less, of the visible gold reserve. It is a country concentrating in its hands the bigger half of world production in the most important branches. Naturally, were the proletariat of this country to take power into its hands, it would possess unsurpassed material foundations, and organizational and technical premises for socialist construction. The next country in order is Great Britain, while Russia would come on this list if not the very last in the series, because there exists Asia, there is Africa, then at any rate very low toward the bottom of the list of countries within the borders of Europe. Yet history is, as you know, unraveling this tangled skein from the opposite end, namely from the end where Russia is located, a country which, in the cultural and economic sense, is the most backward among the major capitalist countries, a country which is extremely dependent in the economic and technological sense, and which, in addition, has been utterly ruined by the war. And if we were to ask ourselves today what are the political premises for the proletarian revolution in the United States, then naturally one may grant a possible course of events such as may extraordinarily hasten the conquest of power by the American proletariat. But if we take the situation as it stands today, then we must say that in this strongest, largest, and most decisive leading capitalist country, the political premises, i.e., premises on the plane of the creation of systematic party and class organizations, are the least prepared. One could devote an entire report to explain why history began unraveling the skein of revolution from such a weak and backward country in the economic sense as ours. But in that case I would be able to speak of neither the Fourth World Congress nor of the 5th anniversary of the Soviet power. It suffices right now that we have been compelled for these 5 years to pursue the work of socialist construction in the economically most backward country, while capitalism, mortally hostile to us, has been preserved in bourgeois countries far superior to us economically. This is the fundamental fact, and from it, naturally, stemmed the fearsome intensity of our civil war. The fundamental lesson of the Russian Revolution. Here, if we wish to draw our fundamental conclusion, we must say in praise of our party that it has set a colossal example, for the proletariat of all countries, of how to fight for power and of how, after conquering it, to defend this power by means of the most resolute measures, applying wherever necessary harsh and ruthless methods of dictatorship, without flinching before any decisive measures and trampling upon bourgeois hypocrisy, when at stake is the securing of state power by the revolutionary proletariat. And this textbook of the Russian Revolution, which ought to be written, the workers of all countries will study in the course of the next few years or perhaps decades, because it is impossible to say how long the proletarian revolution will endure from its beginning to its termination. It is a question of an entire historical epoch. Whether we did or did not make mistakes during the Civil War, and of course there were mistakes, we nevertheless did on the whole accomplish the most classic part of our revolutionary work. We have more than once spoken of the mistakes which conditioned our need to retreat in the economic sphere, a major retreat which is known among us as the NEP, New Economic Policy. The fact that we marched forward at the very beginning along a certain road, and then retreated and are now fortifying ourselves on certain positions, tends to disrupt in the extreme the perspective not only among our enemies but also among many of our friends. Correspondents sympathetic to us and many communists, European and American alike, pose as the first question, both during the departure of our delegation to Genoa as well as today, the fact that many things have changed in Moscow, and there were many visitors to Moscow in 1919 and 1920, and that Moscow now resembles too much other European and American cities. And in general, where is the guarantee that you Russian communists will check the further development, and head for communism and not for capitalism? Where is the guarantee? The general impression at a superficial glance is that the socialist conquests gained in the first period are now spontaneously and automatically melting and crumbling away, and there does not seem to be a power capable of retaining them. It is possible, comrades, to approach the question from the other end and say as follows: let us for a moment forget that we proceeded along the line of the so-called war communism and later retreated to the present position. Let us take the situation as it exists today and compare it with what it was on October 25th, or on the eve of the 1917 revolution. If our foreign well-wishers or the European and American communists were to submit us to a cross-examination, we would say, the railways, the mines, the plants and the factories were at that time in the hands of private owners. Enormous areas of the land and the country's natural resources were in the hands of private owners. Today all the railways, the overwhelming majority, or in any case all of the most important plants and factories, all of the most valuable natural resources in the country are in the hands of the state, which is, in turn, the property of the working class, supporting itself upon the peasant masses. This is the fact which we have before us as the product of 5 years. There was an offensive followed by a retreat, but here is the balance sheet, as the product of 5 years, the most important means of industry and production and a considerable sector of agricultural production are under the direct supervision and management of the workers' state. This is a fundamental fact. But what has produced the retreat? This is a very important question, because the very fact of the retreat tends to disrupt the perspective. How did we conceive the successive order, the course of nationalizing the means of industry and of the organization of socialism? In all our old books, written by our teachers and by us, we always said and wrote that the working class, having conquered state power, will nationalize step by step, beginning with the best prepared means of production, which will be transferred to the socialist foundations. Does this rule remain in force today? Unquestionably it does, and we shall say at the Fourth World Congress, where we will discuss the question of the communist program, will the working class on conquering power in Germany or in France have to begin by smashing the apparatus for organizing the technical means, the machinery of money economy, and replace them by universal accounting? No, the working class must master the methods of capitalist circulation, the methods of accounting, the methods of stock market turnover, the methods of banking turnover, and gradually, in consonance with its own technical resources and degree of preparation, pass over to the planned beginnings, replacing accounting by a computation of the profitability or non-profitability of a given enterprise, replacing accounting by taking stock of the centralized means and forces, including the labor force. This is the fundamental lesson which we must once again teach the workers of the whole world, a lesson we were taught by our teachers. If we violated this lesson, it was owing to conditions of a political character, owing to the pressures brought to bear upon us after our conquest of state power. This is the most important difference between the proletarian revolution as it has occurred in Russia and the revolution which will occur, say, in America. In that country, prior to the conquest of power, the working class will have to surmount the most colossal difficulties, but once it has conquered power, the pressure on those fronts on which we were compelled to fight will be far less, because our country with its petty bourgeoisie, its backward kulaks, well-to-do peasants, experienced the revolution in a different way, and because our revolution caught the Russian bourgeoisie by surprise. By the very fact of the October Revolution we taught the bourgeoisie to understand just what it has lost when the workers took power, and it was only the fact of the revolution itself that impelled the bourgeoisie, the kulaks and the officers to organize. We smashed the bourgeoisie not so much prior to October 25th, and during the night of October 25th to 26th as in the 3 years interval following October 25th, when the bourgeoisie, the landlords and the officers fathomed what was involved and began the struggle against us with the aid of European capitalism. In Europe we have a process differing profoundly from that in our country, because there the bourgeoisie is far better organized and more experienced, because there the petty bourgeoisie has graduated from the school of the big bourgeoisie and is, in consequence, also far more powerful and experienced, and in addition, the Russian Revolution has taught them a good deal. In these countries, therefore, the preparation and the arming of counter-revolutionary gangs is now taking place parallel with the preparation and tempering of the Communist Party for this struggle, which will be far more intense prior to their October 25th, but not afterwards. Only before. The fact that in our country, the day after the conquest of power, the plants and factories turned out to be the fortresses and citadels of the bourgeoisie, the main base upon which European imperialism was able to depend, this fact compelled us to resort to nationalization, independently of our ability, or the extent of our ability to organize these enterprises with our own forces and resources. And if, For political reasons, we drove the property owners out of the factories, while being ourselves bereft of the possibility of even immediately gaining hold of these factories. If, for political reasons, we brought down the sword of dictatorship and of terror upon the stock market and the banks, it is self-evident that we thereby mechanically destroyed the apparatus in the service of the bourgeoisie and which the bourgeoisie employed for organizing the economy and for distributing the productive forces and commodities in the country. Insofar as we destroyed this apparatus at a single blow, we were, generally speaking, obliged to replace it with another, with the apparatus of centralized accounting and distribution. But such an apparatus had first to be created. We had to have it. But naturally, owing to all the preconditions, owing to our entire past, owing to our level of development and knowledge, we could not possibly create it. And so, because of the titanic and ineluctable aspects of the Civil War as such, and because of the impossibility even for an advanced working class and all the more so for us, in a backward country, to create an apparatus of socialist calculation and distribution in the space of 24 hours, precisely because of this there arose the entire tragedy of our economy. War communism, too, was not our program, it was imposed upon us. To the extent that there were fronts in the Civil War, to the extent that we were compelled to destroy the enemy's bases of support behind these fronts, i.e., the private capitalist enterprises of all categories, to that extent we were driven to manage the enterprises in a migratory and warlike manner. This was the epoch of war communism, and I shall not conceal that here, as is always the case, people tended to make a virtue out of necessity, i.e., in the same measure as war communism was imposed upon us, the party workers and the leading party institutions tended to be carried away by inertia, in the sense of deluding themselves that we had here a complete solution of the tasks of socialist economy. But if we draw the balance sheet, we must say that the offensive and the retreat in the domain of economy had been dictated by the requirements of the Civil War, which were absolutely imperative, and which cut across our economic conditions and the degree of our economic adaptation, or lack of adaptation. In other words, essentially both our offensive along the line of war communism as well as our retreat along the line of the NEP were historically unavoidable in part, and as a whole, and only on the basis of this historic necessity is it possible and necessary to analyze our subjective errors, both as a party and as a state power. The overhead expenditures of the Revolution. There remains, comrades, the most important question of all. As a result of 5 years, the worker state, as I said, disposes, after our retreat, of the most important means of production, and wields power. This is a fact. But there also is another fact, namely that we represent today one of the poorest countries in Europe. Yet it is quite obvious that socialism has meaning only to the extent that it assures a higher productivity of labor. Capitalism in its day superseded feudalism, while the latter superseded slave economy. Why? Because each succeeding economic order was more profitable in the socio-technological sense than the order it shunted aside, and socialism will naturally acquire its practical and not theoretical justification only on the condition that it supplies a greater quantity of goods per each unit of labor power for the satisfaction of social needs. And this is the chief argument employed against us. It was made use of even by the French representatives at Genoa, and Colrat, the French economic expert, repeated it in a crude and insolent form. Don't you dare teach us socialism when your own country is in a state of complete disorganization. We would have preferred to provide in the last 5 years proofs of empirical character, that is, show Europe an economy superior to the one which we obtained in 1917. This does not happen to be the case, but this is already ascribable entirely to the expenditures incurred by the revolution itself. Not a single revolution was ever accomplished without a lowering of the country's economic level, and one of the conservative bourgeois historians of the French Revolution, Taine, so highly esteemed in the Third French Republic, has affirmed that for 8 years following the Great French Revolution, the French people remained poorer than they were on the eve of revolution. This is a fact. Society is so shot through with contradictions that it is capable of reaching a higher stage of development only through an internal class struggle. Society is so constituted that an internal class struggle in the fully unfolded form of civil war implies a lowering of economic levels. But, at the same time, of course, every schoolboy knows this today, it was precisely and exclusively the Great French Revolution that created in France those governmental, juridical, and cultural premises which provided the sole basis for the development of capitalism there, with all of its prowess, its technology, and its bourgeois culture. In other words, what I wish to say is that the 5-year period, and we must say this to all our critics, malicious and well-meaning alike who employ this argument, does not provide a historic scale by means of which it is possible to weigh the economic results of the proletarian revolution. All that we see up to now in our country are the overhead expenditures in the production of the revolution. These are expenditures for the revolution itself. And naturally, since these expenditures had to be covered from inherited capital, which, in turn, had been disorganized and devastated by the imperialist war, it therefore follows that we see in our country many more ruins of capitalism than results of socialist construction. The scale is far too small. This is what we must repeat once again at the Fourth World Congress of the Communist International. 5 years in relation to the task of superseding capitalism by socialism, a task of the greatest historical magnitude. 5 years could not naturally bring about the necessary changes, and what is, naturally, most important, these 5 years constituted the period when socialism, as I said in the beginning, was being built, or attempts were made to build it in the most backward country. The Great French Revolution, on the other hand, unfolded in the most advanced country on the European continent, a country that had attained a higher level than any other, with the exception of England across the Channel. In our country, the state of affairs assumed a far less favorable turn from the very beginning. Here, comrades, are in rough outline those arguments which we shall develop in our party's name at the Fourth World Congress, where we are bound to ask our European and American comrades, and at the same time ourselves, too, how do matters really stand with regard to the chances for the development of the European Revolution? Because it is perfectly self-evident that the tempo of our future construction will in the highest measure depend upon the development of the revolution in Europe and in America. European communism must conquer the working class. In order to answer the question concerning the stage that has been reached today by the revolutionary movement of the European and the American proletariat, above all by the former, it is necessary to dwell briefly on the Third World Congress of the Comintern which took place last summer. At that time, too, I was assigned by the Moscow organization to make a report to the Moscow comrades, appraising the Third Congress as a new stage, as inaugurating a new stage in the development of the revolutionary proletarian movement. This stage also began with a certain and very important retreat. And these two retreats of ours, the one on the economic field and the other on the political field in Europe, are linked intimately with each other, because our war communism could have unfolded without a retreat into complete socialism and communism on one condition, namely, that the proletariat of Europe seized power in 1920 and 1921. Had that happened, not only would hostile pressure from the outside have ceased, but we would have obtained inexhaustible resources for technical, organizational, and cultural assistance. We may say that war communism, objectively imposed upon us essentially by the imperative requirements of the Civil War, was at the same time subjectively justified insofar as it was linked up with hopes for a swift flow of the revolution in Western Europe, which would lift us up and propel us forward at a far faster pace than we could attain on our own rather pathetic cultural foundations. The revolution in the West was retarded, and the revolution took this into account at the Third Congress last year, some 15 or 16 months ago. The revolution also took into account the nature of its future methods of action. The signal for a review of the international tasks of communism was given by the March 1921 events in Germany. You will recall what happened. There were calls for a general strike, there were sacrifices by the workers, there was a cruel massacre of the Communist Party, internally there were disagreements on the part of some, and utter treachery on the part of others. But the Comintern said firmly, in Germany the March policy of the Communist Party was a mistake. Why? Because the German party reckoned that it was directly confronted with the task of conquering power. It turned out that the task confronting the party was that of conquering not power, but the working class. What nurtured the psychology of the German Communist Party in 1921 that drove it into the march action? It was nurtured by the circumstances and the moods which crystallized in Europe after the war. Do you recall the year 1919? It was the year when the entire structure of European imperialism tottered under the impact of the greatest mass struggle of the proletariat in history, and when we daily expected news of the proclamation of the Soviet Republic in Germany, in France, in England, in Italy. The word, Soviets, became terrifically popular. Everywhere these Soviets were being organized. The bourgeoisie was at its wits' end. The year 1919 was the most critical year in the history of the European bourgeoisie. In 1920 the tremors, we can state this today in retrospect, subsided considerably but still remained extremely turbulent, so much so that it was possible to cherish hopes for a swift liquidation of bourgeois rule, within a few weeks or months. What were the premises for the proletarian revolution? The productive forces were fully mature, so were the class relations. The objective social role of the proletariat rendered the latter fully capable of conquering power and providing the necessary leadership. What was lacking? Lacking was the political premise, the subjective premise, i.e., cognizance of the situation by the proletariat. Lacking was an organization at the head of the proletariat, capable of utilizing the situation for nothing else but the direct organizational and technical preparation of an uprising, of the overturn, the seizure of power, and so forth. This is what was lacking. This became tragically clear in September 1920 in Italy. Among the Italian workers, as workers of a country that had suffered most cruelly from the war, and as a young proletariat without the superiorities of an older proletariat but also without the latter's negative features, conservatism, old traditions, etc. Within this proletariat the ideas and methods of the Russian Revolution met with the most powerful response. The Socialist Party of Italy, however, did not clearly take into account the full content of these concepts and these slogans. In September 1920 the working class of Italy had, in effect, gained control of the state, of society, of factories, plants and enterprises. What was lacking? A trifle was lacking, a party was lacking, which would, resting upon the insurrectionary working class, have engaged in an open struggle with the bourgeoisie for those remnants of material forces still in the latter's hands, destroying these forces, seizing power and thus consummating the victory of the working class. In essence, the working class had already conquered or virtually conquered, but there was no organization capable of definitively consolidating this victory, and so the working class found itself hurled back. The party split into segments, the proletariat was smashed, and since then, throughout 1921 and 1922 we have been witnessing the most frightful political retreat of the working class in Italy under the blows of consolidated bourgeois and petty bourgeois gangs, known as the fascists. Fascism is the vengeance exacted by the bourgeoisie for the dread it had experienced during the 1920 September days, and at the same time it is a tragic lesson to the Italian proletariat, a lesson on the meaning of a political party that is centralized, unified and knows what it wants, that is cautious in choosing conditions, and resolutely ruthless in applying the necessary means when the hour for it strikes. Comparing events of such a type as the September days in Italy with those in our own country, we must and should learn over and over again to value our party, which has to function under incomparably more difficult conditions, because it is functioning under the conditions of a backward and low cultural milieu, where the peasantry predominates. In the March 1921 events of Germany we had a picture diametrically opposite to what happened in Italy. In 1919 the German working class engaged in a number of cruel and bloody battles. The same thing happened in 1920, and during the January and March days of 1920 the German working class became convinced that heroism alone, that readiness to venture and to die was not enough, that somehow the working class was lacking something. It began to take a more watchful and expectant attitude toward events and facts. It had banked in its time upon the old social democracy to secure it the socialist overturn. The social democracy dragged the proletariat into the war. When the thunders of the November 1918 revolution rolled, the old social democracy began to talk the language of social revolution and even proclaimed, as you recall, the German Republic to be a socialist republic. The proletariat took this seriously and kept pressing forward. Colliding with the bourgeois gangs, it suffered crushing defeats once, twice, and a third time. Naturally, this does not mean that its hatred of the bourgeoisie or its readiness to struggle had lessened, but its brains had meanwhile acquired many new convolutions of caution and watchfulness. For in new battles it already wants to have guarantees of victory. And this mood began to grow increasingly stronger among the European working class in 1920–22, after the experiences of the initial assault, after the initial semi-victories and minor conquests, and the subsequent major defeats. At that moment, in the days when the European working class began after the war to understand clearly, or at least to sense, that the business of conquering state power is a very complicated business, and that bare hands cannot cope with the bourgeoisie, at that moment the most dynamic section of the working class formed itself into the Communist Party. But this Communist Party still felt as if it were a shell shot out of a cannon. It appeared on the scene, and it seemed to it that it needed only shout its battle cry, dash forward, and the working class would rush to follow. It turned out otherwise. It turned out that the working class had, upon suffering a series of disillusions concerning its primitive revolutionary illusions, assumed a watch-and-wait attitude by the time the Communist Party took shape in 1920, and especially in 1921, and rushed forward. The working class was not accustomed to this party. It had not seen the party in action. Since the working class had been deceived more than once in the past, it has every reason to demand that the party win its confidence, or, to put it differently, the party must still discharge its obligation of demonstrating to the working class that it should follow, and is justified in following the party into the fires of battle, when the party issues the summons. During the March days of 1921 in Germany we saw a Communist Party, devoted, revolutionary, ready for struggle, rushing forward, but not followed by the working class. Perhaps 1/4 or 1/5 of the German working class did follow. Because of its revolutionary impatience, this most revolutionary section came into collision with the other 4/5, and already tried, so to speak, mechanically, and here and there by force to draw them into the struggle, which is, of course, completely out of question. The party incurred the risk of shattering itself not so much against the resistance of the bourgeoisie, as against the resistance of the 4/5 or 2/3 of the working class itself. But at that moment the International sounded the alarm, proclaiming a new stage. In the course of 1919 and 1920, the period of spontaneous revolutionary movements, the conquest of power was really feasible. Given even a small communist party in Germany, say, with 100,000 or 200,000 communists, the chances for the conquest of power were there. But following the disillusionment of the working class, once the bourgeoisie succeeded in recovering its wits, in entrenching itself and restoring its state apparatus, and once the working class assumed a more cautious and dilatory position, the appearance of 100,000 or 200,000 communists no longer sufficed. And the need instead arose for the communists to conquer, in experience, in practice, in struggle, the confidence of the working class under the new conditions. And this is exactly what the Third Congress proclaimed. In this connection, we had heated clashes with the German comrades here in Moscow. Later at their own convention, following the World Gathering, they actually shifted over to a new track, and criticized us a little bit, arguing that even granted that a new stage was beginning, it was not at all in accordance with the expectations of the Russian comrades, who were swinging a little too far to the right, and so forth and so on. If we were to ask ourselves, what was, in essence, the beginning of this new stage? Did it begin with the March events in Germany? Then we would have to answer in the negative. No, it began with the criticism of the March events. The March events came as the consummation of the initial epoch of chaotic assault which failed to bring victory because there was no Communist Party in Europe. And the March movement and the March policy came already as an abortion of this epoch. And so, with the criticism of the Communist Party's March policy, A new epoch opened up in the development of the Comintern, an epoch which at first glance contains much that is, so to speak, prosaic, namely, agitation, propaganda, organization, conquest of the confidence of the workers in the day-to-day struggles. Some comrades told us, and where is the guarantee that this organizational agitational educational work will not degenerate into the very same reformism, along the road traveled by the Second International? No guarantees are handed us from the outside. The guarantees arise from our work, our criticism, our self-criticism, and our control. But there are objective guarantees, much more serious. They are inherent in the situation of capitalism itself, and in the existence of one country under a workers' government. The situation of international capitalism. The situation of capitalism itself is likewise a question on which we dwelt in detail at the Third Congress, and on which we will in all likelihood also dwell at the Fourth Congress in discussing the questions of tactics. The issue comes down to this: is the European and world capitalism disintegrating, or has it given proof of its viability? Is it restoring its equilibrium? The problem on the whole is a very big one, and I will touch only upon its most general features, which are unconditionally indispensable for understanding the destinies of the revolutionary movement in Europe and throughout the world. In 1920, the world economy experienced a fearsome crisis, such as had never been known in the history of capitalism. This crisis erupted in the spring of 1920 in Japan and in America, and then suddenly leaped over into Europe, seizing all of Europe by the middle of 1920 and plummeting to incredible depths and acuteness by the early part of 1921. The Third Congress convened precisely at the moment when the crisis had seized the whole world, when there were 5 to 6 million unemployed in the US, about 2 million in England, and so on. Industry and trade declined by comparison with 1913 at different rates in different countries, but on the whole, the proportions of the decline were enormous. And so, many comrades pictured the situation as follows. Here we have the crisis of capitalism consequent upon the war. And it is the final and fatal crisis which must continue to disintegrate economic life more and more, until as a result of this crisis there issues the proletarian revolution, civil war, and conquest of power. Hence, out of this psychology, sprang the tactic of the March days in Germany. This 1920 crisis was regarded as the final and decisive and fatal crisis of capitalism. On this question there occurred among us an ideological struggle not only with European comrades but also a flurry in our own ranks. When I made a chance remark to the effect that this crisis, like every other crisis, is bound to be superseded by a revival, I recall that a certain number of comrades, first and foremost and I, Bukharin and Comrade Sokolnikov vehemently rose up in arms against me. Today, however, comrades, the Comintern has issued as an official document for the Fourth World Congress, an economic report by Comrade Varga, which is based entirely on this, that the breaking point of the economic conjuncture took place in the latter part of 1921 and terminated in the first half of 1922. And how could it have been otherwise? Those comrades who denied that an economic revival was unavoidable were taking their point of departure from a purely economic outlook with regard to the decay of capitalism. At this point it is necessary for me to recall in the most general way 2 or 3 theoretical truths indispensable for our understanding of the situation as it has arisen. The productive forces of capitalism have developed, one may say, from the infancy of capitalism up to the World War. The lines of development tend, from a certain standpoint, to diverge, the productive forces expand, rising to ever higher and higher levels, and as we learn from Marx, from his Capital, this fact was also known to the pre-Marxist bourgeois economists, but it was Marx who explained it. The development of capitalism takes place not along a straight line or evenly, but through oscillations, crises, and revivals, with all the intermediate transitional phases. Every 8 or 9 or 10 years world capitalism and together with it the respective national capitalisms pass through stages of boom, lag, depression, crisis, cessation of crisis, revival, boom, and so on. This line charting the ascent of capitalism and of its productive forces thus represents not a straight, but a wavy line, and each wave embraces a span of approximately 9 years on the average for the last 150 years. First comes a boom, and then a crisis follows. What does this mean? We say that the crisis destroys the superfluous productive forces while the boom regenerates the productive forces, increasing them. And what is the end result? The end result, say for 150 years of capitalism, is that all of the countries have become richer. What does this mean? It means that, on the whole, the boom of the productive forces surpasses the crisis, i.e., that the sum total of booms produced a surplus which was not destroyed by crises. Or else capitalism could not have developed. But does an identical boom follow each given crisis? No. The curve of capitalist development does not represent a uniformly rising graph, but a rise which occurs as follows. In the beginning, it is virtually horizontal. The productive forces show almost no growth, say, for a period of 50 years, if we take the interval up to 1849. Next, beginning with 1849, the curve begins to move sharply upwards, up till the early 70s. From 1873 to 1895 to 96 there is retardation. The productive forces develop very gradually. Then from 1896 to 1913 the curve whirls violently upwards almost up to the eve of the last war. Further, this curve vibrates up and down all the time, like a tightly strained string. These are the periodic waves in each decade. When capitalism develops on the same level, i.e., remains almost unchanged, it means that the booms are approximately balanced off by the crises. When capitalism develops stormily upwards, the productive forces expand, the nation grows richer, it means that the booms by far surpass the crises, the booms become more prolonged, the crises are more in the nature of transitory and brief retardations. In the epoch of capitalist decline, the productive forces are decomposing, as has been by and large the case in the epoch which began after the war, which has endured to this very day, and which will continue to endure for a long time to come. This means that in the epoch of decline the crises strike deeper than the booms, the crises surpass the booms. Can capitalism develop without cyclical fluctuations, without the transitions from boom to crisis? No. Just as the human organism, I have repeated this tens of times, continues to breathe until death, so the heartbeats of capitalism continue, in the infancy and in maturity and on the deathbed alike. Its heart continues to beat, but the heartbeats are not the same. When a man is dying, his heart beats in an entirely different way from a healthy man's, and from this, by taking the pulse, it is possible to determine his condition. Similarly, it is possible to determine whether capitalism is ascending, or resting on one and the same level, or disintegrating. In 1920, and even earlier in 1913, there occurred an unmistakable breaking point. I have already said that in the course of 17 to 18 years, from 1896 to 1913, capitalism made an extraordinary upward leap, but it was then stymied by the struggle of capitalist countries on the world market. It became constricted in the national states, and hence arose the imperialist war of 1914. The governments, the diplomatic staffs, the bourgeoisie, the military circles became all the more jittery and precipitated the conflict through the sanguinary deed in 1914 because of the lag that occurred, beginning with 1913, on the world market. This lag signified a profound breaking point, and had there been no war, capitalist stagnation would have set in anyway in 1914. The development of capitalism would have started its downward plunge, continuing to fluctuate all the while. The imperialist war was the product of the stormy development of capitalist forces in the course of these 17 most remarkable years in the history of capitalism. The war created an artificial market and seemed to sweep the crisis away. The war laid the basis for utilizing the engines of destruction. It opened up the method of ruining all nations. After the war, in 1919, during the most critical period, the bourgeoisie continued its wartime policy. Throwing all caution to the wind, it kept issuing paper currency, and continued the system of piling up national debts. It supplemented the workers' wages either with cheap rents or with an assortment of privileges. It accepted the 8-hour working day. All this flowed not from the position of capitalism, but from the political position of the bourgeoisie as a class. This economic strategy saved the bourgeoisie in 1919, for it bribed the labor aristocracy, splitting the proletariat into a democracy and an aristocracy of labor. The bourgeoisie artificially extended prosperity into 1919, disorganized its state finances and its economic foundation but paralyzed the revolution. However, the laws of economic development, which could be checked only temporarily, made themselves felt by 1920. A crisis ensued which assumed monstrous forms, with millions of unemployed in Europe and America. To some comrades it seemed that this crisis, which began in 1920, was the final crisis of capitalism, and that on the basis of this crisis the working class was bound to come to power through an insurrection. Hence flowed the March events in Germany. We fought against this view. We knew that the crisis would be followed by a revival, and there was the greatest danger that the communists, upon bumping their heads against this revival, might say that the soil for the revolution had been exhausted since a revival had set in and capitalism was restoring its equilibrium. We fought against such a mechanical point of view, and I hope that there will be no need for us to fight any longer at the Fourth World Congress. If we are told, "And where are the guarantees?" we once again meet up with the demand for guarantees. Where are the guarantees that capitalism will not restore its equilibrium through cyclical oscillations? Then I would say in reply, there are no guarantees and there can be none. If we cancel out the revolutionary nature of the working class and its struggle and the work of the Communist Party and of the trade unions, that is, if we cancel out that for the sake of which we exist and act, and take instead the objective mechanics of capitalism, then we could say, naturally, failing the intervention of the working class, failing its struggle, its resistance, its self-defense, and its offensives, failing all this, capitalism will restore its own equilibrium, not the old, but a new equilibrium. It will establish the domination of the Anglo-American world in which the entire economy will pass into the hands of these countries, and there will be a temporary alliance between the United States and Great Britain. But presently this equilibrium will once again be disrupted. The automatic interplay of capitalist forces, inherent in its nature, operates in this direction wherever there are superfluous forces. Take the Central European theater, Czechoslovakia. The latter has preserved her industry almost intact. In old Austria-Hungary this industry supplied 60 million people, and today it is supplying Czechoslovakia, 8 million Czechoslovaks and 3 million Germans. At all events, this highly integrated industry serves a small number of people, a dozen million or so, and what was once the main section of Austria-Hungary's industry has remained virtually intact. And so, Czechoslovakia, precisely because she has preserved her old integrated industry, is unable to emerge from conditions of crisis. This means that a destruction of the superfluous productive forces is taking place. When will the crisis in Czechoslovakia cease? When it has brought industry into equivalence with the market, with the buyer, if no market is found in the neighboring countries. Therefore, the restoration of equilibrium does not always represent growth but sometimes a decline as well, and one way or another an equilibrium is re-established which has been disrupted by the spontaneous growth of capitalist forces and, in addition, by wartime and political events. Within 10 or 15 years some sort of new political equilibrium will be thus created on the bodies and bones of hundreds of thousands and millions of working men and women, if the latter continue to docilely submit to the elemental interplay of capitalism. In other words, Czechoslovak capitalism must, in order to conquer the foreign market, pay wages as low as possible to the workers. And should the workers tolerate this, then Czechoslovak capitalism will restore its equilibrium within such and such limits. But if the workers resist, they will thereby disrupt the action of capitalism toward the restoration of economic equilibrium. In other words, we have here action and reaction. We have here the dialectic of historical forces, and the outcome will be determined by the correlation of these contending historical forces. And so, our viewpoint was that we need have no fears of an economic revival, nor be fearful lest it terminate the revolutionary epoch. We said that if we do not succeed in achieving the revolution prior to a new economic revival, not some kind of blossoming of capitalism, of which, assuredly, there cannot even be talk, but a new oscillation of the conjuncture within the framework of this minor 10-year cycle, if we do not succeed in achieving the proletarian revolution in Europe, the industrial revival will not come as a blow hurling us back but as an impulse propelling us forward. Why? Because, we argued, following the initial defeats suffered by the working class, and the war itself was the greatest of defeats, and afterwards in 1918-1920-1921 in face of the huge reserve army of unemployed, moods of apathy and exhaustion must unavoidably set in among the working class. But an economic revival, even such a small one as would make factory owners add out of the reserve army a single worker to each 1,000 workers would, on the contrary, make itself felt. Because the 1,000 workers employed in this factory begin to feel more secure and already begin to press forward. A tiny change in the conjuncture tends to alter the situation. Naturally, this does not take place mechanically. In Europe we witnessed during the initial stages, seemingly just the opposite phenomenon, but this falls wholly within this same historical framework. As a matter of fact, we are now witnessing in Europe the continued offensive of capitalism. In America this offensive is already slackening, and even giving way to concessions. In European industry the revival is very feeble. In England, in France, and in Italy it is hardly perceptible, or altogether imperceptible. On the other hand, owing to the peculiarities of her economy and of her international position, Germany is experiencing market phenomena whose sign is negative. When a bourgeois crisis raged throughout the world, in Germany there was to be observed a feverish revival, which signified only a different form of the country's ruination. Germany was being sold on the auction block at cheap prices. Germany was compelled to throw her commodities on foreign markets at a loss for her national wealth, even though the upper capitalist crust coined profits. This riddle is very easily explained economically. I shall not dwell upon it. Today, on the contrary, when other countries, Japan, England, France, are in the midst of a revival, Germany is confronted with the threat of growing unemployment for reasons that are perfectly clear. In 1919, 1920 and 1921, and especially in 1920 when the crisis was frightful, and the danger of the proletarian revolution was still very great, the bourgeoisie did not dare, for political reasons, to take the offensive against the workers. And for economic reasons the situation was so desperate that wage cuts of 10 or 15 or 20% made little change in the basic market conditions. But when substantial stability became manifest and the first symptoms of a break in the conjuncture arrived and when the crisis ceased to unfold, then the bourgeoisie began immediately to pass over to the offensive. In the competition on the world market a difference of 5 to 20% is of great moment. For this very reason the workers were driven to resist. And so, the initial effect of a certain feeble improvement in the economic conjuncture found its expression in an offensive, in an intensified pressure of capitalism upon the workers, but concurrently the resistance of the workers likewise increased, because the class struggle had become aggravated extensively and intensively. In America capitalism is outrunning the others on the road of concessions and thereby it indicates to us the path of the movement's future development, i.e., not a defensive struggle by the workers but an offensive by them on the basis of this altered conjuncture. But comrades, how does this altered situation affect the revolution? Does it mean that the proletariat will conquer power on the basis of this improved conjuncture? It would be absolutely false to make such predictions. This is possible, but there are no guarantees other than the correlation of forces, which keep constantly changing, because these living forces are in conflict, because they grow, group, regroup, merge, and so on. It is quite possible for the industrial revival to last a year or two, a very pathetic revival which does not correspond to the general decline of economy owing to its lack of equilibrium, owing to the currency chaos, owing to high tariffs and tariff walls with which all the states, even the United States, are surrounded, and owing to the diplomatic instability of militarism. All this does, of course, correspond to the decaying state of capitalism. hence the pathetic nature of the revival. But there is a difference between a pathetic revival and a most profound crisis, and the former affects the organization and the struggle of the working class. The impulse has already been given by this revival. It is an impulsion toward a mass movement, and this is especially apparent in France. In that country there was almost complete stagnation, but today one strike after another is tending to become stubborn in character. The future tactic of the communist parties. Whether or not this impulsion will lead to the seizure of power, we cannot tell. This depends upon innumerable factors, above all, naturally, insofar as the question is posed politically, it depends upon tactics, the future political tactic. And it is with this future political tactic that I shall now deal, once again in briefest outline. The Third Congress centered its attention upon the German party with its March policy, which compelled the International to review all the circumstances and to issue new slogans, fix new signposts, and proclaim that the task of the European communists did not consist in conquering power today or tomorrow, but in winning over the majority of the working class and thereby creating the political premise for the conquest of power. The German Communist Party has assimilated this lesson very well. Hence sprang the tactic of the United Front. What does "hence sprang" mean? The meaning is quite plain. If we consider that the party is on the eve of the conquest of power, and the working class will follow it, then the question of the United Front simply doesn't exist. But if we have a situation in which the Communist Party calls for a general strike, as was the case in March 1921 in Germany, and the party is followed by 1/5 or 1/6 of the entire working class, while the other 4/5 remain partly passive and partly profoundly hostile, and if we become convinced that a certain interval must elapse, perhaps several years, before the conquest of power. Let me recall parenthetically that at the Third World Congress Comrade Lenin remarked, "Comrades, our own position is of course bad, but if you require another year or two, we can wait." And at that time the German comrades and a number of Italian comrades regarded this as almost a betrayal of the proletarian revolution. To resume, if the situation is such as to require 2 or 3 years of preparatory work for the conquest of power, it is then necessary to ponder over what will happen in the interim to the working class, which has its own immediate tasks, the struggle against the offensive of capitalism, the onset of reaction, and so on. But the working class is divided. It would of course be splendid if the working class were ready to instantly follow the communists. But such is not the case. And in the current struggle we witness a split among the labor organizations, and the old organizations place the blame for this split on the communists. And so, the communists reply, "So far as we are concerned we are ready for the conquest of power, but insofar as you independents, and you non-party workers pose such and such tasks for yourselves, to that extent we are willing to enter with you into a united front for the struggle against the bourgeoisie." In Germany, after the March events, this tactic was adopted by the Communist Party as a whole, and it has been applied successfully. The dialectic of history, however, sometimes acts to turn our own slogans against ourselves. The slogan of the United Front, raised by the Comintern in Germany, has unquestionably gained great popularity among the German workers. But with what results? It immediately produced the unification of the Scheidminists and the independents against us, and the picture you see in Germany is that of the United Social Democrats supporting the government's savage onslaught upon the communists, who are being virtually converted into an illegal party. There occur street clashes and attacks in which the monarchist counter-revolution employs a united front against the communist minority of the proletariat. And some French communists, like Daniel Renaud, see in all this an argument against the United Front, claiming that we had allegedly helped the Scheidminists unite with the independents. Let us not deceive ourselves. At the beginning the unification signifies an influx of material forces for the social democracy. But if we approach this unification from a longer-range view, then it constitutes a colossal political gain for us, because the intermediate formation in the shape of an independent party and of the 2.5 International, which served as a buffer between the worker communists and the social democrats, muddled up the real relations and tended to direct the minds of a certain section of workers along pseudo-oppositional channels. When we have, on the one side, only the social democracy tied up with the bourgeois state, and on the other side only the communists remaining in the opposition, then the attractive power of the Communist Party must increase to the maximum, and we shall unquestionably witness in the next period the growth of the German Communist Party's ideological influence. After the working class has taken the unification of the Social Democrats and the independents into account, even if roughly, in France we undoubtedly lag politically behind Germany. I am referring to the Communist Party itself. This lag found its expression in the fact that the French Communist Party, the vanguard of the working class, repeated only recently, only last month, the march mistakes of the German Communist Party, even though on a smaller scale. In general, comrades, the International is a wonderful institution, and the training one party gives to another is likewise irreplaceable. But generally speaking, one must say that each working class tends to repeat all the mistakes at the expense of its own back and bones. The International can be of assistance only in the sense of seeing to it that this back receives the minimum number of scars, but in the nature of things scars are unavoidable. We saw this almost the other day in France. In the port of Havre there occurred a strike of 15,000 workers. This strike of local importance attracted the nationwide attention of the working class, by its stubbornness, firmness, and discipline. It led to rather large contributions for the benefit of the strikers through our party's central organ, Alhumanite. There were agitational tours, and so on. The French government through its police chief brought the strike to a bloody clash in which 3 workers were killed. It is quite possible that this happened through some assistance by anarchist elements inside the French working class who time and again involuntarily abet reaction. These killings were of course bound to produce great repercussions among the French working class. You will recall that the March 1921 events in Germany also started when in central Germany the chief of police, a social democrat, sent military police gangs to crush the strikers. This fact was at the bottom of our German party's call for a general strike. In France we observe an analogous course of events, a stubborn strike, which catches the interest of the entire working class, followed by bloody clashes. 3 strikers are killed. The murders occurred, say, on Friday, and by Saturday there already convened a conference of the so-called Unitarian Unions, i.e., the revolutionary trade unions, which maintain close relations with the Communist Party, and at this conference it is decided to call the working class to a general strike on the next day. But no general strike came out of it. In Germany during the so-called general strike in March there participated 1/4, 1/5, or 1/6 of the working class. In France even a smaller fraction of the French proletariat participated in the general strike. If one follows the French press to see how this whole affair was carried out, then, comrades, one has to scratch one's head 10 times in recognizing how young and inexperienced are the communist parties of Western Europe. The Comintern had accused the French communists of passivity. This was correct. And the German Communist Party, too, had been accused prior to March of passivity. Demanded of the party was activity, initiative, aggressive agitation, intervention into the day-to-day struggles of the working class. But the party attempted in March to recoup its yesterday's passivity by the heroic action of a general strike, almost an uprising. On a lesser scale this was repeated the other day in France. In order to emerge from passivity they proclaimed a general strike for a working class which was just beginning to emerge from passivity under the conditions of an incipient revival and improvement in the conjuncture. How did they motivate this? They motivated it by this, that the news of the murder of the 3 workers had produced a shocking impression on the party's Central Committee and on the Confederation of Labor. How could it have failed to produce such an impression? Of course, it was shocking. And so the slogan of the general strike was raised. If the Communist Party were so strong as to need only issue a call for a general strike, then everything would be fine. But a general strike is a component and dynamic part of the proletarian revolution itself. Out of the general strike there arise clashes with the troops, and the question is posed of who is master in the country. Who controls the army, the bourgeoisie or the proletariat? It is possible to speak of a protest general strike, But this is a question of utmost importance. When a dispatch comes over the wires that 3 workers have been killed at Havre, and when it is known that there is no revolution in France but, instead, a stagnant situation, that the working class is just beginning to stir slightly out of a condition of passivity engendered by events during the war and post-war period. In such a situation, to launch the slogan for a general strike is to commit the greatest and crudest blunder which can only undermine for a long time, for many months to come, the confidence of the working masses in a party which behaves in such a manner. True enough, the direct responsibility in this case was not borne by the party. The slogan was issued by the so-called Unitarian, that is, revolutionary trade unions. But in reality, what should the party and the trade unions have done? They should have mobilized every party and trade union worker who was qualified and sent them out to spread this news from one end of the country to the other. The first thing was to tell the story as it should have been told. We have a daily paper, Alhumanite, our central organ. It has a circulation of approximately 200,000, a rather large circulation. But France has a population of not less than 40 million. In the provinces there is virtually no circulation of the daily newspapers. Consequently, the task was to inform the workers, to tell them the story agitation ally, and to touch them to the quick with this story. The second thing needed was to turn to the Socialist Party, the party of Longwet and Renaudel, with a few questions. No occasion could have been more propitious, and say, in Havre 3 worker strikers have been killed. We take it for granted that this cannot be permitted to go unpunished. We are prepared to employ the most resolute measures. We ask, what do you propose? The very posing of these questions would have attracted great attention. It was necessary to turn to Jouot's reformist trade unions, which are much closer to the strikers. Jouot feigned sympathy for this strike and gave it material aid. It was necessary to put to him the following question. You of the reformist trade unions, what do you propose? We, the Communist Party, propose to hold tomorrow not a general strike but a conference of the Communist Party, of the Unitarian Revolutionary Trade Unions and of the reformist trade unions in order to discuss how this aggression of capitalism ought to be answered. It was necessary to touch to the quick the hearts of the broadest working masses who yesterday refused to listen to us and who followed Jouot, Renaudel and the others. It was necessary to swing the working masses into motion. Perhaps a general strike might have come out of it, I do not know, maybe a protest strike, maybe not. In any case, it was far too little simply to announce, to cry out that my indignation had been aroused, when I learned over the wires that 3 workers had been killed. It was instead necessary to touch to the quick the hearts of the working masses. After such an activity, the whole working class might not perhaps have gone out on a demonstrative strike, but we could, of course, have reached a very considerable section. However, instead there was a mistake, let me repeat, on a smaller scale than the March events. It was a mistake on a 2x4 scale. With this difference that in France there were no assaults, no sweeping actions, no new bloody clashes, but simply a failure. The general strike was a fiasco, and by this token, a minus on the Communist Party's card, not a plus but a minus. This is quite obviously and largely connected, comrades, with the fact that our French Communist Party has generally been lagging behind in its internal life. It adhered to the Comintern at the Tours Convention in 1920, but the heritage of the old Socialist Party, the heritage of extensive parliamentary culture, of French republican conditions, of the tradition of the Great French Revolution, all this cannot be shaken off easily. I will not, comrades, go into those complex interrelations which have existed during the past period between the Comintern and the French Communist Party, and whose task it was to reduce the number of scars on the backs of the vanguard section of the French workers. As a result of these relations and interventions, discussions over here and experiences on the spot over there, 5 groupings have crystallized inside the French Communist Party. These groupings are now convening in Paris at the convention of the French Communist Party. We still don't know the results. However, to characterize the gist of what we should like to achieve, I must say a few words about the groupings themselves. The left grouping consists of those elements who held the revolutionary standpoint during the war, and played a major role in the French party's adhesion to the Comintern. Next there is the center, which probably embraces the majority of the workers because the latter have not yet received a full communist education, and they joined the Comintern together with their old local and national leaders. Then there is the right wing. These are the avowed enemies of the Comintern. Their leader is Verfuil, who was expelled from the party by the Seine Federation and by the Comintern. There is also an extreme left wing, which is a conglomeration of anarchist and reformist prejudices among 2 or 3 leading members. Its worker followers are simply affected by revolutionary impatience. These are splendid elements who need education. The task consists in compelling the center to break with the right wing, to unite with the lefts, on the basis of the program and tactics of revolutionary communism, and create a central committee capable and desirous of guiding the party in this spirit. And therewith it is necessary to secure in this central committee a majority of workers connected with the mass trade union movement, something which has never existed in France. In France, the field of the trade union movement is one thing and the field of high politics is something else again. And when the Comintern demanded that these 2 fields be closely interlinked, the communist Ernest Lafont, a lawyer, a deputy and a party member, declared, "This is a silly demand. What can we lawyers tell the workers about the field of trade union movement? But if you lawyers have nothing to tell the workers in the field of the trade union movement, then we must tell you that, generally speaking, you have the wrong address." For the legal profession there are other institutions outside the Comintern. If you do find yourselves here, it means that you must decide questions of the labor movement, and a labor movement without the trade unions is no labor movement at all. To us this is so elementary that it is embarrassing to mention it at a workers' gathering, all the more so at a party meeting. But in France it is necessary to wage a struggle against prejudices, left over from the old democratic culture. At the 4th Congress we shall have in the case of the French party, in the shape of several different, and still contending tendencies, approximately the same thing that we faced at the 3rd Congress in the case of the German Communist Party. At that time, last year, the Comintern played a major role insofar as it accelerated the process of restoring party unity, and rendering the greatest service to the party's capacity for action. I think that the French Communist Party proposes, after approximately a year and a quarter's delay, to do what was done in March by the German Communist Party. In Italy the situation is even more acute. Following the September 1920 events, the Communist wing, approximately 1/3 of the old Socialist Party, split away, while the old Socialist Party consisting of the then center and right wing continued its existence. Under the onslaught of the bourgeoisie, which placed the executive power in the hands of the fascist gangs, the reformists shifted more and more to the right, seeking to enter the government, whose executive organ was and remains the fascist gangs. This led to a split in the Socialist Party between the right wing and the so-called Serrati group, wherewith Serrati's party announced at its convention that it adheres to the Comintern. We shall have at the Congress 2 parties, our Italian Communist Party and the party of Serrati, who, having made a wide circle, now wants to join the Communist International. The majority of this party is undoubtedly striving for genuine revolutionary activity. Here we have a certain similarity with the French situation. In France the prospect is to effect a unification of the left wing and the center, but both the left wing and the center belong formally to the same party. They are merely 2 tendencies, not to say 2 factions, whereas in Italy they are 2 different parties. It will of course be no simple matter to amalgamate them, for the task is to amalgamate the proletarian rank and file of these 2 parties and at the same time to assure a firm revolutionary communist leadership. It therefore follows that both in France and Italy the task today is largely internal, organizational, preparatory and educational in character, whereas the German party can and must now pass over, as it is doing, to an agitational counter-offensive, taking advantage of the fact that the Independents and the Social Democrats have united and that the Communist Party now remains the sole opposition party. The situation in England and France. A few words on England. Here our Communist Party still remains a successfully functioning educational and propaganda society, but not a party capable of directly leading the masses. In England, however, the situation is taking shape or tending in a direction favorable to us, outside of the Communist Party's framework, within the working class as a whole. Today we received a cable that Lloyd George's government has resigned. This was the only government older than ours. Laughter, we were considered to be the least stable among all the governments. This is Lloyd George's polite gift to our jubilee, so as not to hurt our feelings. Laughter, it obviously means new elections in England. And new elections imply a struggle between the three basic groupings, which are the Tories, the Unionists, and the Independent Liberals. What Lloyd George does personally is a subsidiary question. He may go either with the Tories or with the Independent Liberals, clasping the Labour Party's right hand. His personal career is all that is involved here. Essentially, the struggle will occur between the three groupings, and therewith chances are by no means excluded that a coalition of the Labour Party and the Independent Liberals may turn up in power. What this means hardly requires comment. The appearance of the working class in power will place the entire responsibility for the government's actions upon the Labour Party, and will give rise to an epoch of English Kerenskyism in the era of parliamentarianism, providing a favourable environment without parallel for the Communist Party's political work. Should the Tories win, I hesitate to weigh the odds, but let us here assume they are favourable. It would only signify a worsening of the country's domestic situation. It would tend to sharpen the Labour Party's opposition and would thereby bring about new elections very quickly, because elections in England can take place within a month or a few months, as has happened more than once in the past. In other words, the stability of the domestic political situation, which had been enhanced by the coalition headed by Lloyd George, is relegated to the museum with Lloyd George's departure, and England is experiencing shocks and oscillations which can play only into our hands. In France, the policy of the National Bloc headed by Poincaré resembles that of Lloyd George and doesn't differ from the latter by an iota, although one London correspondent informed me today that the opinion in England is that Lloyd George's policy is as far removed from Poincaré's as heaven is from earth, and that unlike Lloyd George, who enjoys a great popularity in Russia, Poincaré enjoys a great animosity. To this my answer was that Lloyd George justifiably vies with Poincaré for animosity so far as our working masses are concerned. He was extremely astonished and promised to make this discovery known in the English press. Laughter. In France, the bloc headed by Poincaré has 2 more years to run before its formal demise, and it is unquestionable that power in France will then be assumed by the Left Bloc, whose leader Ariot paid us a visit here in Moscow. He will be the Prime Minister. There is no other candidate except Calos, whom Clemenceau exiled from France as a traitor because Calos wanted to terminate the war. Calos has to be first pardoned, which can be done only by a new parliament, and then he may, owing to his influence, turn up at the head of the government. But the most likely candidate at the present time is Ariot, who is preparing the background and the conditions for a new policy, for French Kerenskyism, because the assumption of power by the Left Bloc signifies a government of radicals and socialists, who will undoubtedly enter the bloc. Once again, the situation is exceptionally favorable for the Communist Party because today the socialists and the radicals and Jouot are fighting the National Bloc, but on the morrow only one party will fight the new bloc. If a Left Bloc materializes because the ancient hulk of the National Bloc has become decrepit, then the Communist Party will appear as the sole opposition party and, in consequence, such a change will be most advantageous to us. In the 2 main countries of Europe, England and France, a change of regimes is now in process. England is in the midst of, while France is preparing for, a liquidation of the regime that grew out of the war and the victory won by these countries, and there is now taking place an internal gyration, the most violent disruption of the stability of these states that had to be reconstituted or semi-reconstituted after the war, and this opens up broader perspectives for the Communist Party. All these are the positive factors which we are taking into account. Nevertheless, comrades, everything I said leads to the conclusion that we still remain in Europe in the period of preparation, the period of organizing an internal review of the Communist parties, the period of their tempering and their struggle for influence over the working masses. This means that we, the Soviet Republic, must allow the communist parties of Europe another year or 2 or 3 for preparatory work toward the conquest of power. This preparatory work is more difficult than in our country because the enemy there is more expert and intelligent, and we witness in all European countries the creation of counter-revolutionary fascist gangs, which we did not have in our country. Fascism is a duplicate, unofficial government, which is ceded place and honor by the official government. This unofficial government is not hampered by any fictitious democratic norms. It stages massacres, it kills. Fascism has ceased to be a purely Italian phenomenon. Fascism is spreading in all countries. In Germany it is constituted by the Orgesch organization and gangs, who merely employ a different label. In France fascism bears the royalist label. As you know, in France there is a royalist party headed by Léon Daudet, son of the novelist Alphonse Daudet. Léon Daudet is a malicious buffoon. What does he want? He wants to restore, by the grace of God, one of the Capots. This is an archaic program for the French Republic, but the whole point is that Daudet fights the Republic as a royalist, and has no need of respecting the norms of the Republic, the norms of democracy. He organizes gangs that are at his disposal for pogroms, and the bourgeoisie says, "Here is my man." Daudet's party differs from other parties in not being bound even by the superficial prejudices or fictions of democracy. Daudet knows how to prepare incendiary attacks, killings, bloodlettings, and so on. Unless my memory fails me, the French press has, since the war, reported on 5 or 10 occasions rumors about appointing Léon Daudet, this malicious buffoon, this French Purishkevich, as Minister of Internal Affairs. And this is no joke at all. Today this is premature, but we have here a figure around whom the corresponding elements are rallying, selected elements who will play the chief role for the Republic on the other side of the barricades. Similarly in all other countries. I leave aside England, the English Parliament, and the French Parliament. What are the churches in England alone worth? Not for nothing has Lloyd George said that the Church is the central power station of all parties, holding in its grip all the leaders of the working class. And in addition, you have the auxiliary stormtroop gangs for purposes of direct assault. This gives you some inkling of the colossal difficulties amid which the communist parties will have to pick their way even after they conquer the majority of the working class. But they have not yet conquered this majority. They must still conquer it. Consequently, we are facing a protracted process. The struggle of the European and world proletariat for power is very arduous and spun out, but, with a correct policy, it is absolutely assured, absolutely certain. Parallel with the struggle there will occur the grandiose process of our socialist accumulation, our socialist construction at home. From hit and miss work to systematic construction. From this standpoint we must make a transition in all relations from a migratory way of life to stable and settled forms, from hasty hit-and-miss work to systematic and methodic work. We have all sinned on this score. We must pass from our absolute universality, and in this I am in complete agreement with Comrade Bukharin, over to specialization. We must start to perfect our knowledge in all fields, and most important of all, we must wage war against the type created by our history during the last 5 years. It is the type of individual who is capable of everything, knows everything, supervises from the sidelines, and issues directives to everybody. I lived in emigration in Vienna for several years, and the Viennese have a word which I believe is not to be found in any other language. This word is Kibitzer. Make note of it. It will come in handy. It applies to a man who, when, for example, 2 others are playing a game of chess, will unfailingly sit himself down and always knows the best move that ought to be made. But when you sit down to play with him, he turns out to be a first-class botcher. This, of course, applies not alone to chess but to anything you please, to questions of technology, as well as to tool shops and so forth. Among us this Kibitzer disease is very widespread. And it flows, I repeat, from our entire situation. All of us were thrown hither and thither, becoming jacks of all trades but masters of none. And we had to put up with this nomadic way of life. It was unavoidable. But to the extent that a prolonged preparatory work is underway in the West to attain discipline and to conquer confidence while we in our country are at work conquering the economic life, to the same extent the transition to systematic and methodical work plays a colossal role, and there comes to the fore the crucially important question of reproducing our party, of replenishing and regenerating its ranks, of making good the losses. Education of the youth, a life and death question for our party. In that very same nucleus of the former Bromley factory where I spent several hours, I was struck by the fact that the party there was held together chiefly by the older cadres, that is, by workers of the older generations. The fact is that the generation that grew up in 1916 to 17 is apparently hardly attracted to us. The Bromley workers told me that young proletarians who have now reached the age of 21 or 22 or 23, and especially the 24-year-olds, show little interest in politics. Among them there is apathy, a certain indifference, drunkenness and card-playing are more prevalent than among the older and younger generations, and the youngest generation, which is now 17 or 18 or 19 years old, constitutes the most auspicious and responsive element. This new generation has matured already within the framework of a stable Soviet power. As a whole, it thinks of itself only in Soviet terms, it seeks leadership, it is more cultured, it tends to group around our clubs, it gravitates toward culture. This is the generation that the party can completely take into its own hands. It is a new generation which has grown up under the conditions of the Soviet regime, and it mirrors these conditions. And so we must assure the restoration of our party's basic capital. I say this not at all for the sake of turning a high-sounding phrase. I say that the question of educating the youth is now a life and death question for our party. At the 4th Congress of the Comintern, where we shall once again assay the international situation, where we shall once again have to grant a deferment to the European Revolution, we shall say that during the year and a half that has elapsed since the Third World Congress, we have kept firmly on our own feet, and we shall maintain ourselves because, in the first place, we have learned how to wield state power, how to maneuver with it and manipulate it, and secondly, because we have learned, and are learning how to dispose of our party's basic capital. The purge proved most beneficial. This is perfectly clear and indisputable today. It has restored the party's political confidence in itself, but at the same time it has restricted and pared down our party by eliminating the stray elements, and thereby diminishing the party cadres. Meanwhile, the task of our country still remains gigantic. A new state power will not appear on the European horizon before a certain and rather considerable number of months have elapsed, and maybe even a certain, though not large, number of years. And our work will of course proceed under better conditions than those of the last 5 years. Nevertheless, we are not insured against new relapses of capitalist fury against us up to and including the restoration of the war fronts. All this flows precisely from the dialectic of the class struggle. Right now, the intensification of the revolutionary movement in Europe might prove to be a signal for an assault against Soviet Russia. In practice, the incipient proletarian power in Germany, and history will still apparently unravel its tangled skein from Russia through Germany to the West, has posed before us tasks which go far beyond the limits of our domestic construction. To this end, it is imperative for us to renew our party cadres, create a mighty reserve of youth. And while we shall once again say to the communist parties, "You, European communists, must go to the masses before the question of conquering power confronts you point blank, you must learn to correct your mistakes, you must learn to conquer the masses," then to our own party we say, "Before us is a young party which we must conquer in order to hold the Soviet fortress in our own hands until the proletarian revolution conquers Europe, and later the whole world." 8. The Fourth World Congress. Speech in honor of the Communist International. November 7, 1922. Comrade delegates to the World Congress, working men and working women of Moscow. Red Army soldiers, Red sailors, Commander and Commissars. Once again within the walls of Red Moscow we greet our dear guests, the elected and chosen representatives of the world working class. It is 5 years since the gates of Moscow have been opened wide for the delegates of the world proletarian revolution. 5 years of struggle. 5 years of suffering and sacrifice. 5 years of struggle for our right to exist as a workers' and peasants' government. 5 years of assaults, blows, and treachery by the enemy. 5 years of fraternal support by our friends. And even today, on the 5th Soviet anniversary, we have normal relations with only one major power, defeated Germany. We remain unrecognized to this very day. But we have received recognition from history. We have been adopted and accepted with enthusiasm into the family of the world working class. Today this class sends us its exalted greetings, sealed by the bonds of complete solidarity. Surveying your ranks, we can with calm assurance say to the journalists, the politicians, and all representatives of the other camp, cast your experienced eyes over Red Moscow today. Examine whether there is so much as a crack between the Soviet power, the Red Army, and the toiling people, that crack which our enemies would like to magnify into a gulf and an abyss. Never were the Soviet government and the working class so much in harmony as they are today, after 5 years of struggle and suffering. Messrs. Politicians of the other camp, if your governments entertain doubts concerning the strength of the Soviet regime, cast your eyes attentively over the ranks of red warriors, workers and peasants marching today across this square. If Messrs. Capitalists hope that capitalism will be reborn again in our country, they will be disappointed. For the resurrection of capitalism in our country, they would have to wait until the second coming of Christ. We shall today address the delegates who have come to us from 50 countries in all parts of the world, the representatives of the toilers of all Europe, of America, of the peoples of the East, of Africa and Australia, all of whom are represented at the Congress and whose eyes, Red Army, are fixed upon you. And we shall tell them and show them by our today's celebration that we are not only patiently and confidently awaiting the termination of the struggle for the emancipation of the toilers, but that we have not been sitting with our hands folded. We have improved our organization both in military and civilian pursuits. We have tirelessly sought the path to the hearts of the working class, not only the advanced workers but also the ignorant, feebly class-conscious and downtrodden workers. We shall say to our brothers and guests, we know how hard it is to struggle against capitalist Europe armed to its teeth. We know what your conditions are in this struggle, and we are ready to stand by under our red banner, guarding the fortress of the Soviet Republic, knowing full well that your policy is correct and will lead to victory. There are still many difficult hours in store for the working class of Soviet Russia. There are many tasks still unsolved by the Soviet power, but in struggle we have conquered peace for ourselves for a long time to come, and all of us to the last man are ready to put aside the implements of war in order to engage in peaceful labors, to heal the heavy wounds on the body of the Soviet Republic's economy. We wanted peace, and we hope that during this same month there will convene in Moscow a conference of those states that have warred against us to discuss disarmament. Wherever collaboration is needed in order to secure peace, there the Soviet power will be the first to raise its hands. If we receive a sincere and honest response from those whom we are inviting to make peace, all of us to the last man would with gladness in our hearts reduce our army to 1/2, 1/3, and even 1/10 of its present size. And meanwhile we wait, without renouncing hopes that peace will be attained. We wait without letting the rifles slip out of the hands of the workers and peasants. We have watched a procession of many governments and many ministers who from their lofty thrones regarded the Soviet power as something ephemeral, something injected into history on the crest of an accidental wave. Not so long ago, in Genoa, when our delegates proposed the establishment of peaceful relations and a reduction of armaments, Lloyd George, the representative of capitalist England, replied haughtily, "Let us first take a look at what sort of passengers you are, and then perhaps we shall take you aboard ship." He kept looking at us so long that he stubbed his toe and fell overboard himself. This is why I say, many difficult hours are still ahead. More than once will the clouds gather over the heads of the working class, but we know that when the time comes, these clouds will scatter. 2 days before this celebration, the fogs had colored all of Moscow white, but the Soviet calendar reads true. We now see red banners flying here beneath a clear blue sky. Even the sun has put in its appearance on the holiday of the 5th anniversary of the October Revolution. We know that soon will come the dawn of the bright, unquenchable sun of human brotherhood, of peaceful labor and superior culture. Foreseeing this, we gather new inspiration. We will not surrender our banners, and the Soviet Republic will grow mighty. In its name and in the name of all the participants in today's demonstration, I propose that we greet our guests with unanimous and fraternal cheer. Hooray! At the conclusion of Comrade Trotsky's speech, thunderous cheers kept rolling over the Red Square, cheers in which the voices of all the military detachments and the endless columns of demonstrators joined. 8. The Fourth World Congress. The New Economic Policy of Soviet Russia and the Perspectives of the World Revolution. Delivered at the November 14, 1922 session of the Fourth World Congress of the Comintern. The course of the Civil War. The chief task of every revolutionary party is the conquest of power. To use the philosophical terminology of idealism, in the Second International this task was regarded as merely a regulative idea, which means an idea having little relation to practice. It is only within the last few years that we have been learning on an international scale to make the conquest of political power a practical revolutionary aim. The Russian Revolution aided in this. The fact that we in Russia can name a definite date, October 25, November 7, 1917, on which the Communist Party, leading the working class, wrested political power from the hands of the bourgeoisie proves more decisively than any arguments that the conquest of power is not a regulative idea for revolutionists, but a practical task. On November 7, 1917, our party assumed power. As was soon disclosed quite clearly, this did not signify the end of the Civil War. On the contrary, the Civil War actually began to unfold on a large scale in our country only after the October overturn. This is not only a fact of historical interest but also a source of the most important lessons for the Western European proletariat. Why did events follow this course? The explanation must be sought in the cultural and political backwardness of a country that had just cast off Tsarist barbarism. The big bourgeoisie and the nobility had gained some political experience, thanks to the municipal dumas, the zemstvos, the state duma, etc. The petty bourgeoisie had little political experience, and the bulk of the population, the peasantry, still less. Thus the main reserves of the counter-revolution, the well-to-do peasants, kulaks, and to a degree, also the middle peasants, came precisely from this extremely amorphous milieu. And it was only after the bourgeoisie began to grasp fully what it had lost by losing political power, and only after it had set in motion its counter-revolutionary combat nucleus, that it succeeded in aiming access to the peasant and petty bourgeois elements and layers, and therewith the bourgeoisie had, of necessity, to yield the leading posts to the most reactionary elements among the ranking officers of noble birth. As a result, the Civil War unfolded fully only after the October overturn. The ease with which we conquered power on November 7, 1917, was paid for by the countless sacrifices of the Civil War. In countries that are older in the capitalist sense, and with a higher culture, the situation will, without doubt, differ profoundly. In these countries the popular masses will enter the revolution far more fully formed in political respects. To be sure, the orientation of individual layers and groups among the proletariat, and all the more so among the petty bourgeoisie, will still continue to fluctuate violently and change, but nevertheless, these changes will occur far more systematically than in our country. The present will flow much more directly out of the past. The bourgeoisie in the West is preparing its counterblow in advance. The bourgeoisie more or less knows what elements it will have to depend upon, and it builds its counter-revolutionary cadres in advance. We witnessed this in Germany. We witnessed this, even if not quite so distinctly, in France, and finally we see it in its most finished form in Italy, where in the wake of the uncompleted revolution there came the completed counter-revolution which employed not unsuccessfully some of the practices and methods of the revolution. What does this mean? This means it will hardly be possible to catch the European bourgeoisie by surprise as we caught the Russian bourgeoisie. The European bourgeoisie is more intelligent, and more far-sighted. It is not wasting time. Everything that can be set on foot against us is being mobilized by it right now. The revolutionary proletariat will thus encounter on its road to power not only the combat vanguards of the counter-revolution, but also its heaviest reserves. Only by smashing, breaking up and demoralizing these enemy forces will the proletariat be able to seize state power. But by way of compensation, after the proletarian overturn, the vanquished bourgeoisie will no longer dispose of powerful reserves from which it could draw forces for prolonging the civil war. In other words, after the conquest of power, the European proletariat will in all likelihood have far more elbow room for its creative work and economy and culture than we had in Russia on the day after the overturn. The more difficult and grueling the struggle for state power, all the less possible will it be to challenge the proletariat's power after the victory. This general proposition must be dissected and concretized with regard to each country depending upon its social structure and its order of succession in the revolutionary process. It is perfectly obvious that the larger is the number of countries where the proletariat overthrows the bourgeoisie, all the briefer will be the revolutionary birth pangs in the other countries, and all the less inclined will the vanquished bourgeoisie be to resume the struggle for power, especially if the proletariat shows that on such questions it doesn't like to be trifled with. And the proletariat will, of course, do just that. And to this end, it will be able to utilize fully the example and experience of the Russian proletariat. We made mistakes in various fields, including, of course, politics as well. But by and large, we did not set the European working class a poor example of resoluteness, of firmness, and, when need arose, of ruthlessness in revolutionary struggle. This ruthlessness is nothing but the highest revolutionary humanitarianism, if only because, by assuring success, it shortens the arduous road of the crisis. Our civil war was not simply a military process. Of course it was that, saving the presence of esteemed pacifists, including those who through misunderstanding still keep wandering into our communist ranks. The Civil War was not only a military process, but something more. It was also, and even above all, a political process. Through the methods of war, the struggle unfolded for the political reserves, that is, in the main, for the peasantry. After vacillating for a long time between the bourgeois landlord bloc, the democracy, serving this bloc, and the revolutionary proletariat, the peasantry invariably, at the decisive moment when the final choice had to be made, cast in their lot with the proletariat, supporting it, not with democratic ballots but with food supplies, horses, and force of arms. Just this decided the victory in our favor. The peasantry thus played a gigantic role in the Russian Revolution. It will also play a great role in other countries, for example, in France, where the peasantry still constitutes a bigger half of the population. But those comrades are mistaken who assume that the peasantry is capable of playing an independent, leading role in the revolution, on equal rights, so to speak, with the proletariat. If we conquered in the Civil War, it was not solely and not so much because of the correctness of our military strategy. It was rather because of the correctness of our political strategy on which our military operations were invariably based throughout the Civil War. We did not forget for a moment that the basic task of the proletariat consisted in attracting the peasantry to its side. However, we did not do it after the SR fashion. The latter, as is well known, enticed the peasants by dangling an independent democratic role before them, and then betrayed them hand and foot to the landlords. We were positive that the peasantry constitutes a vacillating mass which is as a whole incapable of an independent, and all the less so, leading revolutionary role. By being resolute in our actions, we made the peasant masses understand that there was only one choice open to them, the choice between the revolutionary proletariat on the one side, and the officers of noble birth at the head of the counter-revolution, on the other. Failing this resoluteness on our part in tearing down the democratic partition, the peasantry would have remained confused, continuing to vacillate between the different camps and the different shades of democracy, and the revolution would have ineluctably perished. The democratic parties, with the social democracy in the van, and there is no doubt that the same situation in Western Europe, too, will arise, acted invariably as the bellwethers of the counter-revolution. Our experience on this score is conclusive in its character. You know, comrades, that a few days ago our Red Army occupied Vladivostok. This occupation liquidates the last link in the long chain of the civil war fronts during the last half of a decade. Apropos of the occupation of Vladivostok by the Red troops, Milyukov, the well-known leader of the Russian Liberal Party, has written in his Paris Daily a few historico-philosophic lines, which I am prepared to term classical. In an article dated November 7th, he sketches briefly the imbecilic and ignominious, but steadfast role of the Party of Democracy. I quote, "This sad history, it has always been a sad history, laughter, begins with a solemn proclamation of the complete unanimity of the anti-Bolshevik front. Merkulov, he was the chief of the counter-revolution in the Far East, acknowledged that the non-socialists, that is, the Black Hundred elements, owed their victory in great measure to the democratic elements. But the support of democracy," continues Milyukov, "was used by Merkulov only as a tool for overthrowing the Bolsheviks. Once this was achieved, the power was seized by these elements who in the main regarded the Democrats as concealed Bolsheviks." This passage, which I have just called classic, may seem trite. As a matter of fact, it only repeats what has more than once been said by Marxists. But you must recall that this now is being said by the liberal Milyukov, 6 years after the revolution. It ought to be borne in mind that he is here drawing the balance sheet of the political role of the Russian democracy on a vast arena, from the Finnish Gulf to the shores of the Pacific. This is what happened in the case of Kolchak, next with Denikin, and then with Yudenik. This is what happened during the English, French, and American occupations. That is how it was during Petlura's reign in the Ukraine. All along our frontiers the one and the same wearisomely monotonous phenomenon kept recurring. The democracy, the Mensheviks and the SRs, drove the peasantry into the arms of reaction, the latter seized power, unmasked itself completely, thrust the peasants aside, whereupon the victory of the Bolsheviks followed. Among the Mensheviks there ensued the chapter of repentance. But not for long, till the next temptation. And thereupon, the same history was repeated in the same sequence in some other theater of the Civil War. First, betrayal, and discredited as it appears to be, we can nevertheless be sure that it will be repeated by the Social Democrats in all countries whenever the proletariat's struggle for power becomes fierce. The primary task of the proletarian revolutionary party in all countries is to be implacably then semi-repentance. Yet, extremely simple as this mechanics is, and resolute once the issue is transferred to the arena of civil war. The conditions for socialist construction. Once power has been conquered, the task of construction, above all in economy, becomes posed as the key and, at the same time, the most difficult task. The solution of this task depends upon factors of different orders and varying scope. First, the level to which the productive forces have been developed, and in particular the reciprocal relation between industry and agriculture. Second, the general cultural and organizational level of the working class which has conquered state power. Third, the political situation internationally and nationally, namely, whether the bourgeoisie has been defeated decisively or still continues to resist, whether foreign military interventions are under way, whether the technological intelligentsia engages in sabotage, and so forth. The relative importance of these factors for socialist construction is in the order that I have enumerated. The most fundamental of these factors is the level of the productive forces, next comes the cultural level of the proletariat, and finally, the political or military political situation in which the proletariat finds itself consequent upon the conquest of power. But this is a rigidly logical order. In practice, the working class upon assuming power collides first of all against political difficulties. In our country these were the White Guard fronts, the interventions, and so on. Secondly, the proletarian vanguard runs up against difficulties that stem from the inadequate cultural level of the broadest working masses. And only then, and thirdly, does the economic construction collide with the limits set by the existing level of the productive forces. Our party, when in power, had to carry on its work almost invariably under the pressure of needs dictated by the Civil War, and the history of economic construction during the 5 years of Soviet Russia's existence cannot be understood if approached solely from the standpoint of economic expediency. It must be approached, first of all, with the gauge of military-political necessity, and, only in the second place, with the gauge of economic expediency. What is rational in economic life does not always coincide with what is necessary in politics. If in the course of war I am menaced by a White Guard invasion, I blow up a bridge. From the abstract standpoint of economic expediency it is barbarism, but from a political standpoint it is a necessity. I would be a fool and a criminal not to blow up a bridge in time. We are reconstructing our economy as a whole primarily under the pressure of the need to secure militarily the power of the working class. We have learned in the elementary school of Marxism that it is impossible to jump from capitalism into the socialist society at one leap. Nor has any of us ever interpreted so mechanically Engels' famous words concerning the leap from the kingdom of necessity into the realm of freedom. None of us ever believed that upon conquering power a new society could be built overnight. What Engels really had in mind was an entire epoch of revolutionary transformations which on a world historical scale would indeed signify a leap. From the standpoint of practical work, however, it is not a leap but a whole system of intermeshing reforms, transformations, and sometimes very detailed undertakings. It is perfectly obvious that from the economic standpoint the expropriation of the bourgeoisie is justified to the extent that the worker state is able to organize the exploitation of enterprises upon new beginnings. The wholesale, overall nationalization which we carried through in 1917-18 was completely out of harmony with the condition I have just now outlined. The organizational potentialities of the worker state lagged far behind total nationalization. But the whole point is that under the pressure of civil war we had to carry this nationalization through. Nor is it difficult to demonstrate, and to understand that had we sought to act more cautiously in an economic sense, i.e., to carry through the expropriation of the bourgeoisie at a rational, gradual pace, it would have been the height of political irrationality, and the greatest folly on our part. Such a policy would not have enabled us to celebrate our 5th anniversary in Moscow in the company of communists of the whole world. We must reconstruct mentally all the peculiarities of our position as it shaped up on the day after November 7, 1917. Indeed, had we been able to enter the arena of socialist development after the victory of the revolution in Europe, our bourgeoisie would have quaked in its boots and it would have been very simple to deal with it. They would not have dared to so much as stir a little finger upon the seizure of power by the Russian proletariat. In that case, we could have tranquilly taken hold only of the large-scale enterprises, leaving the middle-sized and small ones to exist for a while on the private capitalist basis. Later we would have reorganized the middle-sized enterprises, rigidly taking into account our organizational and productive potentialities and requirements. Such an order would unquestionably have been in harmony with economic rationality, but unfortunately the political sequence of events failed to take it into consideration this time, either. Generally speaking, we must bear in mind that the revolutions are in and of themselves an outward expression of the fact that the world is by no means ruled by economic rationality. It is still the task of the socialist revolution to install the rule of reason in the domain of economic life and thereby in all other domains of social life. When we assumed power, capitalism still straddled the whole world, as it continues to straddle the world to this very day. Our bourgeoisie refused to believe, come what may, that the October overturn was something serious and durable. After all, throughout Europe, throughout the world, the bourgeoisie remained in power. But in our country, in backward Russia, it was the proletariat. Hating us, the Russian bourgeoisie refused to take us seriously. The initial decrees of the revolutionary power were greeted with scornful laughter. They were flouted. They remained unfulfilled. Even the newspapermen, as cowardly a set as you can find, even they refused to take seriously the basic revolutionary measures of the workers' government. It seemed to the bourgeoisie as if it all was just a tragic joke, a misunderstanding. How else was it possible to teach our bourgeoisie and its flunkies to respect the new power, except by confiscating its property? There was no other way. Every factory, every bank, every office, every little shop, every lawyer's waiting room became a fortress against us. They provided bellicose counter-revolution with a material base and an organic network of communications. The banks at the time almost openly supported the saboteurs, paying out salaries to striking functionaries. For exactly this reason, we did not approach the question from the standpoint of abstract economic rationality, as do Trotsky, Otto Bauer, Martov, and other political eunuchs, but from the standpoint of the Revolutionary War needs. It was necessary to smash the enemy, to deprive it of its sources of nourishment, independently of whether or not organized economic activity could keep up with this. In the sphere of economic construction, we were compelled in those days to concentrate all our efforts on the most elementary tasks, to provide material support, even if on semi-starvation levels, for the maintenance of the workers' state, for feeding and clothing the Red Army defending this state at the fronts. For feeding and clothing, this already came second in the order of importance. The section of the working class which remained in the cities. This primitive state economy which solved these tasks for better or for worse was subsequently given the name of war communism. War communism. To define war communism, three questions are most pertinent. How were the food supplies obtained? How were they apportioned? How was the operation of state industries regulated? The Soviet power did not meet up with free trade in bread grains but with a monopoly resting on the old commercial apparatus. The Civil War shattered this apparatus. Nothing remained for the workers' state except to improvise hastily a substitute state apparatus for siphoning the grain from the peasants and concentrating the supply in its own hands. Provisions were distributed virtually without regard to labor productivity. And it could not have been otherwise. In order to establish a correspondence between work and wages, one must dispose of a far more perfected apparatus of economic administration and far larger food resources. During the first years of the Soviet regime, however, it was primarily a question of keeping the urban population from starving to death. This was achieved by fixed food rations. Both the confiscation of grain surpluses from the peasants and the apportioning of rations were essentially measures of a beleaguered fortress and not of socialist economy. Under certain conditions, namely, with an early outbreak of the revolution in the West, the transition from the regime of a beleaguered fortress to the socialist regime could, naturally, be facilitated and speeded up for us in the highest degree. But we shall speak of this presently. What was the gist of war communism in relation to industry? Every economy can exist and grow only provided a certain proportionality exists between its various sectors. Different branches of industry enter into specific quantitative and qualitative relations with one another. There must be a certain proportion between those branches which produce consumer goods and those which produce the means of production. Proper proportions must likewise be preserved within each of these branches. In other words, the material means and living labor power of a nation and of all mankind must be apportioned in accordance with a certain correlation of agriculture and industry, and of the various branches of industry so as to enable mankind to exist and progress. How is this achieved? Under capitalism it is achieved through the market, through free competition, through the mechanism of supply and demand, the play of prices, the succession of periods of prosperity and periods of crisis. We call this method anarchistic, and correctly so. It is bound up with the squandering of a huge quantity of resources and values through periodic crises, and it inevitably leads to wars which threaten to destroy human culture. Nevertheless, this anarchistic capitalist method establishes, within the limits of its historical action, a relative proportionality between the various branches of economy, a necessary correlation owing to which bourgeois society is alone able to exist without choking to death. Our pre-war economy had its own internal proportionality that became established as a result of the interplay of capitalist forces in the market. Then came the war, and with it a vast reshuffling of the correlation between the different branches of economy. War industries sprouted like poisonous mushrooms at the expense of industries of the usual type. Next came the Revolution and the Civil War with its havoc and sabotage, with its secret sapping. But what did we inherit? An economy retaining faint traces of proportionality among the various sectors which had existed under capitalism, which were afterwards deformed by the imperialist war and were then completely mangled by the Civil War. This was our heritage. What methods could we use to find our way to the highway of economic development? Under socialism, economic life will be directed in a centralized manner, and therefore the necessary proportionality among its different branches will be achieved through a meticulous plan observing all proportions, and of course allowing for the greatest possible autonomy to each sector, which, however, in its turn would remain subject first to all national, and later, international control. This overall envelopment of the entire economy, this purely socialist method of accounting that we are talking about, cannot be created a priori, through cogitation, or within four office walls. It can grow only out of a gradual adaptation of an existing practical economic accounting with regard to the available material resources together with the latent possibilities as well as the new needs of the socialist society. A long road lies ahead. Where, then, could and should we have started in 1917 to 18? The capitalist apparatus, with its market, its banks, its exchanges, was destroyed. The Civil War was at its peak of intensity. There could not even be talk of coming to terms economically with the bourgeoisie or even a section of it, in the sense of granting it certain economic rights. The bourgeois apparatus of economic management was destroyed not only on a national scale, but within each individual enterprise. Hence arose the elementary burning task, to create a substitute apparatus, even if only a crude and temporary one, in order to extract from our chaotic industrial heritage the most indispensable supplies for the warring army and for the working class. In the nature of things, this was not an economic task in the strict sense of the word, but rather the task of producing for war. With the aid of the trade unions, the state took physical possession of the industrial enterprises and set up an extremely cumbersome and unwieldy centralized apparatus, which despite all its defects nevertheless enabled us to provide the armies in the field with supplies and military equipment, the volume of which was extremely inadequate but which nevertheless sufficed for our emerging from the struggle not as the vanquished but as the victors. The policy of confiscating the surpluses of the peasants led inescapably to a contraction and decline in agricultural production. The policy of paying equal wages led inescapably to the lowering of labor productivity. The policy of a centralized bureaucratic management of industry excluded the possibility of a genuine centralized management, of fully utilizing technical equipment along with the available labor force. But this entire policy of war communism was imposed upon us by the regime of a fortress under siege, a fortress with a disorganized economy and spent resources. You might ask whether we had expected to make the transition from war communism to socialism without making major economic turns, without experiencing convulsions, without executing retreats, i.e., affecting the transition more or less along a steadily rising curve. Yes, it is true that at this period we did actually think that the revolutionary development in Western Europe would proceed more swiftly. This is undeniable. And had the proletariat in Germany, in France, in Europe as a whole, conquered power in 1919, our entire economic development would have assumed a completely different form. In 1883, Marx, writing to Nicholas Danielson, one of the theoreticians of Russian populism, Narodnikism, that should the proletariat assume power in Europe before the Russian obskina, communal village agriculture, had been completely abolished by history, then even this obskina could become one of starting points for communist development in Russia. And Marx was absolutely right. We had even more reason to assume that if the European proletariat had conquered power in 1919, it could have taken our backward country in tow, backward in the economic and cultural sense, could have come to our aid technically and organizationally, and thus have enabled us, by correcting and modifying our methods of war communism, to move straight toward a genuine socialist economy. Yes, admittedly, such were our hopes. We have never based our policy on the minimizing of revolutionary possibilities and perspectives. On the contrary, as a living revolutionary force, we have always striven to expand these possibilities and exhaust each one to the very end. It is only the Messrs. Scheidmans and Eberts who on the eve of the revolution deny it, have no faith in it, and make ready to become His Imperial Majesty's ministers. The revolution catches them by surprise, engulfs them. They flounder helplessly and later at the first opportunity become converted into the tools of the counter-revolution. As regards the gentlemen of the 2.5 International, they made special efforts in those days to demarcate themselves from the Second International. They proclaimed the inception of a revolutionary epoch and they recognized the dictatorship of the proletariat. Naturally, it was only empty talk so far as they were concerned. At the very first sign of an ebb, all of this nondescript human rubbish returned under Scheidman's roof. But the very fact that the 2.5 International was formed is evidence that the revolutionary perspective of the Communist International and of our party in particular was not at all utopian, not alone from the standpoint of the general tendency of historical development but also from the standpoint of its actual tempo. After the war, what the revolutionary proletariat lacked was the revolutionary party. The social democracy saved capitalism, that is, postponed its hour of doom for several years, or more accurately, prolonged its death agony because the life of the capitalist world today is nothing but a long drawn-out death agony. But at all events, this fact created the least favorable conditions for the Soviet Republic and for its economic development. Workers' and peasants' Russia found herself caught in the vice of economic blockade. From the West we received not technical and organizational assistance, but one military intervention after another. And after it became clear that we would emerge as victors in the military sense, it likewise became clear that in the economic sense we were compelled to continue for a long while to depend upon our own resources and forces. The new economy policy, the NEP. Hence, out of war communism, i.e., out of emergency measures designed to sustain the economic life of a beleaguered fortress, arose the need of changing over to a system of measures that would assure a gradual expansion of the country's productive forces, even without the collaboration of socialist Europe. The military victory which would have been excluded if not for war communism, permitted us, in turn, to pass over from measures dictated by military necessity to measures dictated by economic expediency. Such is the origin of the so-called new economic policy. It is frequently called a retreat, and we ourselves, for good and substantial reasons, call it a retreat. But in order to correctly appraise exactly what this retreat involves, in order to understand how little this retreat resembles capitulation, it is first necessary to have a clear picture of our present economic situation and of the tendencies of its development. In March 1917, Tsarism was overthrown. In October 1917, the working class seized power. Virtually all of the land, nationalized by the state, was handed over to the peasants. The peasants cultivating this land are now obliged to pay the state a fixed tax in kind, which forms the main fund for socialist construction. All the railways, all the industrial enterprises became state property, and with a few minor exceptions, the state operates these enterprises for its own benefit. The entire credit system is in the hands of the state. Foreign trade is a state monopoly. Anyone capable of evaluating soberly and without preconceptions the result of the 5 years' existence of the workers' state would have to say, yes, indeed, for a backward country there has been a very notable socialist advance. The main peculiarity, however, lies in the fact that this advance has not been effected through a steady upward movement but through zigzags. First we had the regime of communism, followed by our opening the gates for market relations. The bourgeois press has declared this turn in policy to be a renunciation of communism, marking the beginnings of a capitulation of capitalism. Needless to say, the Social Democrats are expounding this theme, elaborating it and adding commentaries to it. It is inadmissible, however, not to recognize that here and there even a few of our friends have fallen into doubt. Isn't there actually a massed capitulation to capitalism here? Isn't there really a danger that capitalism might, by basing itself on the free market we restored, begin to develop more and more, and gain the upper hand over the beginnings of socialism? To answer this question, it is first necessary to clear away the basic misunderstanding. The contention that Soviet economic development is traveling from communism to capitalism is false to the core. We never had communism. We never had socialism, nor could we have had it. We nationalized the disorganized bourgeois economy, and during the most critical period of life and death struggle we established a regime of communism in the distribution of articles of consumption. By vanquishing the bourgeoisie in the field of politics and war, we gained the possibility of coming to grips with economic life, and we found ourselves constrained to reintroduce the market forms of relations between the city and the village, between the different branches of industry, and between the individual enterprises themselves. Failing a free market, the peasant would be unable to find his place in economic life, losing the incentive to improve and expand his crops. Only a mighty upsurge of state industry, enabling it to provide the peasant and agriculture with all its requirements, will prepare the soil for integrating the peasant into the general system of socialist economy. Technically, this task will be solved with the aid of electrification, which will deal a mortal blow to the backwardness of rural life, the muzhik's barbaric isolation, and the idiocy of village life. But the road to all this is through improving the economic life of our peasant proprietor, as he is today. The worker state can achieve this only through the market, which stimulates the personal and selfish interests of the petty proprietor. The initial gains are already at hand. This year the village will supply the worker state with more bread grains as taxes in kind than were received by the state in the period of war communism through confiscation of the grain surpluses. At the same time, agriculture is undoubtedly on its way up. The peasant is satisfied, and in the absence of normal relations between the proletariat and the peasantry, socialist development is impossible in our country. But the new economic policy does not flow solely from the interrelations between the city and the village. This policy is a necessary stage in the growth of state-owned industry. Between capitalism, under which the means of production are owned by private individuals and all economic relations are regulated by the market, I say, between capitalism and complete socialism, with its socially planned economy, there are a number of transitional stages, and the NEP is essentially one of these stages. Let us analyze this question, taking the railways as a case in point. It is precisely railway transportation that provides a field which is prepared in the maximum degree for socialist economy, because the railway network in our country had been for the most part nationalized already under capitalism, and it has been centralized and to a certain extent normalized by the very conditions of technology. The bigger half of the roads we obtained from the state, the remainder we confiscated from the private companies. A genuine socialist management must of course approach the entire network as a unit, that is, not from the standpoint of an owner of this or that railway line, but from the standpoint of the interests of the entire transport system and the country's economy as a whole. It must apportion locomotives or freight cars among the various lines to meet the requirements of economic life as a whole. But a transition to such an economy even in the centralized field of railway transport is not so simple. A whole number of intermediate economic and technical stages is involved. Locomotives happen to be of various types, because they were constructed at different periods, by different companies, and in different plants, and furthermore, different types of locomotives are simultaneously repaired in one and the same set of railway shops, and conversely, locomotives of the same type, in different shops. Capitalist society wastes, as is well known, a huge amount of labor power, by its superdiversification, and the anarchistic kaleidoscopy of the component parts of its productive apparatus. It is, consequently, necessary to sort the locomotives according to type and allot them to the various railway lines and shops. This will be the first serious step on the road toward normalization, that is, the institution of technological homogeneity with regard to locomotives and locomotive parts. Normalization, as we have said more than once, and correctly so, is socialism in technology. Failing normalization, technology cannot reach its fullest flowering. And where should we start the normalization if not with railways? We did actually tackle this task but immediately ran up against major obstacles. The railway lines, not only those privately owned, but also the state-owned lines, settled their accounts with all the other economic enterprises through the medium of the market. Under the particular system, this was economically unavoidable and necessary because the equipment and development of a particular line depends upon how far it justifies itself economically. Whether a particular railway is beneficial to the economy can be ascertained only through the medium of the market, so long as we have not yet elaborated the methods of overall statistical calculations of a socialist economy, and these methods, as I have said, can become available only as the result of an extensive practical experience gained on the basis of nationalized means of production. And so, in the course of the Civil War, the old methods of economic control were eliminated before it was possible to create new methods. Under these conditions, the entire railway network was formally unified, but each individual line in this network lost contact with the rest of the economic milieu and remained suspended in midair. By approaching the network as a self-sufficient technical entity, by consolidating railway carriages and the freight car stock of the entire network, by centralistically fixing uniform types of locomotives, and by centralizing the repair work, that is, by following an abstract technico-socialist plan, we ran the risk of completely losing all control over what was necessary and what was not, over what was profitable and what was not in the case of each individual railway and the network as a whole. Which line should be expanded and which one should be contracted? What rolling stock and what personnel should a given line have? How much freight could the state transport for its own needs, and what share of the carrying capacity should be allotted for the needs of other organizations and private individuals? All these questions, at the given historical stage, cannot be resolved except by fixing rates for transportation, by correct bookkeeping, and exact commercial calculation. Only by maintaining a profit and loss balance between the various sections of the railway network, coupled with the same sort of balance among other branches of economy, will we be able to elaborate methods of socialist calculation and the methods for a new economic plan. Hence flows the necessity, even after all the railways have become state property, of permitting individual railway lines or groups of lines to retain their economic independence, in the sense of their being able to adjust themselves to all the other economic enterprises upon which they depend or which are serviced by them. In and of themselves, abstract plans and formal socialist aims do not suffice to switch the operation of railways from the capitalist over to the socialist track. For a certain and rather long period of time, the worker state shall have to utilize capitalist methods, that is, methods of the market, in operating the railway network. The foregoing considerations apply even more obviously to industrial enterprises which were not any way nearly so centralized and so normalized under capitalism as the railway lines. With the liquidation of the market and of the credit system, each factory resembled a telephone whose wires had been cut. War communism created a bureaucratic surrogate of economic unity. The machine-building factories in the Urals, in the Donets Basin, Moscow, Petrograd and elsewhere were consolidated under a single central commissariat, which centralistically allotted them fuel, raw materials, technical equipment and working forces, maintaining the latter through a system of equal rations. It is perfectly self-evident that such a bureaucratic management completely leveled off the peculiarities of each individual enterprise and cancelled out any possibility of verifying its productive capacity and its gainfulness, even if the bookkeeping entries of the Central Commission had been distinguished by a greater or lesser degree of precision, which in reality has been out of the question. Before each enterprise can function planfully as a component cell of the socialist organism, we shall have to engage in large-scale transitional activities of operating the economy through the market over a period of many years. And in the course of this transitional epoch, each enterprise and each set of enterprises must to a greater or lesser degree orient itself independently in the market and test itself through the market. This is precisely the gist of the new economic policy. While politically it has meant that concessions to the peasantry have taken the limelight, it is of no lesser importance as an unavoidable stage in the development of state-owned industry during the transition from capitalist to socialist economy. And so, in order to regulate industry, the workers' state has resorted to methods of the market. A market must have a universal equivalent. In our case, as you know, this universal equivalent is in a rather sorry condition. Comrade Lenin has already dealt with our efforts to secure a more or less stable ruble, and he has pointed out that our attempts in this direction have not been entirely unsuccessful. It is very instructive to note that together with the restoration of the market, there has likewise occurred a revival of fetishistic manifestations in the domain of economic thought. Among those affected by it are many communists in so far as they speak not as communists but as traders on the market. Our enterprises, as you well know, suffer from a lack of resources. Where can we get them? Why, that's obvious, from the printing presses. We need only, it is argued, increase our currency emissions in order to set in motion a number of factories and plants now shut down. In exchange for your paltry pieces of paper, which you issue in such miserly amounts, some comrades say, we could in a few months supply you with linen, shoes, screws, and other beautiful things. The utter falsity of such reasoning is perfectly obvious. The scarcity of the means of circulation is simply evidence of our poverty, and it signifies that in order to expand production we must first pass through a stage of primitive socialist accumulation. Our poverty in bread, in coal, locomotives, apartments, and so on today assumes the form of scarcity in the means of circulation because we have shifted our economic life over to the foundations of the market. Thereupon heavy industry has been pointing enviously to the successes of fight industry. What does this mean? This means that with the incipient revival of economy, the available resources are being directed in the main where they are most urgently needed, that is, into those branches that produced goods for personal or productive consumption of workers and peasants. Business is now booming in enterprises of this type. Further, the state-owned enterprises are competing with one another on the market, and in part they have to compete with private enterprises, which, as we know, are very small numerically. Only in this way will nationalized industry learn to function properly. There is no other way of our reaching this goal. Neither a priori economic plans hatched within hermetically sealed four-office walls, nor abstract communist sermons will secure it for us. It is necessary for each state-owned factory, with its technical director and with its commercial director, to be subjected not only to control from the top, by the state organs, but also from below, by the market which will remain the regulator of the state economy for a long time to come. In proportion as the state-owned light industry, by consolidating itself on the market, starts to provide the state with income, we shall acquire the means of circulation for heavy industry. Naturally, this is not the only source at the disposal of the state. It has other sources, too. There is the tax in kind coming from the peasant, there are the taxes on private industry and private trade, income from tariffs, and so on. The financial difficulties of our industry are not, therefore, self-limited in character but derived from the entire process of our economic revival. If our financial commissariat were to accede to the demands of each industrial enterprise by increasing its currency emissions, the market would regurgitate the superfluous paper money, before the impatient factories succeeded in throwing new products into the markets. In other words, the value of the ruble would drop so catastrophically that the purchasing power of this doubled or tripled emission would be less than the purchasing power of the money now in circulation. Our state, of course, does not renounce new currency emissions, but these must come in consonance with the actual economic process, and must in each case be so calculated as to increase the state's purchasing power, and thereby aid in the primitive socialist accumulation. Our state, for its part, does not renounce planned economy in toto, that is, of introducing deliberate and imperative corrections into the operations of the market. But in so doing our state does not take as its point of departure some a priori calculation, or an abstract and extremely inexact planned hypothesis, as was the case under war communism. Its point of departure is the actual operation of this very same market, and one of the instruments of regulating the market is the condition of the country's currency, and of its centralized governmental credit system. The forces and resources of the two camps. Whither is the NEP leading us, toward capitalism or toward socialism? This is, of course, the central question. The market, the free trade in grain, competition, leases, concessions, what will be the upshot of all this? If you give the devil a finger, mightn't it be necessary to give him next an arm and then a shoulder, and, in the end, the whole body too? We are already witnessing a revival of private capital in the field of trade, especially along the channels between the city and the village. For the second time in our country, private, merchants' capital is passing through the stage of primitive capitalist accumulation, while the workers' state is passing through the period of primitive socialist accumulation. No sooner does private merchants' capital arise than it seeks ineluctably to worm its way into industry as well. The state is leasing factories and plants to private businessmen. The accumulation of private capital now goes on, in consequence, not merely in trade but also in industry. Isn't it then likely that Messrs. Exploiters, the speculators, the merchants, the lessees and the concessionaires, will wax more powerful under the protection of the workers' state, gaining control of an ever larger sector of the national economy, draining off the elements of socialism through the medium of the market, and later at a propitious moment, gaining control of state power, too? For we are as well aware as Otto Bauer that economics constitutes the social foundation, while politics is its superstructure. So doesn't all this really signify that the NEP is a transition to capitalist restoration? In answering abstractly a question posed in so abstract a manner, no one can of course deny that the danger of capitalist restoration is by no means excluded, no more than, in general, danger is excluded of a temporary defeat in the course of any struggle. When we fought Kolchak and Denikin, who were backed by the Entente, we incurred the likely danger of being defeated as Trotsky benignly expected from one day to the next. But while taking into consideration the theoretical possibility of defeat, we oriented our policy and practice upon victory. We supplemented this relation of forces with a firm will and a correct strategy. And in the end we conquered. Once again, there is war between the selfsame enemies, the workers' state and capitalism. But this time the hostilities occur not on the military arena but in the field of economy. Whereas during the Civil War there was a duel for influence over the peasants between the Red Army on the one side and the White Army on the other, so today the struggle between state capital and private capital is for the peasant market. In a struggle it is always necessary to have the fullest and most accurate estimate possible of the forces and resources disposed by the enemy and at our own disposal. How do matters stand on this score? Our most important weapon in the economic struggle occurring on the basis of the market is state power. Reformist simpletons are the only ones who are incapable of grasping the significance of this weapon. The bourgeoisie understands it excellently. The whole history of the bourgeoisie proves it. Another weapon of the proletariat is that the country's most important productive forces are in its hands: the entire railway system, the entire mining industry, the crushing bulk of enterprises servicing industry are under the direct economic management of the working class. The workers' state likewise owns the land, and the peasants annually contribute in return for using it hundreds of millions of poods, 1 pood equals 36 pounds, in taxes in kind. The workers' power holds the state frontiers, foreign commodities, and foreign capital generally can gain access to our country only within limits which are deemed desirable and legitimate by the workers' state. Such are the weapons and means of socialist construction. Our adversaries gain, of course, the opportunity to accumulate capital even under the workers' power, exploiting above all the free trade in grain. Merchants' capital may infiltrate, and is already infiltrating industry, leasing enterprises, making profit on them and growing. All this is absolutely incontestable. But what are the reciprocal quantitative relations between these contending forces? What is the dynamic of these forces? In this sphere, as in all others, quantity passes into quality. If the country's most important productive forces were to fall into the hands of private capital, then there could not naturally even be talk of socialist construction, and the days of workers' power would be numbered. How great is this danger? How close is it? Only facts and figures can give an answer to this question. I shall cite the most important and indispensable data. Our railway system extends for 63,000 versts, employs more than 800,000 persons, and is wholly in the hands of the state. No one would deny that the railway system is a very important factor in economic life, and in many respects a decisive factor, and we do not propose to let it slip out of our hands. Let us now consider the field of industry. Even now, under the new economic policy, all industrial enterprises without a single exception remain the property of the state. True enough, some of these enterprises are leased out. But what is the correlation between the industries which the state continues to operate itself and those which it has leased? This correlation may be gauged from the following figures. There are more than 4,000 state-owned and state-operated enterprises, employing approximately 1 million workers. There are a little less than 4,000 leased enterprises employing all told about 80,000 workers. This means that in the state enterprises the average number of workers is 207 workers per enterprise, whereas in the leased enterprises the average is 17 workers. The explanation for this is to be found in the fact that under lease are secondary and, for the most part, tertiary enterprises in the light industry. But even of the leased enterprises, only a little more than half, 51%, are exploited by private capitalists. The remaining enterprises are operated by individual commissariats and distributive cooperative societies who rent them from the state and run them on their own account. In other words, there are about 2,000 of the smallest enterprises employing 40,000 to 50,000 workers under the exploitation of private capital, as against 4,000 of the most powerful and best equipped enterprises, employing approximately 1 million workers, which are operated by the Soviet state. It is laughable and ridiculous to talk of the triumph of capitalism, in general, in the face of these facts and figures. Naturally, the leased enterprises compete with the state-operated enterprises, and from an abstract standpoint, one may say that if the leased enterprises are run very well while the state enterprises are run very poorly, then over a period of many years private capital would devour state capital. But we are still very far removed from this. Control over the economic process remains in the hands of the state power, and this power is in the hands of the working class. In re-establishing the market, the workers' state naturally introduced a number of juridical changes indispensable for obtaining a market turnover. Insofar as these legal and administrative reforms open up the possibility of capitalist accumulation, they constitute indirect but very important concessions to the bourgeoisie. But our neo-bourgeoisie will be able to exploit these concessions only in proportion to its economic and political resources. We know what its economic resources are. They are less than modest. Politically, its resources are equal to zero. And we shall do everything in our power to see to it that the bourgeoisie does not accumulate capital in the political field. You ought not to forget that the credit system and the tax apparatus remain in the hands of the worker state, and that this is a very important weapon in the struggle between state industry and private industry. True enough, private capital plays a more extensive role in the field of trade. No exact figures on this score are as yet available. According to very rough approximations made by statisticians of our distributive cooperatives, private trading capital comprises 30% of the trading turnover in the country, while the state and the cooperatives have 70%. Private capital plays in the main the role of middleman between agriculture and industry, and in part between the different branches of industry. But the most important industrial enterprises belong to the state. The key to foreign trade is likewise in its hands. The state is the chief buyer and chief seller on the market. Under these conditions, the distributive cooperatives can compete quite successfully with private capital, with time working in favor of the former. Further, let us repeat once again that the pruning knife of taxation is a very important instrument. With it, the worker state will be able to clip the young plant of capitalism, lest it thrive too luxuriously. In point of theory, we have always maintained that the proletariat would, upon conquering power, be compelled for a long while to tolerate alongside the state enterprises the existence of those private enterprises which are technologically less advanced and least suited for centralization. Therewith, we never had any doubt that the relations between the state enterprises and private enterprises, as well as the reciprocal relations among individual state enterprises or groups, would be regulated by the market through monetary calculations. But for this very reason we consequently recognize that parallel with the process of socialist economic reorganization there would still recur the process of private capitalist accumulation. It never entered our minds, however, to fear that private accumulation would outstrip and devour the growing state economy. Whence and why, then, all this talk about the inevitable victory of capitalism or of our alleged capitulation to it? It arises for no other reason save this, that we didn't at first simply leave the small enterprises in private hands but nationalized them, and even attempted to run a number of them on the state's own account, but leased them later on. But however you evaluate this economic zigzag, whether as an exigency arising out of the entire situation or as a tactical blunder, it is perfectly clear that this turn in policy, or this retreat, alters nothing in the relation of forces between the state industry and privately leased sectors. On the one hand you have the state power, the railway system and 1 million industrial workers, and on the other, approximately 50,000 workers exploited by private capital. Where then is the slightest justification for claiming that under these conditions capitalist accumulation is assured the victory over socialist accumulation? Clearly we hold the trump cards, all except one, which is indeed very important, namely, private capital now operating in Russia is backed up by world capital. We are still living in a capitalist encirclement. For this reason, one can and should raise the question whether our incipient socialism, which still has to employ capitalist methods, may not in the end be bought up by world capitalism. There are always two parties to a transaction of this kind, the buyer and the seller. But we hold the power, it is in the hands of the working class. It decides what concessions to make, their object as well as their scope. Foreign trade is a monopoly. European capital seeks to make a breach in this monopoly. But they will be sadly disappointed. The monopoly of foreign trade is of principled importance to us. It is one of our safeguards against capitalism which, of course, would not at all be averse under certain conditions to buy up our incipient socialism, after failing to snuff it out by military measures. So far as concessions are concerned today, Comrade Lenin has here remarked, discussions are plentiful, concessions are scarce. Laughter. How explain this? Precisely by the fact that there is not, and there will not be any capitulation to capitalism on our part. To be sure, those who favor the resumption of relations with Soviet Russia have more than once contended and written that world capitalism, in the throes of its greatest crisis, is in need of Soviet Russia. England needs an outlet for her goods in Russia, Germany needs Russian grain, and so forth and so on. This seems perfectly true, if one surveys the world through pacifist spectacles, that is, from the standpoint of plain horse sense, which is invariably quite pacifistic. Laughter, and that is why it is invariably bamboozled. One would then imagine that the English capitalists would try with might and main to invest their funds in Russia. One would then imagine that the French bourgeoisie would orient German technology in this same direction so as to create new sources whereby German reparations could be paid. But we see nothing of the sort. Why not? Because we are living in an epoch when the capitalist equilibrium has been completely upset. Because we live in an epoch when economic, political and military crises instantly crisscross, an epoch of instability, uncertainty and unremitting alarm. This militates against the bourgeoisie's conducting any long-range policy, because such a policy immediately becomes transformed into an equation with too many unknowns. We finally succeeded in concluding a trade agreement with England. But this happened a year and a half ago. In reality, all our transactions with England are still on a cash and carry basis. We pay with gold, and the question of concessions is still in the phase of discussion. If the European bourgeoisie and above all the English bourgeoisie believed that large-scale collaboration with Russia would bring about immediately a serious improvement in Europe's economic situation, then Lloyd George and Company would have undoubtedly brought matters in Genoa to a different conclusion. But they are aware that collaboration with Russia cannot immediately bring any major and drastic changes. The Russian market will not eliminate English unemployment within a few weeks or even months. Russia can be integrated only gradually, as a constantly increasing factor, into Europe's and the world's economic life. Because of her vast extent, her natural resources, her large population, and especially because of the stimulus imparted by her revolution, Russia can become the most important economic force in Europe and in the world, but not instantaneously, not overnight, but only over a period of years. Russia could become a major buyer and supplier provided she were given credits today and, consequently, enabled to accelerate her economic growth. Within 5 or 10 years she could become a major market for England. But in the latter event, the English government would have to believe that it could last 10 years and that English capitalism would be strong enough 10 years hence to retain the Russian market. In other words, a policy of genuine economic collaboration with Russia can only be a policy based on very broad foundations. But the whole point is that the post-war bourgeoisie is no longer capable of conducting long-range policies. It doesn't know what the next day will bring and still less, what will happen on the day after tomorrow. This is one of the symptoms of the bourgeoisie's historical demise. To be sure, this seems to be in contradiction with Leslie Urquhart's attempt to conclude an agreement with us for not less than 99 years. But this contradiction is truly only an apparent one. Urquhart's motivation is quite simple and, in its own way, unassailable. Should capitalism survive in England and throughout the world for the next 99 years, then Urquhart will keep his concessions in Russia, too. But what if the proletarian revolution erupts not 99 years or even 9 years from now but much earlier? What then? In that case, naturally, Russia would be the last place where the expropriated proprietors of the world could retain their property. But a man who is about to lose his head has little cause to shed tears over his mop of hair. When we first made the offer of long-term concessions, Trotsky drew the conclusion that we had lost hope in the early coming of the proletarian revolution. Today he ought to conclude flatly that we have postponed the revolution for at least 99 years. Such a conclusion, quite worthy of this venerable but somewhat shabby theoretician, would, however, be groundless. As a matter of fact, in signing a particular concession, we assume obligations only for our legal code and administrative procedure with regard to this concession, but in no case for the future course of the world revolution. The latter will have to hurdle several major obstacles other than our concession agreements. The alleged capitulation of the Soviet power to capitalism is deduced by the Social Democrats not from an analysis of facts and figures, but from vague generalities, as often as not from the term state capitalism, which we employ in referring to our state economy. In my own opinion, this term is neither exact nor happy. Comrade Lenin has already underscored in his report the need of enclosing this term in quotation marks, that is, of using it with the greatest caution. This is a very important injunction because not everybody is cautious enough. In Europe, this term was interpreted quite erroneously even by communists. There are many who imagine that our state industry represents genuine state capitalism, in the strict sense of this term as universally accepted among Marxists. That is not at all the case. If one does speak of state capitalism, then this is done in very big quotation marks, so big that they overshadow the term itself. Why? For a very obvious reason. In using this term, it is impermissible to ignore the class character of the state. It is not unhelpful to bear in mind that the term itself is socialist in its origin. Jouers and the French reformists in general who emulated him used to talk of the consistent socialization of the democratic republic. To this we Marxists replied that so long as political power remained in the hands of the bourgeoisie, this socialization was not socialization at all, and that it would not lead to socialism, but only to state capitalism. To put it differently, the ownership of various factories, railways and so on by diverse capitalists would be superseded by an ownership of the totality of enterprises, railways and so on by the very same bourgeois firm, called the state. In the same measure as the bourgeoisie retains political power, it will, as a whole, continue to exploit the proletariat through the medium of state capitalism, just as an individual bourgeois exploits, by means of private ownership, his own workers. The term, state capitalism, was thus put forward, or at all events, employed polemically by revolutionary Marxists against the reformists, for the purpose of explaining and proving that genuine socialization begins only after the conquest of power by the working class. The reformists, as you know, built their entire program around reforms. We Marxists never denied socialist reforms. But we said that the epoch of socialist reforms would be inaugurated only after the conquest of power by the proletariat. There was a controversy over this. Today in Russia the power is in the hands of the working class. The most important industries are in the hands of the worker state. No class exploitation exists here, and consequently, neither does capitalism exist, although its forms still persist. The industry of the worker state is a socialist industry in its tendencies of development, but in order to develop, it utilizes methods which were invented by capitalist economy and which we have far from outlived as yet. Under a genuine state capitalism, that is, under bourgeois rule, the growth of state capitalism signifies the enrichment of the bourgeois state, its growing power over the working class. In our country, the growth of Soviet state industry signifies the growth of socialism itself, a direct strengthening of the power of the proletariat. We observe more than once in history the development of economic phenomena, new in principle, within the old integuments, and moreover this occurs by means of the most diverse combinations. When industry took root in Russia, still under the laws of feudalism, in the days of Peter the Great and thereafter, the factories and plants, while patterned after the European models of those times, were nevertheless built upon feudal beginnings, that is, serfs were attached to them in the capacity of the labor force. These factories were called manorial factories. Capitalists like the Stroganovs, Demidovs and others, who owned these enterprises, developed capitalism within the integuments of feudalism. Similarly, socialism must unavoidably take its first steps within the integuments of capitalism. It is impossible to make a transition to perfected socialist methods by trying to leap over one's own head, especially if it happens to be a head that is not very clean nor well combed, as happens to be the case with our own Russian heads. This remark, I hope, will not be taken amiss. It is not meant personally. We must still learn and keep on learning. Criterion of the productivity of labor. There remains, however, a question which is important and fundamental for determining the viability of a social regime which we have not touched upon at all. This is the question of the economy's productivity, not alone the productivity of individual workers, but the productivity of the economic regime as a whole. The historical ascent of mankind consists in just this, that a regime which assures a higher productivity of labor supersedes regimes with a lower productivity. If capitalism supplanted ancient feudal society, it was only because human labor is more productive under the rule of capital. And the main and sole reason why socialism will vanquish capitalism completely and definitely is because it will assure a far greater volume of products per each unit of human labor power. Can we already say that our state enterprises are operating more productively than under the capitalist regime? No, we have yet to attain this. Not only are the Americans, the English, the French, or the Germans in their capitalist factories working better, more productively than we do. This was the case even before the Revolution, but we ourselves used to work better before the Revolution than we do today. This circumstance might at first glance appear very damnable from the standpoint of appraising the Soviet regime. Our bourgeois enemies and echoing them, naturally, also our social democratic critics make every possible use of the fact that our economy's productivity is so low. At the Genoa conference, the French delegate Conrad, in reply to Chicherin, announced with typical bourgeois insolence that the Soviet delegation had generally no right to say a word about economic affairs in view of Russia's actual economic condition. This argument appears at first glance crushing. But as a matter of fact, it is merely evidence of abysmal historical and economic ignorance. Of course, it would be splendid if we were able right now to prove the superiorities of socialism not by theoretical arguments drawn from past experience, but by material facts. That is to say, if we could show that our plants and factories assure, thanks to their greater centralization and efficiency, higher productivity of labor than similar enterprises before the Revolution. But we haven't attained this yet. Nor is it possible to attain it so soon. What we have now is not socialism as opposed to capitalism, but the laborious process of accomplishing the transition from one to the other, and moreover, only the initial and most painful steps of this transition. Paraphrasing the famous words of Karl Marx, one may say that we are suffering from the fact that our country still retains massive vestiges of capitalism amid only the rudiments of socialism. Indeed, the productivity of labor in our country has declined, and so have the living standards. In agriculture, last year's crops were approximately 3/4 of the average pre-war yield. The situation is even sadder in industry. Our production this year is about 1/4 of the pre-war period. Our transportation system is operating at about 1/3 of its pre-war capacity. These are very sad facts. But how did matters stand during the transition from feudalism to capitalism? Was there a different situation at this time? Capitalist society, so rich and so boastful of its wealth and culture, also sprang from revolution, and a very destructive one at that. The objective historical task of creating the conditions for a higher productivity of labor was in the last analysis solved by the bourgeois revolution, or more accurately by a number of revolutions. But how did this take place? Through the most widespread devastation and through a temporary decline in material culture. Let us take as an illustration the case of France herself. Naturally, Karl Rath, in his capacity of bourgeois minister, is under no obligation to be acquainted with the history of his own passionately beloved fatherland. But we, on the other hand, are familiar with the history of France and the history of her revolution. It is immaterial whether we turn to the writings of the reactionary Taine or the socialist Jouwers. In either case, we can ascertain many graphic facts characterizing the horrible condition of France following her revolution. So vast was the devastation that after the 9th of Thermidor, that is, 5 years after the outbreak of the revolution, the impoverishment of France did not abate but on the contrary became progressively worse. In the 10th year of the Great French Revolution, when Napoleon Bonaparte was already first consul, Paris, with a population of 500,000 at that time, received a daily supply of flour ranging from 300 to 500 sacks, whereas the minimum subsistence requirement of the city was 1,500 sacks. One of the main concerns of the first consul was to keep a daily check on the flour deliveries. This was the situation, please note, 10 years after the beginning of the Great French Revolution. By that time the population of France had declined, because of famine, epidemics and wars, in 37 out of the 58 departments. Needless to say, the English Karl Raths and Poincarés of that day looked down upon the ruined France with the greatest contempt. What does all this mean? It simply means that revolution is a very harsh and costly method of solving the question of society's economic transformation. But history has not invented any other method. The revolution throws open the doors for a new political order, but does so through a wide-wasting catastrophe. In our country, moreover, the revolution has been preceded by war. We are not in the 10th year of our revolution, please note this too, but just at the beginning of the 6th year, and our revolution goes far deeper than the Great French Revolution, which merely replaced one form of exploitation by another, whereas we are replacing a society resting on exploitation of man by a society that rests on human solidarity. The shocks have been very severe, causing great havoc and breaking many dishes, and what first strikes the eyes are the overhead expenses of the revolution. So far as the greatest conquests of the revolution are concerned, these are realized in life only gradually over a period of years and decades. Just the other day I chanced to run across a speech pertaining to this question which interests us. This speech was delivered by a French chemist, Berthelot, son of the more celebrated chemist Pierre Berthelot, speaking as a member of the Académie des Sciences. Here is the idea put forward by him, and I cite from the text reported by Le Temps. In all epochs of history and in the domain of sciences, in that of politics and in that of social phenomena alike, it has been the splendid and terrible privilege of armed conflicts to speed with blood and iron the birth of new times. Of course, Berthelot was thinking principally of war. Essentially he is nevertheless correct, for wars, to the extent that they serve the cause of revolutionary classes, have also greatly stimulated historical development. To the extent, however, that wars serve the cause of oppressors, which has been most frequently the case, they have often given an impulse to the movement of the oppressed. Berthelot's statement applies even more directly to revolution, armed conflicts, between classes that entail vast havoc simultaneously entail the birth of new times. From these considerations we infer that the overhead costs of revolution are not at all wasteful expenditures, faux frais as the French put it. But dividends cannot be demanded before the payments fall due. And we have to ask our friends to give us another 5 years. Then in the 10th year of the Revolution, that is, in the year when Napoleon used to keep a strict tally of the sacks of flour for starving Paris, we shall be in a position to prove the superiority of socialism to capitalism in the economic field, not by theoretical arguments merely, but by hard facts. And we trust that by then but aren't there, en route to these future successes, still dangers that our regime may suffer capitalist degeneration, precisely because of the extremely sorry state of our industry at the present time? The peasantry has harvested this year, as I have already said, about 3/4 of the pre-war crop. On the other hand, industry produced all told 1/4 of the pre-war output. Thereby the reciprocal relation between the city and country has been upset in the extreme, and greatly to the city's detriment. Under these conditions, state industry will be unable to supply the peasant with an equivalent product for his grain, and the peasant surpluses thrown into the market will provide the basis for private capitalist accumulation. Naturally, at bottom such reasoning is correct. Market relations have a logic of their own, regardless of what goals we may have in mind in restoring them. But here it is once again important to establish correct quantitative correlations. If the peasantry were to throw its entire crop into the market, this would, in view of the fourfold weakening of our industry, entail the direst consequences for socialist development. But in reality, the peasantry is producing in the main for its own personal consumption. Over and above this, the peasantry must pay the government this year more than 350 million poods for the tax in kind. The peasant will throw into the market only the surpluses after his personal needs are met, and the tax in kind is paid. This will hardly amount to more than 100 million poods in the current year, and further, an important, if not the decisive part of this surplus of 100 million poods will be purchased by the distributive cooperatives or by state institutions. The state industry thus stands counterposed not to the peasant economy as a whole, but only to one section of it, still insignificant, which is throwing its produce into the market. This section of the peasantry alone, or more accurately, only a fraction of this section, becomes a source for private capitalist accumulation. In the future this fraction will undoubtedly grow. But parallel with it there will also grow the productivity of the unified state industry. And there is absolutely no ground for concluding that the growth of state industry will lag behind the prosperity in agriculture. As we shall presently see, the sagacious and profound criticisms of the gentlemen of the moribund 2.5 International are based principally either on ignorance or on misunderstanding of elementary economic relations in Russia, as they are shaping up in the concrete conditions of time and space. On the social democratic criticism. On our 4th anniversary, that is, 1 year ago, Otto Bauer devoted a whole pamphlet to our economy. In this pamphlet Bauer recapitulates in a polite and oily way all that our more temperamental enemies in the social democratic camp have been accustomed to say, frothing at the mouth, concerning our new economic policy. In the first place, he tells us, the new economic policy is capitulation to capitalism. But that's precisely what is good and realistic about it, according to Bauer. These gentlemen invariably see realism in falling on their knees before the bourgeoisie at the very first suitable occasion. Bauer goes on to lecture us that the final upshot of the Russian Revolution could not possibly be anything else than the establishment of a bourgeois democratic republic, and he, Bauer, tells us that this is what he predicted as far back as the year 1917. Yet we seem to recall that in 1919 the predictions of these scrubby heroes of the 2.5 International were couched in a somewhat different tone. At that time they talked of the collapse of capitalism and the inception of a social revolutionary epoch. But the biggest fool in the world will refuse to believe that if capitalism were approaching its doom throughout the world, its blossoming time would be at hand in revolutionary Russia where the working class is in power. And so in 1917, when Otto Bauer still retained his virginal Austro-Marxist faith in the durability of capitalism and of the Habsburg monarchy, he wrote that the Russian Revolution must end in the establishment of a bourgeois state. Socialist opportunism, however, is always impressionistic in politics. Startled by the revolution and gasping for breath in its waves, Bauer admitted in 1919 that capitalism was collapsing and the social revolutionary epoch was at hand. But inasmuch as now, God be praised, the tide of revolution is once again ebbing, therefore our oracle hastily falls back upon his prophecy of 1917. For, as we already know, he has fortunately 2 sets of prophecies on tap and can turn on whichever seems to suit the occasion. Laughter. Bauer goes on to reason as follows. What we see being restored in Russia is thus a capitalist economy, dominated by a new bourgeoisie, resting upon millions of peasant households, a capitalist economy to which legislation and state administration are willy-nilly compelled to adapt themselves. Do you realize now what our Soviet Russia represents? A year ago this gentleman was already proclaiming that Soviet economy and the Soviet state were dominated by a new bourgeoisie. This leasing of enterprises, poorly equipped and employing, as I said, about 50,000 workers, as against 1 million workers in the best state enterprises, this, according to Bauer, is a capitulation of the Soviet power to industrial capital. In order to back up these assertions, silly as they are cynical, with the necessary historical justification, Bauer asserts. After prolonged hesitation, the Soviet government has at length decided to recognize the Tsarist foreign debts. In brief, one capitulation after another. Since many comrades will, not unnaturally, be hazy about the details of our history, let me remind you that as far back as February 4, 1919, we made the following proposals by radio to all the capitalist governments. We offered to recognize foreign debts incurred by Russia. We offered to pledge our raw materials as guarantees for payment of debts and interest. We offered to grant concessions at their convenience. We offered territorial concessions in the shape of military occupation of certain areas by Entente troops or by those of its Russian agents. All this we offered by radio on February 4, 1919 to the capitalist world in return for their leaving us in peace. And in April of the same year we repeated our proposals in even greater detail to the unofficial American plenipotentiary. What was the fellow's name? Laughter. Yes, Bullet, that was the fellow. Well, comrades, if you compare these proposals with those which our representatives rejected at Genoa and at The Hague, you will see that our trend has not been toward enlarging concessions, but rather toward more firmly defending our revolutionary conquests. Today we do not recognize any debts. We neither pledge nor are willing to pledge raw materials as guarantees. We are quite chary on the question of concessions, and on no account are we willing to tolerate occupation troops on our territories. There have been a few changes since the year 1919. We have already been informed by Otto Bauer that the trend of this entire development is toward democracy. This pupil of Trotsky and this teacher of Martov lectures us as follows. It has been once again confirmed that an overturn in the economic foundation must be followed by another overturn in the entire political superstructure. It is perfectly true that between the economic foundation and the political superstructure there exists in part, and on the whole precisely the interrelationship indicated by Bauer. But in the first place, the economic foundation of Soviet Russia is by no means altering in the manner pictured by Otto Bauer, nor even in the manner desired by Leslie Urquhart, whose exactions on this matter, we must acknowledge, bear far more weight than Bauer's. And secondly, to the extent that the economic basis is really changing in the direction of capitalist relations, these changes are occurring at such a rate and such a scale as to exclude the danger of our losing political control of this economic process. From a purely political standpoint, the issue still boils down to this, that the working class in power offer such and such important concessions to the bourgeoisie. But this is still a far cry from democracy, that is, from the transfer of power into the hands of the capitalists. To attain this goal, the bourgeoisie would require a successful counter-revolutionary overturn. And for such an overturn it must dispose of corresponding forces. In this respect we have learned a little from the bourgeoisie itself. Throughout the 19th century the bourgeoisie did nothing else except alternate between repressions and concessions. It made concessions in favor of the petty bourgeoisie, in favor of the peasantry and the upper layers of the working class, while at the same time mercilessly exploiting the toiling masses. These concessions were either political or economic, or a combination of both. But at all times these were concessions made by a ruling class which kept firm hold on state power. Some of the bourgeoisie's experiments in this field seemed at first quite venturesome, the introduction of universal suffrage, for instance. Marx designated the legal limitation of the working day in England as the victory of a new principle. Whose principle? The principle of the working class. But as we are well aware, there still remained a long road to travel from a partial victory for this principle to the conquest of political power by the English working class. The ruling bourgeoisie doled out concessions, retaining all the while complete control over the debit and credit sides of the state ledger. Its ruling politicians decided which concession could be granted not merely without endangering its secure hold on power, but on the contrary, for the sake of strengthening bourgeois rule. We Marxists have said more than once that the bourgeoisie has exhausted its historical mission. Meanwhile, it still retains power in its hands to this very day. This means that the interrelation between the economic foundation and the political superstructure by no means proceeds along a straight line. We observe a class regime maintaining itself for a number of decades after it had come into an obvious conflict with the needs of economic progress. What theoretical grounds are there for asserting that concessions granted by the workers' state to bourgeois relations must automatically entail the replacement of the workers' state by a capitalist state? If it is true that capitalism has exhausted itself on a world scale, and this is unquestionably true, then this goes to prove the progressive historic role of the workers' state. Concessions granted by the workers' state to the bourgeoisie simply represent a compromise dictated by the difficulties of development, but this development itself is predetermined and assured by history. Naturally, if our concessions were to grow boundlessly, multiplying and accumulating, if we began leasing ever newer and newer groups of nationalized industrial enterprises, if we began granting concessions in the most important branches of the mining industry or railway transport, if our policy were to continue sliding downward on the gravity chute of concessions for a number of years, then a time would inevitably arrive when the degeneration of the economic foundation would bring with it the collapse of the political superstructure. I speak of collapse and not of degeneration because capitalism cannot wrest power from the hands of the communist proletariat otherwise than through a fierce and merciless civil war. But whoever poses this question thereby presupposes that the rule of the world and the European bourgeoisie will remain virile and everlasting. This is what it all boils down to in the end. By recognizing, on the one hand, in their Sunday articles that capitalism, especially in Europe, has outlived itself and has become a brake upon historical progress, and by expressing, on the other hand, assurance that the evolution of Soviet Russia must inevitably end up in the triumph of bourgeois democracy, the social democratic theoreticians fall into a most wretched and banal contradiction, quite worthy of these dull and pompous muddleheads. Our new economic policy is calculated for specific conditions of space and time. It is the maneuverist policy of a worker state still living in a capitalist encirclement and banking firmly on revolutionary developments in Europe. To operate with absolute categories of capitalism and socialism and with, adequately, corresponding political superstructures, in deciding the destiny of the Soviet Republic, shows an utter inability to understand the conditions of a transitional epoch. It is the hallmark of a scholastic and not of a Marxist. One must never exclude from political calculations the factor of time. If you grant that capitalism will continue to exist in Europe for another century or half a century, and that Soviet Russia will be driven to adjust herself and her economic policy to capitalism, then the question resolves itself automatically. For by granting this you presuppose in advance the collapse of the proletarian revolution in Europe and the inception of a new epoch of capitalist renaissance. On what possible grounds? Since Otto Bauer has been able to discover miraculous symptoms of capitalist resurrection in the life of present-day Austria, then it goes without saying that Soviet Russia's doom is predestined. But we still fail to see any miracles, nor do we believe in miracles. From our standpoint, the perpetuation of the European bourgeoisie's rule for a number of decades would, under existing world conditions, signify not a new blossoming of capitalism, but the economic decay and cultural disintegration of Europe. That such a variant of historical development could drag Soviet Russia also into the abyss cannot, generally speaking, be denied. In that case, whether our country would pass through the stage of democracy or suffer decay in some other form is a second-rate question, but we see no reason whatever to enroll under the banner of Spengler's philosophy. We firmly count upon the revolutionary development of Europe. The new economic policy is simply our adaptation to the tempo of this development. Otto Bauer himself apparently senses uneasily that the regime of capitalist democracy by no means follows quite so directly from the changes which have occurred in our economy. For this reason, he very touchingly pleads with us to assist the capitalist tendency of development as against the socialist tendency. Bauer writes, "The reconstruction of capitalist economy cannot be effected under the dictatorship of the Communist Party. The new course in economics demands a new course in politics." Isn't this touching to the point of tears? The same individual who has rendered such wonderful economic and political assistance to the flowering of Austria. Laughter, this man urges us. Take notice, for God's sake, capitalism cannot possibly flourish under the dictatorship of your party. Just so. And it is precisely for this reason, saving the presence of all the Bauers, that we maintain the dictatorship of our party. Loud laughter, applause. In our country, concessions to capitalism are doled out by the Communist Party, as the leader of the worker state. At the present time, our press is conducting an extensive discussion on the question of granting a concession to Leslie Urquhart. Should it be made or should it be withheld? This discussion is intended to clarify both the concrete material provisions of the contract as well as to appraise this contract from the standpoint of its role in the overall system of Soviet economy. Perhaps the concession is too sweeping? Mightn't capitalism sink its roots, through this concession, too deeply into the very heart of our industrial economy? These are the pros and cons. Who decides them? The workers' state. Naturally, the NEP contains an enormous concession to bourgeois relations and to the bourgeoisie itself. But it is we who determine the limits of this concession. We are the masters. The key to the door is in our hands. The state is in and of itself a factor of huge importance in economic life. And we haven't the slightest intention of letting this factor slip out of our hands. The world situation and the revolutionary perspectives. Let me repeat, the social democratic prophecy concerning the consequences of our new economic policy derives entirely from the conception that the proletarian revolution in Europe is hopeless for the next historical period. We cannot prevent these gentlemen from remaining pessimists at the expense of the proletariat and optimists for the benefit of the bourgeoisie. This happens to be the historical calling of the epigones of the Second International. As for ourselves, we see no reason to cast doubt on or to modify the analysis of the world situation as formulated by us in the theses adopted by the Third Congress of the Communist International. In the 18 months that have since elapsed, capitalism has not moved a step closer to restoring its equilibrium, completely upset by the war and the consequences of war. Lord Curzon, the English Minister for Foreign Affairs, speaking on November 9th, the birthday of the German Republic, gave a rather good summary of the world situation. I don't know how many of you have managed to read this speech, and so I propose to quote a passage from it, which merits citation. Says Curzon, "All the powers have emerged from the war with weakened and broken energies. We English are ourselves suffering from a heavy burden of taxation which weighs upon the industry of our country. We have a great number of unemployed in all branches of work. As regards France, her indebtedness is immense, and she is not able to obtain the payment of the war indemnities. Germany is in a condition of political instability, and her economic life is paralyzed by an appalling currency crisis. Russia still remains outside the family of European nations. It is still under the communist flag. Curzon, it appears, is not at all in agreement with Otto Bauer, laughter, and continues to carry on constant propaganda all over the world, which is entirely untrue, laughter. Italy, continues Curzon, has passed through a number of shocks and governmental crises. Has far from passed through. I would say, Italy is still passing through, laughter. The Near East is in a condition of absolute chaos. The situation is a terrible one. Even we, Russian communists, would be hard put to it to carry on better propaganda than Curzon all over the world. The situation is a terrible one. On the 5th anniversary of the Soviet Republic, this is the assurance we get from one of the most authoritative representatives of the strongest European power. And he is right, the situation is terrible. And, let us add, it is necessary to find a way out of this terrible situation. The one and only way out is revolution. An Italian correspondent recently asked me to appraise the present world situation. I gave the following and, incidentally, rather banal answer. The bourgeoisie is no longer capable of ruling, which is, as we have just heard, confirmed in the main by Lord Curzon, while the working class is still incapable of seizing power. This is what determines the ill-starred character of our epoch. Such was the gist of my remarks. 3 or 4 days ago a friend sent me from Berlin a clipping from one of the latest issues of the Freiheit just prior to its demise. Its heading is Kautsky's victory over Trotsky. Laughter. It states that the Rote Fahne cannot summon up sufficient courage to speak up against my capitulation to Kautsky, although, as you know, comrades, Rote Fahne has not usually been backward in attacking me, even when I was right. Still, that story pertains to the Third World Congress and not to the Fourth. Shouts of approval and laughter. Well, I had said to the Italian journalist, the capitalists are already incapable of ruling, while the workers are not yet capable of ruling. This is the character of our epoch. Whereupon the Freiheit, of blessed memory, commented as follows. What Trotsky advances here as his own view is the opinion earlier expressed by Kautsky. And so I am virtually guilty of plagiarism. This is a high price to pay for a banal interview. I am obliged to tell you that giving interviews is not a very pleasant occupation, and that here in Russia we are never interviewed of our own free will but always upon the strict orders of friend Ciceron. You will note that in the era of the new economic policy, wherein we have renounced excessive centralism, a few things have nevertheless remained centralized in Russia. At all events, all the orders for interviews are centralized in the Commissariat for Foreign Affairs. Laughter. And since interviews are obligatory, one naturally trots out his choicest and stalest stock of commonplaces. Let me confess that in this particular case I never regarded the statement that our epoch was transitional in character to be an original invention of my own. Now I learn, if Freiheit can be trusted, that the spiritual father of this aphorism is none other than Kautsky. If this were actually so, it would be a punishment too severe for my interview. For everything that Kautsky is now saying or writing has the one and manifest purpose of demonstrating that Marxism is one thing while a quagmire is something else again. Yes, I did say and I now repeat that the European proletariat, in its present state, is incapable of conquering power, right now, at this given moment. This is an incontestable fact. But why is this so? Precisely because the broad working-class circles have not as yet rid themselves of the decomposing influence of ideas, prejudices and traditions, whose quintessence is Kautskyism. Laughter. This is exactly and even exclusively the reason for the political division within the proletariat, and for its inability to conquer power. This was the simple idea expounded by me to the Italian correspondent. To be sure, I did not mention Kautsky's name. It should have been obvious to any intelligent person just against whom and against what my remarks were directed. Such is my capitulation to Kautsky. The Communist International has not and cannot have any reason for capitulating to anybody, either in point of theory or in point of practice. The Third Congress theses on the world situation characterize the basic traits of our epoch quite correctly as those of the greatest historical crisis of capitalism. At the Third Congress we stressed how indispensable it was to distinguish sharply between the major or historical crisis of capitalism and the minor or conjunctural crises, each of which is a necessary stage of a commercial-industrial cycle. Let me recall that there was an extended discussion on this topic both in the commissions of the Congress and especially during the plenary sessions. As against a number of comrades, we defended the viewpoint that in the historical development of capitalism we must differentiate sharply between two types of curves: the basic curve which graphs the development of capitalist productive forces, growth of the productivity of labor, accumulation of wealth, and so on, and the cyclical curve which depicts a periodic wave of boom and crisis, repeated on the average every 9 years. The correlation of these two curves has not been elucidated up to now in Marxist literature, nor, to my knowledge, in general economic literature. Yet the question is of utmost importance both theoretically and politically. In the middle 90s, the basic curve of capitalist development climbed steeply upwards. European capitalism passed its pinnacle. In 1914, a crisis broke out, which marked not merely a periodic cyclical oscillation, but the beginning of an epoch of prolonged economic stagnation. The imperialist war was an attempt to break out of the impasse. The attempt failed and the profound historical crisis of capitalism became aggravated. However, within the framework of this historical crisis, cyclical ups and downs are inevitable, that is, an alternation of booms and crises, but with this profound difference that, in contrast to the pre-war period, the cyclical crises are extremely acute in character, while the booms are far more superficial and feeble. In 1920 there ensued, on the basis of universal capitalist decay, an acute cyclical crisis. Some comrades among the so-called lefts held that this crisis must uninterruptedly deepen and sharpen up till the proletarian revolution. We, on the other hand, predicted that a break in the economic conjuncture was unavoidable in the more or less near future, bringing a partial recovery. We insisted, further, that such a break in the conjuncture would tend not to weaken the revolutionary movement but, on the contrary, to impart new vitality to it. The cruel crisis of 1920, coming in the wake of several years of revolutionary ferment, weighed heavily upon the working masses, temporarily engendering in their ranks moods of passive expectation and even hopelessness. Under these conditions, an improvement in the economic conjuncture would certainly raise the self-confidence of the working masses and revive the class struggle. Some of the comrades seriously thought at that time that this prognosis mirrored a deviation toward opportunism and a tendency to find excuses for postponing the revolution indefinitely. The minutes of the Jena Convention of our German party bear clear imprints of the echoes of these naive views. Let us try, comrades, to realize where we would be today had we accepted and sponsored a year and a half ago this purely mechanical, leftist theory, the theory of a commercial-industrial crisis growing steadily worse. Today, no one of sober mind would deny that a break has occurred in the conjuncture. In the United States, the most powerful of all capitalist countries, there is an obvious industrial boom. In Japan, Britain, and France the improvement of the economic conjuncture is much more feeble, but here, too, there has been a break. How long this boom will last, and what heights it will reach, that is another question. We must not for a moment forget that the improvement of the conjuncture takes place amid the decay of international, and especially of European capitalism. The root causes of this decay are not affected by conjunctural changes of the market. But on the other hand, the decay does not cancel out the conjunctural changes. We should have been compelled today to re-examine theoretically our fundamental conception as to the revolutionary character of our epoch, had we made a year and a half ago a concession to the lefts, who lumped together the historical crisis of the capitalist economic system with the conjunctural cyclical oscillations of the market, and who demanded that we adopt a purely metaphysical outlook to the effect that a crisis is under any and all conditions a revolutionary factor. Today, however, we have no reason to revise or modify our position. We did not judge our epoch to be revolutionary because the sharp conjunctural crisis of 1920 swept away the fictitious boom of 1919. We adjudged it to be revolutionary because of our general appraisal of world capitalism and its conflicting basic forces. Lest this lesson be wasted, we ought to reaffirm the theses of the Third Congress, as fully applicable at this very hour. The basic idea underlying the decisions of the Third Congress was as follows. After the war, the masses were seized by revolutionary moods and were eager to engage in open struggle. But there was no revolutionary party capable of leading them to victory. Hence the defeat of the revolutionary masses in various countries, hence the depressed moods, the passivity. Today, revolutionary parties exist in all countries, but they rest directly only upon a fraction of the working class, to be more precise, a minority of the working class. The communist parties must conquer the confidence of the crushing majority of the working class. Upon becoming convinced through experience of the correctness, firmness, and reliability of communist leadership, the working class will shake off disillusionment, passivity, and dilatoriness, and then the hour for launching the final assault will sound. How near is this hour? We make no predictions on this score. But the Third Congress did fix the task of the hour as the struggle for influence over the majority of the working class. A year and a half has elapsed. We have unquestionably scored major successes, but our task still remains the same. We must conquer the confidence of the overwhelming majority of the toilers. This can and must be achieved in the course of struggle for the transitional demands under the general slogan of the Proletarian United Front. Today, the world labor movement is confronted with an offensive by capitalism. At the same time, even in countries like France, where the labor movement a year or some 18 months ago was passing through a period of utter stagnation, we now clearly witness increasing readiness of the working class to offer resistance. Despite the extremely inadequate leadership, strikes are becoming more frequent in France. They tend to assume an extremely intense character, which is evidence of the growing fighting capacity of the working masses. The class struggle is thus gradually deepening and sharpening. The capitalist offensive finds its complement in the concentration of state power in the hands of the most reactionary bourgeois elements. Simultaneously, we witness, however, that while heading for sharper class struggles, the bourgeois public opinion, with the tacit semi-approval of the ruling cliques, is paving the way for a new orientation, an orientation to the left, in the direction of reformist and pacifist deceptions. In France, where the ultra-reactionary nationalist bloc, headed by Poincaré, is in power, there is being simultaneously and systematically prepared the victory of the left bloc, which will naturally include the Messrs. Socialists. In Britain, the general elections are now taking place. Because of the collapse of Lloyd George's coalition government, they came sooner than expected. The outcome is still unknown. There is a likelihood that the previous ultra-imperialistic grouping will be returned to power. But even if they do win, their reign will be short. A new parliamentary orientation of the bourgeoisie is being clearly prepared both in Britain and France. The openly imperialist, aggressive methods, the methods of the Versailles Treaty, of Foch, Poincaré, and Curzon, have obviously run into a blind alley. France cannot extract from Germany what Germany hasn't got. France in turn is unable to pay her debts. The rift between Britain and France keeps widening. America refuses to renounce collecting payments on the debts. And among the intermediate layers of the population, especially among the petty bourgeoisie, reformist and pacifist moods are growing stronger and stronger. An agreement ought to be reached with Germany, and with Russia. The League of Nations should be expanded, the burden of militarism should be lightened, a loan from America should be made, and so forth and so on. The illusions of war and defensism, the ideas and slogans of nationalism and chauvinism, together with the subsequent hopes and the great fruits that victory would bring, in brief, the illusions which seized a considerable section of the working class itself in the Entente countries, are giving way to more sober reactions and disillusionment. Such is the soil for the growth of the Left Bloc in France, and of the so-called Labour Party and the Independent Liberals in England. Naturally, it would be false to expect any serious change of policy consequent upon the reformist-pacifist orientation of the bourgeoisie. The objective conditions of the capitalist world are today least suited to reformism and pacifism. But it is quite probable that the foundering of these illusions in practice will have to be experienced before victory of the revolution becomes possible. Thus far we have dealt solely with the Entente. But it is perfectly evident that if the radicals and socialists assume power in France while the Laborite opportunists and the independent liberals form the government in Britain, this would provoke in Germany a new influx of conciliationist and pacifist hopes. It would seem plausible that an agreement could be reached with the democratic governments of Britain and France, that a moratorium on and even a cancellation of payments could be obtained, that a loan from America might be arranged with the cooperation of Britain and France, and so on. And who is better qualified than the German Social Democrats for reaching an agreement with the French radicals and socialists, and the British Laborites? Of course, the events may take a sharper turn. It is not excluded that the reparations problem plus French imperialism, plus Italian fascism may drive matters to a revolutionary culmination, depriving the bourgeoisie of the opportunity to move its left flank to the fore. But there are too many indications that the bourgeoisie will be driven to resort to a reformist and pacifist orientation before the proletariat feels itself prepared for the decisive assault. This would signify an epoch of European Kerenskyism. Of course, it would be preferable to skip over it. Kerenskyism, and on a world scale at that, is none too tasty a dish. But the choice of historical paths depends upon us only up to a limited extent. Under certain conditions we shall have to accept European Kerenskyism too, just as we accepted Russian Kerenskyism in its day. Our task will then consist in transforming the epoch of reformist and pacifist deception into a prelude to the conquest of power by the revolutionary proletariat. In our country Kerenskyism lasted about 9 months all told. How long will it last in your countries, if it is destined to arise at all? It is of course impossible to reply to this question at the present time. It depends on how quickly the reformist and pacifist illusions are liquidated, that is to say, it depends to a large measure on how skillfully your Kerenskys are able to maneuver, for in contrast to our breed they at least know how to add and multiply. But it also depends on the energy, resoluteness and flexibility with which our own party is able to maneuver. It is perfectly obvious that the epoch of reformist pacifist governments would be the season for a growing pressure by the working masses. Our task would then consist in mastering this pressure, getting to the head of it. But to achieve this, our party must enter the epoch of pacifist deception completely purged of pacifist and reformist illusions. Woe to the Communist Party which finds itself to a greater or lesser extent engulfed by the pacifist wave. The inevitable shipwreck of pacifist illusions would at the same time signify the shipwreck of such a party. The working class would find itself compelled once again as in the year 1919 to look around for a party which never tried to deceive it. That is why the inspection of our ranks and cleansing them of alien elements is a cardinal task for us in this epoch of revolutionary preparation. A French comrade, Froissart by name, once said, "The part one c'est la grande amitié." The party is a great friendship. This phrase has been frequently repeated. And it is of course impossible to deny that the phrase itself is quite attractive, and in a limited sense each one of us is ready to accept it. But one must firmly bear in mind that the party does not spring full-born as a great friendship, but becomes transformed into a great collaboration through profound struggle, externally and, if need be, internally, through the cleansing of its ranks, through a careful and, if need be, ruthless selection of the best elements among the working class who are devoted heart and soul to the cause of the revolution. In other words, before it can become a great collaboration, the party must pass through a great selection. Ovation. 8. The Fourth World Congress. The economic situation of Soviet Russia from the standpoint of the Socialist Revolution. Theses. December 1, 1922. 1. The question of the direction taken by the economic development of Soviet Russia must be appraised and understood by the class-conscious workers of the whole world from a twofold standpoint. both from the standpoint of the destinies of the first workers' republic in the world, its stability, its strength, its enhanced well-being and its evolution towards socialism, as well as from the standpoint of those lessons and conclusions to be drawn from the Russian experience by the proletariat of other countries for their own constructive economic work, upon their conquest of state power. 2. The methods and tempo of economic construction by the victorious proletariat are determined by the level of development attained by the productive forces in economy as a whole as well as in its separate branches, and especially the reciprocal relation between industry and agriculture. By the cultural and organizational level of the proletariat as the ruling class. By the political situation consequent upon the conquest of power by the proletariat, resistance of the overthrown bourgeois classes, the attitude of the petty bourgeoisie and the peasantry, the extent of the civil war and its consequences, military interventions from outside, and so forth. It is perfectly clear that the higher the level of the productive forces of a country, the higher the cultural organizational level of the proletariat, all the weaker will be the resistance of the deposed classes, the more regularly, systematically, rapidly and successfully can the transition from capitalist to socialist economics be carried out by the victorious proletariat. Owing to a peculiar combination of historical conditions, Russia is the first country to enter the path of socialist development, and this, although Russia, despite the high concentration of the most important branches of her industry, is economically backward, although Russia's worker and peasant masses, despite the extraordinarily superb revolutionary political qualities of the proletarian vanguard, are backward in culture and organization. These contradictions in the economic, social and political structure of Russia, coupled with the fact that the Soviet Republic has been, as it remains, encircled by capitalism during the whole of its existence, determine the fate of the economic construction by the workers' and peasants' power, determine the turns made in this construction and the reasons for adopting the present so-called new economic policy. 3. The wholesale expropriation not only of the big and middle bourgeoisie but also of the petty bourgeoisie in city and country was a measure dictated not by economic expediency but by political necessity. The continued rule of capitalism over the rest of the world resulted in this, that not only the Russian big bourgeoisie but also the petty bourgeoisie refused to believe in the stability of the worker state, and this tended to convert the petty bourgeoisie into a reservoir for the landlord bourgeois counter-revolution. Under these conditions the resistance of the landlords and the bourgeoisie could be broken and the Soviet power maintained by no other means than the complete expropriation of the bourgeoisie and the exploiting upper layers in the villages. Victory for the worker state was secured only by this resolute and ruthless policy which forced the vacillating peasant masses to choose between the restoration of landlords and the workers' state. 4. The workers' state, as soon as it began functioning, thus came into possession of all the industrial enterprises down to the very smallest ones. The internal reciprocal relations among the various branches of the industry, including, above all, the basic branches, had already been completely disrupted and distorted by the conversion of industry for the war. The personnel of the main apparatus of economic administration had either emigrated or flocked to the White Guard fronts. As for those who remained in Soviet service, they served in the capacity of saboteurs. The conquest and maintenance of power by the working class was paid for by a swift and ruthless destruction of the entire bourgeois apparatus of economic administration from top to bottom, in every enterprise and all over the country. These were the conditions under which the so-called war communism originated. 5. The new regime had as its most unpostponable task to secure food for the cities and for the army. The imperialist war had already forced the change from free trade in grain to monopoly. The worker state, having destroyed all the organizations of trading capital, under the pressure of the Civil War was naturally unable to make a beginning by re-establishing free trade in grain. It was compelled to replace the destroyed trade apparatus by a state apparatus, which operated on the basis of compulsory confiscation of the peasant grain surpluses. The distribution of foodstuffs and other articles of consumption took the form of issuing uniform state rations, almost completely without regard to the skill and productivity of the workers. This communism was rightly called war communism not only because it replaced economic methods by military ones but also because it served military purposes above all others. It was not a question of assuring a systematic development of economic life under the prevailing conditions but of securing the indispensable food supply for the army at the fronts, and of preventing the working class from dying out altogether. War communism was the regime of a beleaguered fortress. 6. In the field of industry, a crude centralized apparatus was created, based on the trade unions and aided by them. This apparatus pursued the immediate aim of at least extracting from industry, totally ruined by the war, by the revolution and by sabotage, the minimum of products necessary to enable the civil war to be carried on. Something resembling a unified plan was obtained only by utilizing the existing productive forces to a very limited extent. 7. Had the victory of the Western European proletariat followed shortly upon the victory of the Russian proletariat, this would not only have very much shortened the civil war in Russia, but would have also opened up new possibilities of organization and technology for the Russian proletariat by firmly coupling Soviet Russia's economy to the more advanced economies of other proletarian countries. In that case, the transition from war communism to genuine socialism would doubtless have taken place in a much shorter time and without the convulsions and retreats which isolated proletarian Russia has had to endure during these 5 years. 8. The economic retreat, or more accurately the political retreat on the economic front, became absolutely unavoidable as soon as it became finally established that Soviet Russia was confronted with the task of building her economy with her own organizational and technical forces and resources during the indefinite period required to prepare the European proletariat for the conquest of power. The counter-revolutionary events of February 1921 showed that it was absolutely impossible to postpone any longer a major adjustment of economic methods of socialist construction to the needs of the peasantry. The revolutionary events in March 1921 in Germany showed that it was absolutely impossible to postpone further a political retreat, in the sense of preparing the struggle for winning over the majority of the working class. Both of these retreats, which coincided in point of time, are, as we have seen, most intimately connected. They are retreats in a qualified sense, for what they demonstrated most graphically was the necessity, in Germany as in Russia, of our passing through a certain period of preparation, a new economic course in Russia, a fight for transitional demands and for the united front in the West. 9. The Soviet state has shifted from the methods of war communism to the methods of the market. The compulsory collections of grain surpluses have been replaced by taxes in kind, enabling the peasantry to freely sell its surpluses on the market. Monetary circulation has been restored and a number of measures taken to stabilize the currency. The principles of commercial calculation have been reintroduced into the state-owned enterprises and the wages again made dependent on skill and output of workers. A number of small and medium industrial enterprises have been leased to private business. The gist of the new economic policy lies in the revival of the market, of its methods and of its institutions. 10. On the 5th anniversary of the Soviet Republic, its economy may be roughly outlined as follows. All land belongs to the state. Approximately 95% of the arable land is at the disposal of the peasantry for cultivation, in return for which the peasantry has during the current year made payments in taxes in kind amounting to more than 300 million poods of rye from a crop approximately 3/4 of the average pre-war yield. The entire railway network, more than 63,000 versts, is state property. Staffed by more than 800,000 employees and workers, the railroads are now fulfilling about 1/3 of the work done before the war. All industrial enterprises belong to the state. The most important of these, more than 4,000 enterprises, employ about 1 million workers and are operated by the state on its own account. Up to 4,000 enterprises of second and third rank, employing about 80,000 workers, are leased. Each state enterprise employs on an average 207 workers each. Each leased enterprise averages 17 workers. But of the leased enterprises, only about 1/2 are in the hands of private businessmen. The others have been leased by various state institutions or cooperative organizations. Private capital accumulates and operates at the present time chiefly in the sphere of trade. According to initial estimates, which are very rough and unreliable, about 30% of the total trade turnover falls to private capital, with the remaining 70% consisting of sums owned by the state organizations and the cooperatives closely connected with the state. Foreign trade, amounting during the current year to 1/4 of the pre-war import and 1/20 of the pre-war export, is completely concentrated in the hands of the state. 11. The methods of war communism, that is, the methods of an extremely crude centralized registration and distribution, are superseded under the new policy by market methods, by buying and selling, by commercial calculation and competition. But in this market the workers' state plays the leading part as the most powerful property owner, and buyer and seller. Directly concentrated in the hands of the workers' state are the overwhelming majority of the productive forces of industry, as well as all means of railway traffic. The activity of the state organs is thus controlled by the market and to a considerable extent also directed by it. The profitability of each separate enterprise is ascertained through competition and commercial calculation. The market serves as the connecting link between agriculture and industry, between city and country. 12. However, insofar as a free market exists, it inevitably gives rise to private capital which enters into competition with state capital, at first in the sphere of trade only, but attempting later to penetrate into industry as well. In place of the recent civil war between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, there has come the competition between proletarian and bourgeois industry. And just as the contest in the Civil War involved in the main which side would succeed in attracting the peasantry politically, so today the struggle revolves chiefly around the peasant market. In this struggle the proletariat has mighty advantages on its side, the country's most highly developed productive forces, and the state power. On the side of the bourgeoisie lies the advantage of greater proficiency and to a certain extent of connections with foreign capital, particularly that of the white guard émigrés. 13. Special emphasis must be laid on the taxation policy of the workers' state and the concentration of all the credit institutions in the hands of the state. These are two powerful mediums for securing the ascendancy of state forms of economy, that is, of forms socialist in their tendency, over private capitalist forms. The taxation policy provides the opportunity for siphoning off increasingly greater portions of private capital incomes for the purposes of state economy, not only in the sphere of agriculture, taxes in kind, but also in the sphere of commerce and industry. Thus, under the proletarian dictatorship, private capital, the concessions, is compelled to pay tribute to primitive socialist accumulation. On the other hand, the commercial industrial credit system concentrated in the hands of the state supplies, as is proved by the statistical data of the last few months, the state enterprises, to the extent of 75%, the cooperatives, 20%, and the private enterprises, 5% at the most. 14. The assertion of the Social Democrats to the effect that the Soviet state has capitulated to capitalism is thus an obvious and crass distortion of the reality. As a matter of fact, the Soviet government is following an economic path which it would doubtless have pursued in 1918-19 had not the implacable demands of the Civil War obliged it to expropriate the bourgeoisie at one blow, to destroy the bourgeois economic apparatus, and to replace the latter hastily by the apparatus of war communism. 15. The most important political and economic result of the NEP is our obtaining a serious and stable understanding with the peasantry, who are stimulated to expand and intensify their work by gaining access to the free market. Last year's experience, especially the increase of winter sowing, affords every reason to expect a continued systematic rehabilitation of agriculture. There is thus being created not only a reserve of foodstuffs for Russia's industrial development, but also a highly important reserve of commodities for foreign trade. Henceforward, Russian grain will appear in ever-increasing quantities in the European market. The significance of this factor for the socialist revolution in the West is self-evident. 16. The branches of industry working for immediate consumption, and especially for the peasant market, have already made undoubted and quite noticeable progress during the first year of the NEP. Heavy industry is admittedly still in an extremely difficult situation, but the reasons for this lag in heavy industry, stemming entirely from the conditions during the last few years, are likewise to be found in the conditions for the incipient reconstruction of a commodity economy. Only after the first successes have been gained in the agricultural field and the field of light industry can a real impetus be given to the proper development of machine building, metallurgy, and coal, oil, and other fuel production, which are naturally assured of receiving the utmost attention from the state. The state will constantly expand its field of operations, concentrate in its hands an ever-increasing volume of turnover capital, and later likewise renew and increase its basic capital by way of state accumulation. Primitive socialist accumulation. There is no ground whatever for assuming that state accumulation will proceed more slowly than private capitalist accumulation, and that private capital will thus be likely to emerge from the struggle as the victor. 17. As touches foreign capital, mixed companies, concessions, etc., separate and apart from its own super-hesitant and super-cautious policy, its role on Russian territory is determined by considerations and calculations of the workers' state, which grants industrial concessions and enters into commercial agreements only within such limits as will safeguard the foundations of its state economy from being undermined. The monopoly of foreign trade is in this respect an extraordinarily important safeguard of socialist development. 18. The workers' state, while shifting its economy to the foundations of the market, does not, however, renounce the beginnings of planned economy, not even for the period immediately ahead. The single fact that the whole railway system and the overwhelming majority of industrial enterprises are already being operated and financed by the state directly for its account renders inevitable that the centralized state control over these enterprises will be combined with the automatic control of the market. The state is centering its attention more and more on heavy industry and transport as the foundations of economic life, and adjusts its policy with regard to finances, revenues, concessions and taxes to a great degree to the requirements of heavy industry and transport. Under the conditions of the present period, the state economic plan does not set itself the utopian task of substituting omniscient prescience for the elemental interplay of supply and demand. On the contrary, taking its starting point from the market, as the basic form of distribution of goods and of regulation of production, our present economic plan aims at securing the greatest possible preponderance of state enterprises in the market by means of combining all the factors of credit, tax, industry, and trade. And this plan aims at introducing in the reciprocal relations between the state enterprises the maximum of foresight and uniformity so that by basing itself on the market, the state may aid in eliminating the market as quickly as possible, above all in the sphere of the reciprocal relations between the state-owned enterprises themselves. 19. The inclusion of the peasantry in planned state economy, that is, socialist economy, is a task far more complicated and tedious. Organizationally, the way is being paved for this by the state-controlled and state-directed cooperatives, which satisfy the most pressing needs of the peasant and his individual enterprise. Economically, this process will be speeded up all the more. The greater is the volume of products which the state industry will be able to supply to the village through the medium of cooperative societies. But the socialist principle can gain complete victory in agriculture only through the electrification of agriculture, which will put a salutary end to the barbaric disjunction of peasant production. The electrification plan is therefore an important component part of the overall state economic plan, and because its importance will doubtless increase in proportion to the growing productive forces of Soviet economy, it is bound to gain in ascendancy in the future, until it becomes the basis for the overall socialist economic plan as a whole. 20. The organization of economy consists in a correct and expedient allocation of forces and means among the various branches and enterprises, and in a rational, that is, the most efficient utilization of these forces and means within each enterprise. Capitalism attains this goal through supply and demand, through competition, through booms and crises. Socialism will attain the same goal through the conscious upbuilding first of the national and later of the world economy, as a uniform whole. This upbuilding will proceed on a general plan, which takes as its starting point the existing means of production and the existing needs, and which will be at one and the same time completely comprehensive and extraordinarily flexible. Such a plan cannot be made a priori. It has to be worked out by departing from the economic heritage bequeathed to the proletariat by the past, It has to be worked out by means of systematic alterations and recastings, with increasing boldness and resoluteness in proportion to the increase of economic know-how and technical powers of the proletariat. 21. It is perfectly clear that a lengthy epoch must necessarily elapse between the capitalist regime and complete socialism, and that during this epoch the proletariat must, by making use of the methods and organizational forms of capitalist circulation, money, exchanges, banks, commercial calculation, on an ever-increasing control of the market, centralizing and unifying it, and thereby, in the final analysis, abolishing the market in order to replace it by a centralized plan which stems from the whole previous economic development, and which supplies the premise for the administration of economic life in the future. The Soviet Republic is now following this path. But it still is far nearer to its point of departure than to its ultimate goal. The mere fact that the Soviet state, after being compelled by domestic conditions to adopt war communism, found itself driven by the delay of the revolution in the West to execute a certain retreat, a retreat, by the way, more formal than substantial in character. This fact has tended to becloud the picture and has afforded the petty bourgeois opponents of the workers' state a pretext for discerning a capitulation to capitalism. In reality, however, the development of Soviet Russia proceeds not from socialism to capitalism but from capitalism, temporarily pressed to the wall by the methods of so-called war communism, to socialism. 22. Completely untenable and historically absurd is the contention that the decline of Russia's productive forces is a product of the irrationality of socialist or communist economic methods. In point of fact, this decline came above all as a result of the war and then as a result of the revolution, in the form it assumed in Russia, that of a bitter and protracted civil war. The great French Revolution, which created the premises for the mighty capitalist development of France and the whole of Europe, had for its immediate result the greatest devastation and decline in economic life. 10 years after the start of her great revolution, France was poorer than before the revolution. The circumstance that the Soviet Republic's industry did not produce last year more than a quarter of the average pre-war output does not go to prove the bankruptcy of socialist methods, because it has not even been possible to apply these methods as yet. All this shows is the extent of economic disorganization unavoidably attendant on revolution as such. But so long as class society exists, among mankind, every great advance will ineluctably be paid for by the sacrifice of human lives and material wealth, whether the transition be from feudalism to capitalism, or the incomparably more far-reaching transition from capitalism to socialism. 23. In and by itself the foregoing answers the question of the degree to which the economic policy designated as new in Russia forms a necessary stage of every proletarian revolution. In the new economic policy, two elements must be distinguished. The element of retreat, already characterized above, and of economic management by the proletarian state on the basis of the market, with all its methods, processes, and institutions. As regards the retreat, it may also occur in other countries owing to purely political causes, that is, owing to the necessity, in the heat of civil war, of wresting from the enemy a far greater number of enterprises than the proletariat is able to organize economically. Partial retreats consequent upon this are not excluded in every single country. But in other countries such retreats are not likely to bear so severe a character as in peasant Russia, where the civil war, moreover, did not actually start until after the seizure of power by the proletariat. Today we can no longer entertain doubts that in the majority of capitalist countries the proletariat will come to power only after a fierce, stubborn, and lengthy civil war. In other words, the proletariat of Europe will have to crush the main forces of the enemy before conquering power, and not after this conquest. At all events, the resistance of the bourgeoisie, militarily, politically, and economically, will be the weaker all the greater as the number of countries in which the proletariat succeeds in wresting power. And this means that the moment of military seizure of industry and the following moment of economic retreat will in all likelihood play a far lesser role elsewhere in the world than in Russia. As regards the second element, the utilization of methods and institutions created by capitalism for regulating economic life, all worker states will, in a greater or lesser degree, have to pass through this stage, on the road from capitalism to socialism. In other words, every new workers' government, after unavoidably destroying to a greater or lesser degree the capitalist economic organs during the Civil War, the exchanges, banks, trusts, syndicates, will find itself compelled to restore these institutions again, subordinating them politically and organizationally, and after linking them up with the entire mechanism of the proletarian dictatorship, will have to master them by creative work in order to carry out gradually with their aid the reconstruction of economic life on socialist beginnings. The greater the number of countries in which the proletariat is already in power, and the more powerful is the proletariat seizing the power in any country, all the more difficult will it be for capital, or even the individual capitalists to emigrate, all the less and all the weaker will be the support afforded for sabotage on the part of administrative technical intellectuals, and, in consequence, all the slighter will be the destruction of the material and organizational capitalist apparatuses, and all the easier the work of restoring them. 24. The speed with which the workers' state traverses this stage, during which socialism while under construction still lives and develops in a capitalist integument, this speed, as already indicated, will depend, separate and apart from the military and political situation, upon the level of organization and culture and the conditions of the productive forces existing when the workers' state comes into power. It is absolutely clear that the higher both of these levels are, all the more rapidly will the workers' state accomplish the transition to socialist economy, and from this to complete communism. December 1, 1922. 8. The Fourth World Congress. Resolution on the French question. December 2, 1922. The crisis in the party and the role of factions. The Fourth Congress of the Communist International takes note that the evolution of our French party from parliamentary socialism to revolutionary communism is proceeding with extreme sluggishness. The explanation for this can by no means be sought exclusively in the objective conditions, traditions, in the national psychology of the working class, and so forth. On the contrary, it stems principally from the direct and betimes extremely stubborn resistance of non-communist elements who still remain very strong in the party's leading circles, especially in Centre, the faction that has been for the most part in the leadership of the party since the Tours Convention. The fundamental cause of the present acute party crisis lies in the extremely indecisive, vacillating and dilatory policy of the Centre's leading elements. Confronted with unpostponable organizational needs of the party, they try to gain time and thereby provide a cover for the policy of directly sabotaging the trade union question, the United Front issue, that of party organization, and so on. The time thus gained by the leading elements of the Centre has been time lost for the revolutionary development of the French proletariat. The World Congress instructs the ECCI that its duty is to follow with the utmost attention the internal life of the French Communist Party, and by relying on the party's unquestionably revolutionary proletarian majority, to rid the party of the influence of those elements who have provoked the crisis and who invariably aggravate it. The World Congress rejects the very idea of split. There is nothing in the party's situation to call for split. The party members in their crushing majority are sincerely and profoundly devoted to the cause of communism. Only a lack of clarity in the party's consciousness has permitted its conservative centrist and semi-centrist elements to introduce this waspish confusion and to engender factional groupings. A firm and persistent elucidation of the gist of the controversial issues before the whole party will consolidate the overwhelming majority of the party members, and above all its proletarian base, around the decisions of this World Congress. As regards those elements who hold membership in the party while remaining captives to the morals and customs of bourgeois society by their entire mode of thinking and living, and who are incapable of understanding genuine proletarian policy or of submitting to revolutionary discipline, the continued purge of such elements from the party is the necessary condition for preserving its health, cohesiveness, and capacity for action. The communist vanguard of the working class has, of course, need of those intellectuals who bring to its organization their theoretical knowledge, their agitational or literary gifts. But it needs them on one condition, i.e., provided that these elements break completely and irrevocably with the morals and customs of the bourgeois milieu, burning behind them all the bridges to the camp they left, and do not demand any exemptions or privileges for themselves but submit to party discipline on par with its rank and file. The intellectuals, so many of whom in France joined the party as amateurs or careerists, have caused the party the greatest harm, distort its revolutionary physiognomy, discredit it in the eyes of the proletarian masses, and hinder it from conquering the confidence of the working class. It is necessary at all costs to ruthlessly purge the party of all such elements, and to bar their entry in the future. The best way of accomplishing this is to carry out a re-registration of the party membership under the supervision of a special commission composed of workers of irreproachable party morality. The Congress affirms that the ECCI's attempt to mitigate the organizational manifestations of the crisis by setting up a leading body on the basis of parity between the two chief factions of the center and left was nullified by the center under the unquestionable influence of its most conservative elements. These invariably gain the upper hand in the center each time the center has opposed itself to the left. The Congress deems it necessary to explain to all members of the French Communist Party that the efforts of the ECCI to obtain a prior agreement among the leaders of the chief factions were designed to facilitate the work of the Paris Convention but did not at all infringe upon the rights of the Convention as the supreme body of the French Communist Party. The Congress deems it necessary to affirm that whatever partial mistakes the left might have committed, it essentially tried, before and during the Paris Convention, to carry out the policy of the Communist International, and that on the most important issues of the revolutionary movement, on the United Front question and on the trade union question, the left held a correct position as against the center and the Renault group. The Congress earnestly urges all genuine revolutionary and proletarian elements who undoubtedly constitute the majority of the center faction to put an end to the obstructive course of the conservative elements, and to unite with the left for joint work. The same thing applies to the faction which is the third largest numerically, and which has waged the sharpest struggle against the policy of the United Front. The extreme left wing. By liquidating the federalistic character of its organization, the sane federation has thereby rejected the crassly erroneous position of the so-called extreme left wing. However, the latter, in the person of comrades Heine and Laverne, found it possible to give an imperative mandate to Citizen Delplanque, a mandate which obligated him to abstain from voting on all questions and to accept no obligations. This conduct of the above-named representatives of the extreme left testifies to how completely they misconceived the meaning and essence of the Communist International. The principle of democratic centralism which forms the basis of our organization excludes entirely any possibility of imperative mandates for federal, national, or international congresses alike. A convention has meaning only to the extent that the collective decisions of the organizations, local, national, or international, are arrived at through a free discussion and decision by all the delegates. It is perfectly obvious that discussion, exchange of experiences and of arguments at conventions becomes devoid of all meaning if the delegates are bound beforehand by imperative mandates. The violation of the International's fundamental organizational principles is made worse in the given instance by this group's refusal to assume any obligations whatever toward the International, as if the very fact of adherence to the International did not devolve upon all its members the unconditional duty of discipline and of carrying out in practice all of the adopted decisions. The Congress invites the Central Committee of our French section to investigate this entire incident on the spot and to draw from it all the necessary political and organizational conclusions. The trade union question. The decisions adopted by the Congress on the trade union question contain certain organizational and formal concessions which are designed to make it easier for the party to draw closer to the trade union organizations and the masses of organized workers who do not yet accept the communist point of view. But the meaning of these decisions would be completely distorted by any attempt to interpret them as an approval of the policy of trade union abstentionism, syndicalist in origin, which prevailed in the party, and which is still being propagated by many of its members. The tendencies represented in this question by Ernest Lafont are in a complete and irreconcilable contradiction with the revolutionary tasks of the working class and with the entire conception of communism. The party has neither the intent nor the desire to infringe upon the autonomy of the trade unions, but it is obliged to implacably unmask and punish those of its own members who demand autonomy for their own disorganizing and anarchistic activities inside the trade unions. In this cardinal question, the International will tolerate far less than in any other sphere any further deviations from the communist path, the only one which is correct both from the standpoint of theory as well as from the standpoint of international policy. The lessons of the Havre strike. The Havre strike, despite its local character, is irrefutable evidence of the growing militancy of the French proletariat. The capitalist government answered the strike by murdering 4 workers, as if it were in a rush to remind the French workers that they will be able to conquer power and overthrow capitalist slavery only through intensest struggle, heroism, self-sacrifice, and many victims. If the French proletariat has given a completely inadequate answer to the Havre murders, then the responsibility for this falls not only upon the betrayal, which has long since become the rule with dissident and reformist trade unionists, but also on the obviously erroneous course of action pursued by the leading bodies of the CGTU and of the French Communist Party. The Congress deems it necessary to dwell on this question because it offers us a striking example of a radically wrong approach to the tasks of revolutionary action. By severing, in a manner false in principle, the class struggle of the proletariat into 2 allegedly independent spheres, economic and political, the party failed to evince, on this occasion too, any independent initiative, confining its activities to backing up the CGTU. As if the murder of 4 proletarians by the capitalist government were actually an economic act and not a political event of first-rate importance. As regards the CGTU, under the pressure of the Parisian Construction Workers' Union, it called, on the day after the Havre murders, on Sunday, for a demonstrative general strike set for Tuesday. The workers of France did not have the time in many places to learn not only about the call for a general strike but also about the very fact of the murders. Under these conditions, the general strike was doomed in advance to failure. It is beyond doubt that this time, too, the CGTU adjusted its policy to those anarchist elements who are congenitally incapable of understanding revolutionary action nor how to prepare it, and who substitute revolutionary appeals of their little circles for revolutionary struggle, without ever bothering about realizing these appeals in life. The party, in its turn, silently capitulated to the obviously false step of the CGTU, instead of trying in a friendly but firm manner to convince the latter to postpone the protest strike, with a view to launching a large-scale mass agitation campaign. The first duty of the party, and the CGTU alike when confronted by the vile crime of the French bourgeoisie, was to mobilize immediately thousands of the best party and union agitators in Paris and in the provinces for the purpose of explaining to the more backward elements of the working class the meaning of the Havre events, and of preparing the popular masses to protest and resist. The party was under obligation on such an occasion to issue an appeal, in millions of copies, concerning the Havre crime to the French working class and the peasantry. The party's central organ should have daily confronted the conciliationists, the socialists, and the syndicalists with the question, "What course of struggle do you propose in answer to the Havre murders?" For its part, the party should have, together with the CGTU, advanced the idea of general strike, without fixing beforehand its date or duration, but regulating itself by the course of the agitation and of the movement in the country. Attempts should have been made in each factory and plant or each neighborhood, district and city to set up provisional protest committees, into which the communists and the revolutionary syndicalists should have drawn representatives of local conciliationist organizations. Only a campaign of this type, systematic, concentrated, all-sided, intense and tireless, could have been, within a week or more, crowned by a major success, crowned by a powerful and imposing movement in the shape of mass protest strikes, street demonstrations and the like. Such a campaign would have brought as its lasting result an increase in the mass connections, prestige and influence of the party and the CGTU alike. It would have drawn them closer together in revolutionary work, and it would have drawn both of them closer to those sections of the working class that still follow the conciliators. The so-called General Strike of May 1, 1921, which the revolutionary elements did not have the time to prepare, and which was criminally broken by the conciliators, marked a turning point in the internal life of France, enfeebling the proletariat and strengthening the bourgeoisie. The demonstrative, general strike of October 1922 was at bottom another treachery by the right coupled with new mistakes by the left. The International most urgently calls upon the French comrades, whatever branch of the proletarian movement they are working in, to pay the utmost attention to the problems of mass action, to study minutely the conditions and the methods, to submit the mistakes of their organization in each concrete instance to a careful critical analysis, to prepare down to the last detail the very possibility of mass action by means of large-scale and intense agitation, and to fit the slogans to the readiness and ability of the masses to act. The conciliationist leaders based themselves in their acts of treachery upon the advice, suggestions and directives of bourgeois public opinion as a whole, with which they are indissolubly bound up. Revolutionary trade unionists, who are perforce a minority within the trade union organizations, will commit all the fewer mistakes, the more the party as such devotes its attention to all the questions of the labor movement, minutely studying the circumstances and the situation, and offering to the trade unions, through the party members, specific proposals in consonance with the entire situation. Freemasonry, the League of Rights of Man and Citizen, and the bourgeois press. The incompatibility between Freemasonry and socialism was generally recognized by most of the parties in the Second International. The Italian Socialist Party expelled the Freemasons from its ranks in 1914, and this measure was doubtless one of the reasons why this party was able to conduct an oppositional policy in wartime, inasmuch as the Italian Freemasons functioned as tools of the Entente in favor of Italy's intervention in the war. The Second Congress of the Communist International did not include among the conditions of admission to the International a special point on the incompatibility between communism and Freemasonry solely because this was deemed self-evident. And, as the minutes of this Congress show, it rejected the idea that it was possible to hold membership in the party of the proletarian dictatorship while simultaneously belonging to a purely bourgeois organization, which masks its electro-careerist machinations with the formulas of a mystical brotherhood. The fact, unexpectedly disclosed at the Fourth World Congress, that a considerable number of French communists belong to Masonic lodges, constitutes in the eyes of the International the most striking evidence that our French party has preserved not merely the psychological heritage of French reformism, parliamentarism and patriotism, but also its connections, purely material and highly compromising to the party leadership, with the secret institutions of the radical bourgeoisie. And, at a time when the communist vanguard is rallying in the name of the proletarian dictatorship the forces of the proletariat for an implacable struggle against all the groupings and organizations of bourgeois society, a whole slew of prominent party workers, deputies, journalists, right up to members of the Central Committee, retain intimate ties with the secret organizations of the class enemy. Especially deplorable is that neither the party as a whole nor a single one of its tendencies raised this question after the Tours Convention, although it was so clear to the whole International, and that it required a factional struggle inside the party to lay this question bare before the International in its full and dire meaning. The International considers it urgent to put an end once and for all to these compromising and demoralizing connections between a leadership of the Communist Party and the political organizations of the bourgeoisie. The honor of the revolutionary proletariat demands that all its class organizations be purged of those elements who desire to hold memberships simultaneously in the two warring camps. The Congress instructs the Central Committee of the French Communist Party to liquidate prior to January 1, 1923 all the connections between the party, in the person of its individual members or groups, with the Freemasons. Every communist, belonging to a Masonic lodge who fails prior to January 1 to openly announce to his party and to make public through the party press his complete break with Freemasonry is thereby automatically expelled from the Communist Party and is forever barred from membership in it. Concealment by any one of his membership in the Masonic order will be regarded as an act of penetration by an enemy agent into the party ranks and will brand the individual involved with ignominy in the eyes of the whole proletariat. Mere fact of membership in the Masons, whether or not material, careerist or other corrupt aims were pursued in a given case, denotes extreme immaturity in communist consciousness and in class dignity. The Fourth Congress therefore considers that those comrades who have up till now belonged to the Masons, and who have just broken with them cannot hold any responsible party posts for a period of 2 years. Only through intense activity for the revolutionary cause, as rank-and-file members of the Communist Party, can these comrades regain the full measure of confidence and restore their rights to hold corresponding posts in the party. Taking cognizance of the fact that the League for the Defense of the Rights of Man and Citizen, Ligue pour la défense des droits de l'homme et du citoyen, is at bottom a radical bourgeois organization, that it utilizes its sporadic actions against particular injustices in order to sow illusions and prejudices of bourgeois democracy, and what is most important, that in every decisive and major case, as for example during the war, it throws all its support behind capitalism organized as a political state. The Fourth Congress of the Communist International holds membership in this league to be absolutely incompatible with the calling of a communist and contrary to the elementary conceptions of the communist world outlook, and it calls upon all party members who hold membership in the league to leave the league's ranks before January 1, 1923, informing their organization and making their step public in the press. The Congress proposes to the Central Committee of the French Communist Party to issue immediately to the entire party an appeal explaining the meaning and significance of this resolution. To take all the measures implicit in the resolution which will assure that the party is purged of Freemasonry and all ties are severed with the League of Rights, without remission or omission by January 1, 1923. The Congress expresses its assurance that in this cleansing and salutary work the Central Committee will be supported by the overwhelming majority of party members, whichever faction they may belong to. The Central Committee must draw up lists of all comrades in Paris or in provinces who, while belonging to the Communist Party and occupying various party posts, including the most responsible ones, continued at the same time to collaborate with the bourgeois press, and it must invite these elements to make by January 1, 1923 a definitive and irrevocable choice between the bourgeois vehicles for the corruption of the popular masses and the revolutionary party of the proletarian dictatorship. Party candidates. In order to give the party a genuine proletarian character and in order to eliminate from its ranks such elements as regard the party only as an antechamber to the parliament, the municipal councils, the general councils and so on, it is necessary to fix as an inviolable rule that 9 out of 10 candidates on the slates presented by the party during elections be worker communists, still at the bench, and peasants, representatives of the liberal professions, must be rigidly restricted in number, allowing them not more than 1/10 of the total number of electoral posts which the party occupies or hopes to occupy through its members. There was special care must be paid to the selection of candidates belonging to the liberal professions, a minute check-up by special proletarian commissions of their previous political records, their social ties, their loyalty and devotion to the cause of the working class. Only under such a regime will communist parliamentarians, municipal councillors, general councillors, mayors and the like cease to constitute a professional caste which for the most part has little contact with the working class, and will become instead one of the instruments of the revolutionary mass struggle. Work in the colonies. The Fourth Congress once again calls attention to the exceptional importance for the Communist Party to carry on correct and systematic work in the colonies. The Congress categorically condemns the position of the Communist section in Sidi Bel Abbes, Algiers, which employs pseudo-Marxist phraseology in order to cover up a purely slaveholder's point of view, essentially in support of the imperialist rule of French capitalism over its colonial slaves. In the opinion of the Congress, our work in the colonies must not be based on elements so completely infected with capitalist and nationalist prejudices, but rather on the best elements among the natives themselves, and in the first place, on the native proletarian youth. Only an irreconcilable struggle waged by the Communist Party at home against colonial slavery coupled with systematic revolutionary work carried on by the party in the colonies themselves can weaken the influence of ultranationalist elements among oppressed colonial peoples over their toiling classes and attract them to the cause of the French proletariat, and thereby prevent French capitalism, in the epoch of the revolutionary rise of the proletariat, from making use of colonial natives as the last reserves of the counter-revolution. the World Congress invites the French Party and its Central Committee to pay far more attention and allot far greater forces and resources than it has up till now to the colonial question and to propaganda in the colonies, and, in particular, to set up a permanent bureau attached to the Central Committee, in charge of the work in the colonies, drawing into this bureau representatives of the native communist organizations. 8. The Fourth World Congress. A militant labor program for the French Communist Party. December 5, 1922. 1. The party's most pressing task is to organize the resistance of the proletariat against the capitalist offensive which is underway in France as in every other major industrial country. The defense of the 8-hour working day, the maintenance and increase of prevailing wage scales, the struggle for all the immediate economic demands, all this is the best possible platform for reuniting the disorganized proletariat and restoring its confidence in its own strength and future. The party must immediately take the initiative in every united mass action that is capable of halting the offensive of capitalism and instilling the working class with the spirit of unity. 2. The party must undertake a campaign to show the workers the interdependence of maintaining the 8-hour working day and of wages, as well as the inevitable effect of one of these demands upon the other. In its agitation, the party must make use not only of the forays of the employers, but also of every attack by the state against the immediate interests of the workers, as for instance the tax on wages, and every economic issue which especially concerns the working class, such as the increase in rents, sales taxes, social security, and so on. The party must carry on an active agitation campaign among the workers for the creation of factory and shop committees, embracing all the workers in each enterprise, irrespective of whether they are already organized politically and into unions or not. The aim of these factory and shop committees is to introduce workers' control over the conditions of work and production. 3. The fighting slogans for the vital material demands of the proletariat must serve as a means of realizing in life the united front against economic and political reaction. The tactic of the workers' united front must be our governing rule for every mass action. The party must create the favorable conditions for the success of this tactic, and to this end it must undertake seriously the education of its own members and sympathizers by every means of propaganda and agitation at its disposal. The press, the pamphlets, meetings of all sorts, everything must be used in this work of education which the party must carry on in every proletarian group where there are communists. The party must issue appeals to the important rival political and economic organizations of labor. Therewith it must from time to time publicly explain both its own proposals and those of the reformists, and give reasons for its acceptance of some proposals and the rejection of others. In no case can the party renounce its unconditional independence, its right to criticize all the participants in a joint action. It must always seek to take and keep the initiative of these movements as well as to influence the initiative of the others in the spirit of its own program. 4. To be able to participate in the action of the workers in all its forms, to help in orienting this action or, in certain circumstances, to assume the leading role in the action, the party must, without losing a single day, proceed to organize its work in the trade unions. The formation of trade union committees in the federations and the sections, decided upon at the Paris Convention, and of communist cells in every factory and large private or state-owned enterprise will permit the party to penetrate the masses of workers and enable it to spread its slogans and increase communist influence in the proletarian movement. The trade union committee, in each party or union body, will maintain connections with the communists who have, with the permission of the party, remained inside the reformist CGT and will guide their opposition to the policy of the official leaders. They will register every trade union member of the party, control his activities and transmit to him the instructions of the party. 5. The activities of communists in all trade unions without exception shall consist primarily in seeking to re-establish trade union unity, indispensable for the victory of the proletariat. The communists must take advantage of every opportunity in order to explain the harmful effects of the existing split and to advocate unity. The party must combat every tendency inclining toward organizational exclusiveness, circle group atmosphere, in trade unions or localities, and anarchistic ideology. It shall defend the necessity of a centralized movement, of forming broad organizations on an industrial basis, and of coordinating isolated strikes in order to substitute unified mass actions, which will instill the workers with confidence in their own strength, for localized and partial actions that are doomed to failure. In the CGTU, the Communists must combat every tendency opposed to the adhesion of the French trade unions to Red Trade Union International, RILA. In the Reformers' CGT, they must expose the Amsterdam International and the manipulations of its leaders in favor of class collaboration. In both federations, they must fight for joint actions, demonstrations, and strikes, for the United Front, for organic unity, and for the program of the Red Trade Union International, RILU, as a whole. 6. The party must utilize every large-scale mass movement, spontaneous and organized alike, to show the political character of every class conflict. It must take advantage of every opportunity to spread as widely as possible its slogans of political struggle, such as political amnesty, the annulment of the Versailles Treaty, the evacuation of the left bank of the Rhine, and so on. 7. The struggle against the Versailles Treaty and its consequences must remain in the forefront of the party's entire activity. We must effect the union of the proletariat of France and Germany against the bourgeoisies of both countries who profit by this treaty. In view of this, it is the pressing task of the French party to inform the workers and the soldiers of the tragic plight of their German brothers, crushed by the intolerable living conditions resulting primarily from this peace treaty. To satisfy the demands of the Allies, the German government keeps increasing the burdens of the German working class. The French bourgeoisie spares the German bourgeoisie, engages in negotiations with it to the detriment of the workers, helps it to take possession of the state-owned public utilities, and guarantees it aid and protection against the revolutionary movement. The bourgeoisies of both countries are ready to accomplish the merger of French iron and German coal interests, and they are coming to an understanding on the question of the occupation of the Ruhr, which signifies the enslavement of the Ruhr coal miners. But the exploited workers of the Ruhr Basin are not the only ones menaced. The French workers will not be in a position to withstand the competition of German production because the latter will be reduced by the depreciation of the mark to a very cheap price for the French capitalists. The party must explain this situation to the French working class and warn it against the danger which menaces it. The party press must constantly describe the sufferings of the German proletariat, the real victim of the Versailles Treaty, and show the impossibility of carrying out the treaty. Special propaganda must be carried on in the occupied and war-wrecked regions to expose the bourgeoisies of both countries as responsible for the sufferings of these regions, and to develop the spirit of solidarity among the workers of the two countries. The communist slogan must call for the fraternization of the French and German workers and soldiers on the left bank of the Rhine. The party shall maintain close ties with its sister party in Germany in order successfully to conduct this struggle against the Versailles Treaty and its consequences. The party shall combat French imperialism, and furthermore, not only its policy in Germany but all over the world. Special attention must be paid to the peace treaties of Saint-Germain, Neuilly, Trianon, and Sèvres. 8. The party must undertake systematic penetration of the army. Our anti-militarist propaganda must differ radically from the hypocritical pacifism of the bourgeoisie. The principle of arming the proletariat and disarming the bourgeoisie must permeate our propaganda. In their party press or in the parliament, and on all favorable occasions, the communists shall give support to the demands of the soldiers, insist upon the recognition of their political rights, and so on. Our revolutionary anti-militarist agitation must be intensified each time a new levy is called up for draft, each time there is a threat of another war. This propaganda must be carried on under the supervision of a special party body, in which the communist youth must participate. 9. The party must make its own the cause of the colonial peoples, exploited and oppressed by French imperialism. It must support their national demands, which constitute stages on the road of their liberation from the yoke of foreign capital. It must defend without any reservations their right to autonomy and independence. The unconditional fight for the political and trade union liberties of the natives, and against the native levies, the fight for the demands of the native soldiers, this fight is the immediate task of the party. It must combat implacably every reactionary tendency, existing even among certain working class elements, that favors limiting the rights of the natives. It shall create a special body attached to the Central Committee, to carry on party work in the colonies. 10. Our propaganda among the peasantry to win over the agricultural laborers, tenant farmers and poor peasants to the revolutionary movement, and gain the sympathies of the small landholders must be accompanied by the struggle to ameliorate the living and working conditions of agricultural laborers who hire out or work for the big landowners. Such a struggle demands that the party organizations in the provinces elaborate and propagate programs of immediate demands corresponding to the special conditions in each locality. The party must foster those agricultural associations and cooperatives which go to meet the individual needs of the peasantry. It must pay special attention to building and developing trade unions among the agricultural workers. 11. Party work among women is of first-rate importance and requires a special organization. A central commission, attached to the Central Committee, with a permanent secretariat, and with more and more numerous local commissions and a periodical devoted to propaganda among the women must be created. The party must insist that the economic demands of the men and women workers be unified. It must demand equal pay for equal work without distinction of sex, and the participation of exploited women in all the actions of the workers. 12. The party must make far more systematic and persistent efforts than in the past in the development of the communist youth movement. In every department and institution of both organizations, the closest reciprocal relations must be established between the party and the youth. It ought to be accepted as a principle that the youth must be represented on every commission attached to the Central Committee. The propaganda departments and the sections of the party must help the existing youth groups, and help to create new ones. The Central Committee must follow the youth press and allot to the youth organizations special pages in the Central Party publications. In the trade unions, the party must back up the demands of the young workers in accordance with its program. 13. In the cooperatives, the communists shall defend the principle of a unified national organization and create communist groups attached to the cooperative section of the Communist International through a commission functioning under the Central Committee. In every federation, a special commission must be created to carry on party work in the cooperatives. The communists will exert every effort to utilize the cooperatives as an auxiliary force in the labor movement. 14. Our members in Parliament, in the municipal councils, etc., must conduct an energetic struggle intimately bound up with the struggles of the workers and the campaigns undertaken by the party and the trade union organizations outside Parliament. In accordance with the theses of the Second Congress of the Comintern, the Communist deputies, controlled and directed by the party's Central Committee, together with the municipal and district councillors, controlled and directed by the sections and the federations, must serve the party as agents of agitation and propaganda. 15. The party must perfect and strengthen its organization following the example of the large communist parties of other countries and in accordance with the statutes of the Communist International, in order that it may rise to the level of the tasks outlined in its program and by the national and international congresses, and be in a condition to realize these tasks in life. It must fight for a strict centralization, an inflexible discipline, the subordination of every party member to the corresponding party body, of each party body to the organization immediately above it. Moreover, we must develop the Marxist education of our militants by systematically increasing the number of theoretical courses in the sections, by opening party schools, and these courses and schools must be placed under the supervision of a Central Commission attached to the Central Committee. 8. The Fourth World Congress. Resolution of the French Commission. December 2, 1922. A. Central Committee. As an exception, owing to the acute crisis provoked by the Paris Convention, the Central Committee shall be constituted on a proportional basis, in accordance with the voting at the Convention for members of central bodies. The proportional representation of the various factions shall be as follows. Center, 10 members and 3 candidates. Left, 9 members and 2 candidates. Renault Tendency, 4 members and 1 candidate. Renault Jean Minority, 1 member. Youth, 2 representatives with consultative votes. The political bureau shall be formed on the same basis. The the different factions being represented as follows: Center 3, Left 3, Renault tendency 1. In order to avoid all disputes of a personal character which might tend to aggravate the crisis, the members of the Central Committee, as well as those of the Political Bureau and other important central bodies, will be nominated by the various factions now present in Moscow. The slate of candidates is to be submitted by the French delegation to the Fourth World Congress, and the delegation will undertake to support this slate before the party. The Fourth Congress accepts this declaration in the conviction that this slate is the only possible one for solving the existing party crisis. The slate of the new Central Committee drawn up by the various factions is as follows. The Center. Members: Frossard, General Secretary of the Party and Delegate to the ECCI. Louis Sellier, Acting Secretary. Marcel Cashin. Jacob, Secretary of the Textile Federation. Garchery, Municipal Councillor of Paris. Lucy Lysiag, Stenographer. Moraine, Mechanic, Secretary of the Seine Federation. Gerdoz, employed in the Paris Post Office. Legues, Discharged Teacher, Secretary of the Seine-et-Marne Federation. Pacaros, Turner, Secretary of the Seine-et-Oise Federation. Candidates: Pierpont, Textile Worker. Dupolit, Treasurer of the Unitarian Federation of Miners. Reserved for confirmation in Paris. Plays, Telephone Worker. The Left. Members: Rosmer, Employee. Traint, Retired Teacher. Valiant Couturier, Deputy. Souverain, Journalist. Thomasai, Aviation Construction Worker. Kristen, Mechanic. Amédée Dunois, Journalist. Cordier, Barber. Boucher, Mechanic. Candidates: Salas, Metal Worker. Departer, Filer. Renault Faction. Members: Barberet, Metal Worker. Fromont, Carriage Builder. Dubus, Miner from Pas-de-Calais. Worth, usually called Rogan Gerald, Metal Worker. Candidates: L'Espagnol, Employee. A national conference with the powers of a party convention shall ratify this slate not later than the last 2 weeks in January. Until that time, the Provisional Central Committee appointed by the Paris Convention will continue to function. B. The Press. The Congress confirms the regime that has already been decided. The direction of the newspapers shall be turned over to the Political Bureau. There shall be a daily and signed leading editorial giving the readers the position of the party. Party journalists are prohibited from contributing to the bourgeois press. Editor of El Humanite, Marcel Cashin. General Secretary, Amédée Dunois. Both of these comrades have equal powers. In other words, any disagreement between them must be brought before the Political Bureau and settled by it. Editorial Secretariat, 1 representative from the center and 1 from the left. The editorship of the Bulletin Communist will be given to a comrade of the left. The editors who resigned will resume their posts. In preparation for the National Conference, the party page will be re-established, in which each tendency will have the right to express its point of view. C. The General Secretariat. It shall be constituted on a parity basis, 1 comrade from the center and 1 from the left, all disagreements to be settled by the Political Bureau. Member: Frossard. Substitutes: Louis Sellier and Traint. D. Delegates to the ECCI. The Congress considers it absolutely necessary, in order to establish normal and cordial relations between the ECCI and the French party, that the 2 most important tendencies in the party be represented in Moscow by those comrades best qualified and authorized by their respective factions, namely, by Comrades Souverain and Frossard, who shall be delegated for at least 3 months, that is, until the termination of the crisis within the French party. The fact that the French party will be represented in Moscow by Frossard and Souverain will completely assure that every suggestion of the ECCI, arrived at an agreement with these 2 comrades, will receive the support of the whole party. E. Salaries of party functionaries. As regard the salaries of party functionaries, editors, etc., the party will set up a special commission to regulate this question on the basis of the following two rules. All possibility must be eliminated of excessive salaries which provoke legitimate indignation among the mass of workers adhering to the party. Those comrades whose work is absolutely indispensable for the party must be placed in a position which will permit them to devote all their energies to party work. F. Committees. Administrative Committee of Elhumanite. Center 6 representatives, Left 5, Renault tendency 2. The French Commission finds it acceptable, as an exceptional measure, that proportional representation should likewise be applied to the most important committees. Trade Union Secretariat, 1 secretary from the center and 1 from the left. All disputes to be referred to the Political Bureau. G. Disputed questions. Disputes that might arise in connection with the organizational decisions taken in Moscow and over their application shall be settled by a special commission composed of 1 representative of the center, 1 representative of the left, with the delegate of the ECCI presiding. H. Positions from which former Masons are barred. Involved here are those posts whose holders have the power of representing more or less independently, and on their own responsibility, the ideas of the party before the working masses, by voice or by pen. In case differences of opinion arise between the two factions concerning such posts, the question must be referred for decision to the above-mentioned commission. In case of technical difficulties that might possibly arise in reinstating those editors who have resigned, these are to be referred for decision to the same commission. All decisions that do not involve the formation of the Central Committee are immediately applicable. In addition to these decisions, the Renault tendency has asked to have a substitute at the ECCI along with comrades Frossard and Souverain, for a period for 3 months. The French Commission has unanimously granted this request of the Renault tendency. 9. After the 4th Congress. Political perspectives. Late 1922? I welcome the opportunity that Comrade Friedlander's article once again affords me to oppose, most resolutely, the mechanical, fatalistic and non-Marxist conception of revolutionary development which continues, despite the truly salutary work of the Third World Congress, to find a haven in the minds of some people, obviously convinced that they are lefts. At the Third World Congress we were told that the economic crisis would endure without interruption and get worse until the proletariat seized power. This mechanistic outlook was at the bottom of the revolutionary optimism of certain lefts. When we explained that conjunctural ups and downs are inevitable in world economy, and that it is necessary to foresee them and take them into account tactically, these comrades imagined that we were engaged in a revision of well-nigh the entire program and tactic of the International. In reality, we were engaged only in a revision of certain prejudices. In the article of Comrade Friedlander, in the speech of the Dutch Comrade Ravenstein, and in statements made by other speakers, we now meet with a transplantation of this same mechanistic, anti-Marxist conception from the economic field into the field of politics. Capitalism, we are told, is on the offensive politically and economically. The capitalist offensive is gaining momentum, and the proletarian uprising will come at a certain moment in reply to the intensifying offensive of capitalism, where then could a new, even if brief, pacifist and reformist period possibly originate? To lay bare at once the mechanistic conception of Comrade Friedlander, let us take the example of Italy, where the counter-revolution has reached its apogee. What is the political prognosis for Italy? If one assumes that Mussolini will be able to retain power long enough for the workers of city and country to close their ranks against him, to regain their lost confidence in their class strength and rally around the Communist Party, then it is not excluded that Mussolini's regime will be swept away directly by the regime of the proletarian dictatorship. But there is another variant which is at least just as probable, namely, if Mussolini's regime were to founder because of the internal contradictions within its own social base and because of the difficulties in the domestic and international situation before the Italian proletariat is able to reach the condition attained by it in September 1920, but this time under a firm and resolute revolutionary leadership. In that case, it is perfectly clear that an interim regime will once again be established in Italy, a regime of phrases and of impotence, a cabinet headed by Nitti or by Turati, or by Nitti and Turati, In brief, a regime of Italian Kerenskyism whose ineluctable and wretched bankruptcy will pave the way for the revolutionary proletariat. Does this second variant, by no means less probable than the first, signify a revision of the program and tactics of the Italian communists? Nothing of the sort. The Italian communists will continue today as tomorrow to wage their struggle on the soil of the regime created by Mussolini's victory. The dispersed condition of the Italian proletariat precludes for our Italian comrades the possibility of their posing as an immediate task the overthrow of fascism by force of arms. While carefully preparing the elements for the future armed struggle, the Italian communists must, to begin with, develop the struggle through broad political channels. Their immediate and preparatory task, which is, moreover, a task of enormous importance, is to begin to disintegrate the plebeian and especially the working-class sector of fascist support, and to fuse together ever broader proletarian masses under the partial and general slogans of defense and offense. By means of a dynamic and flexible policy, the Italian communists can accelerate in the extreme the downfall of the fascists, and thereby drive the Italian bourgeoisie to seek salvation from the revolution by playing its left trump cards, either nitty or turati at once. What would such a change signify? It would signify a further disintegration of the bourgeois state, the further growth of the proletariat's offensive powers, the growth of our combat organization, the creation of conditions for the seizure of power. How do matters stand in France? As early as June 16 of last year in my speech at a session of the enlarged ECCI plenum, I put forth the idea that unless revolutionary events intervened in Europe and in France, the entire parliamentary political life of France would unfailingly begin crystallizing along the axis of the left bloc, as against the present-day ruling national bloc. In the year and a half that elapsed, the revolution did not materialize. And no one who has followed the life of France would deny that except for the communists and the revolutionary syndicalists, French politics is actually following the path of preparations for the replacement of the national bloc by the left bloc. Admittedly, France is wholly under the aegis of a capitalist offensive, of constant threats to Germany, and so on. But parallel with this we witness the growth of confusion among the bourgeoisie, especially among the middle classes, their growing disillusionment with the policy of reparations, their attempts to ameliorate the financial crisis by reducing the expenditures for imperialism, their hopes of resuming relations with Russia, etc., etc. These moods likewise imbue a considerable section of the working class, through the medium of the reformist socialists and trade unionists. More than this, these moods infect certain elements inside our own party, as illustrated, for example, by the conduct of the recently expelled Barabant, who engaged, while a member of the Central Committee of the Communist Party, in propagating the left bloc. There is thus no contradiction whatever between the continued offensive of French capitalism and of French reaction, and the obvious preparations of the French bourgeoisie for a new orientation. In Britain the situation is no less instructive. The rule of the Liberal-Tory coalition has been replaced, as a result of the recent elections, by a pure Tory government. Clearly a step to the right. But on the other hand, the figures of the last election precisely go to show that bourgeois conciliationist Britain has already fully prepared a new orientation, in the event of a further sharpening of contradictions and growing difficulties, which are inevitable. The Tories obtained less than 5.5 million votes. The Labour Party, together with the Independent Liberals, almost 7 million. Thus the English electorate has, in its majority, already swung from the lush illusions of imperialist victory to the emaciated illusions of reformism and pacifism. It is noteworthy that the League for Democratic Control, a radical pacifist organization, has elected its entire committee to Parliament. Are there serious grounds for believing that the incumbent Tory regime may bring Britain directly to the dictatorship of the proletariat? We see no such grounds. On the contrary, we assume that the insoluble economic, colonial, and international contradictions of the present-day British Empire will tend more and more to swell the plebeian and petty bourgeois opposition in the person of the so-called Labour Party. From all indications, in Britain more than in any other country on the globe, the working class will, before passing over to the dictatorship, have to pass through the stage of a labor government in the person of the reformist pacifist Labor Party, which has already received in the last elections about 4.25 million votes. But objects, Comrade Friedlander, such a perspective completely obliterates the question of Germany. Why so? Revolutionary Germany is one of the most important factors of European and world development, but it is not the only factor. We all follow with the utmost attention the successes of our German party, whose development entered a new stage after the March events of last year. The previous era was brought to a close by the March events. The new era began with the criticism of the March events, and whoever fails to this day to understand the meaning and content of this new stage is beyond hope and not worth being taken seriously. The German Communist Party has, in its crushing majority, assimilated the lessons of the Third World Congress and is growing surely and firmly. At the same time, the disintegration of German economy proceeds apace. At what moment will the criss-crossing of these and other factors bring the German working class to the seizure of power? A year from now? Or 6 months from now? Or 2 years hence? It is very difficult to guess dates. If Germany were isolated, or if only Soviet Russia stood by her side, we would, in the field of prognosis, favor half a year as against 1 year, and 1 year as against 2 years. But there happens also to exist France and Marshal Foch. There is Italy, crowned by Mussolini. There is Britain headed by Bonner-Law and Curzon. There is the continued capitalist offensive, and all these factors exercise a powerful influence on the development of the revolution in Germany. This, of course, does not mean that the German Communist Party is obliged to postpone offensive revolutionary actions until the revolution erupts in France. Our German comrades are far removed from this vile type of opportunism which desires a revolution provided it is wholly guaranteed, fully ensured by Paris and London. But it is absolutely self-evident that the threat of military occupation from the West will have a deterring effect upon the development of the German Revolution until such time as the French Communist Party shows that it is capable and ready to checkmate this danger. It is by no means excluded that the German Revolution may erupt before the present-day aggressive imperialist governments are replaced in France, Britain, and Italy. No one disputes that the victory of the German proletariat would give a mighty impetus to the revolutionary movement in every country in Europe. But just as the impact of the Russian Revolution brought within a year Scheidmann and not Liebknecht to power in Germany, so the impact of the victorious proletarian revolution in Germany might bring Henderson or Kleins to power in Britain, and Calos in an alliance with Blum and Jouot in France. Such a Menshevik regime in France would, under the given historical conditions, be only a very brief interlude in the death agony of the bourgeoisie. There is even a possibility that in such a case the communist proletariat in France might come to power directly over the heads of the French Mensheviks. In Britain this is less likely. In any case, such a perspective presupposes the victory of the revolution in Germany during the next few months. Is victory certain so soon? Scarcely anyone would seriously maintain this. At all events, it would be the crassest blunder to restrict our prognosis to such a one-sided and conditional perspective. On the other hand, without a prognosis it is generally impossible to arrive at a far-reaching revolutionary policy. But our prognosis cannot be mechanistic. It must be dialectical. It must take into account the interaction of objective and subjective historical forces. And this opens up the possibility of several variants, depending on how the relation of forces shapes up in the course of living historical action. And so there is hardly any ground for a categoric assertion that the proletarian revolution in Germany will triumph before the domestic and foreign difficulties plunge France into a governmental parliamentary crisis. This crisis would mean new elections, and new elections would result in the victory of the left bloc. This would deal a heavy blow to the conservative government in Britain. It would strengthen the Labour Party opposition and in all likelihood produce a parliamentary crisis, new elections, and the victory of the Labour Party as such or in an alliance with independent liberals. What would be the effects of such events upon Germany's internal situation? The German Social Democrats would immediately drop their semi-oppositional status in order to offer the people their services in restoring peaceful, normal, etc., relations with the great Western democracies. This was the sense of my remarks to the effect that a swing in the domestic policy in France and Britain, should it occur prior to the victory of the Communists in Germany, could for a while lend wings to the German social democracy. Scheidman could once again come to power, but this would already signify the open prelude to the revolutionary culmination. For it is perfectly obvious that under the existing European conditions, the impotence of the reformist pacifist regime would be laid bare not over a number of years but in the course of a few months or weeks. In his speech on the draft program of the Comintern, Comrade Thalheimer quite correctly reminded us once again about those basic causes which exclude the possibility of a turn in capitalist policy toward Manchesterism, pacifistic liberalism and reformism. In power, Kleins or Kalosblum or Turati would not be able to pursue a policy essentially different from the policy of Lloyd George, Bonnerlaw, Poincaré, and even Mussolini. But when they come to power, the position of the bourgeoisie will be rendered even more difficult, even more inextricable than it is today. Their complete political bankruptcy, provided, naturally, we pursue correct tactics, i.e., revolutionary, resolute, and at the same time flexible tactics, can become laid utterly bare in a very brief span of time. In a ruined and completely disorganized capitalist Europe after the illusions of war and of victory, the pacifist illusions and the reformist hopes can come only as the ephemeral illusions of the death agony of the bourgeoisie. Comrade Ravenstein is apparently willing, with a reservation here and there, to recognize all this so far as the plebeian capitalists are concerned, but not as touches the capitalist aristocrats, i.e., the colonial powers. In his opinion, the perspective of reformist pacifist prologue to the proletarian revolution is as inappropriate for Great Britain, France, Belgium, and Holland as the slogan of a workers' government. Comrade Ravenstein is perfectly correct in linking up the slogan of a workers' government with the fact that the bourgeoisie still disposes of a reformist pacifist resource, not a material, but an ideological resource in the shape of the influence still retained by the bourgeois reformist and the social democratic parties. But Comrade Ravenstein is absolutely wrong in offering exemptions to the colonial powers. Before bringing her armed might upon the Russian Revolution, Britain sent her Henderson to assist Buchanan in steering the revolution onto a correct path. And it must be said that during the war Russia was one of Britain's colonies. The British bourgeoisie followed exactly the same course in relation to India. It first sent well-intentioned and liberal viceroys and then on their heels, squadrons of bombing planes. The growth of the revolutionary movement in the colonies would doubtless accelerate the assumption of power by the British Labour Party despite its invariable and repeated betrayals of the colonies to British capitalism. But it is equally unquestionable that the further growth of the revolutionary movement in the colonies, parallel with the growth of the proletarian movement at home, would once and for all topple petty bourgeois reformism and its representative, the Labour Party, into the grave of history. Most unstable and untrustworthy is revolutionary radicalism, which finds it necessary to keep up its morale by ignoring the dialectic of living forces in economics and politics alike and by constructing its prognosis by means of a pencil and a ruler. A swing in the economic or political conjuncture suffices for such radicals to lose their bearings. At bottom, this leftism secretes pessimism and mistrust. It is not for nothing that one of these critical voices comes from an Austrian communist, and the other from a Dutch communist, either of these countries being as yet the hearth of revolution. The dynamic optimism of the Communist International stems from far broader and deeper foundations. For us, the bourgeoisie is not a stone dropping into an abyss but a living historical force which struggles, maneuvers, advances now on its right flank, now on its left. And only provided we learn to grasp politically all the means and methods of bourgeois society so as to each time react to them without hesitation or delay, shall we succeed in bringing closer that moment when we can, with a single confident stroke, actually hurl the bourgeoisie into the abyss. First published in Bolshevik, organ of the Fourth World Congress, republished in Izvestia, November 30, 1922. 9. After the Fourth Congress. Report on the Fourth World Congress. Delivered December 28, 1922, at a meeting of the Communist fraction of the 10th All-Union Congress of the Soviets, with non-party delegates attending. Comrades, you have invited me to make a report on the recent World Congress of the Communist International. I take this to mean that what you want is not a factual review of the work of the last Congress, since in that case it would be much more expedient to turn to the minutes of its sessions, already available in printed bulletins, rather than listen to a report. My task, as I understand it, is to try to give you an evaluation of the general situation of the revolutionary movement, and its perspectives in the light of those facts and issues that we faced at the Fourth World Congress. Naturally, this presupposes a greater or lesser familiarity with the condition of the international revolutionary movement. Let me remark parenthetically that our press, unfortunately, does far from everything it should in order to acquaint us as intimately with facts of the world labor movement, especially the communist movement, as our press does, say, with facts relating to our economic life, to our Soviet construction. Yet to us these are manifestations of equal importance. For my part, I have resorted more than once, contrary to my habits, to guerrilla actions in order to get our press to utilize the exceptional opportunities at our disposal in order to provide our party with a complete, concrete, and precise picture of what is taking place in the sphere of revolutionary struggle, doing this from day to day without lectures, homilies, or generalizations. For we need generalizations only from time to time, but simply supplying facts and material from the internal life of each communist party. I think that on this point the pressure of the party public opinion ought to be brought to bear on our press, whose editors read the foreign papers and who proffer on the basis of this press generalizations from time to time, but virtually no factual material. But inasmuch as gathered here is the fraction of the Soviet Congress and, consequently, highly qualified party elements, I shall assume for the purpose of my report a general acquaintance with the actual condition of the communist parties and of the other parties which still wield influence in the labor movement. My task is to submit to verification our general criteria, our views on the conditions for and the tempos of development of the proletarian revolution from the standpoint of new facts, particularly those facts which were supplied us by the Fourth Congress of the Comintern. Comrades, I wish to say at the very outset that if our aim is not to become confused and not to lose our perspective, then in evaluating the labor movement and its revolutionary possibilities we ought to bear in mind that there exist three major spheres which, although interdependent, differ profoundly from one another. First, there is Europe, second, America, and third, the colonial countries, that is, primarily Asia and Africa. The need of analyzing the world labor movement in terms of these three spheres flows from the nature of our revolutionary criteria. Marxism teaches us that in order for the proletarian revolution to become possible there must be given, schematically speaking, three premises or conditions. The first premise is the conditions of production. Productive technique must have attained such heights as to provide economic gains from the replacement of capitalism by socialism. Secondly, there must be a class interested in effecting this change and sufficiently strong to achieve it, that is, a class numerically large enough and playing a sufficiently important role in economy to introduce this change. The reference here is of course to the working class. And thirdly, this class must be prepared to carry out the revolution. It must have the will to carry it out, and must be sufficiently organized and conscious to be capable of carrying it out. We pass here into the domain of the so-called subjective factors and subjective premises for the proletarian revolution. If with these three criteria, productive technological, social class and subjective political, we approach the indicated three spheres, then the difference between them becomes strikingly apparent. True enough, we used to view the question of mankind's readiness for socialism from the productive technological standpoint much more abstractly than we do now. If you consult our old books, even those not yet outdated, you will find in them an absolutely correct estimate that capitalism had already outlived itself 15 or 20, 25 or 30 years ago. In what sense was this intended? In the sense that 25 years ago and more, the replacement of the capitalist mode of production by socialist methods would have already represented objective gains, that is, mankind could have produced more under socialism than under capitalism. But 25 to 30 years ago, this still did not signify that productive forces were no longer capable of development under capitalism. We know that in all parts of the world, including and especially in Europe, which has until comparative recent times played the leading economic and financial role in the world, the productive forces still continued to grow. And we are now able to fix the year up to which they continued to grow in Europe, the year 1913. This means that up to that year capitalism represented not an absolute, but a relative hindrance to the development of the productive forces. In the technological sense, Europe developed with unprecedented speed and power from 1894 to 1913, that is to say, Europe became economically enriched during the 20 years which preceded the imperialist war. Beginning with 1913, and we can say this positively, the development of capitalism, of its productive forces, came to a halt 1 year before the outbreak of the war because the productive forces ran up against the limits fixed for them by capitalist property and the capitalist form of appropriation. The market was split up, competition was brought to its intensest pitch, and henceforward capitalist countries could seek to eliminate one another from the market only by mechanical means. It is not the war that put a stop to the development of productive forces in Europe, but rather the war itself arose from the impossibility of the productive forces to develop further in Europe under the conditions of capitalist management. The year 1913 marks the great turning point in the evolution of European economy. The war acted simply to deepen and sharpen this crisis, which stemmed from the fact that further economic development within the conditions of capitalism was absolutely impossible. This applies to Europe as a whole. Consequently, if before 1913 we were conditionally correct in saying that socialism is more advantageous than capitalism, it therefore follows that since 1913 capitalism already signifies a condition of absolute stagnation and disintegration for Europe, while socialism provides the only economic salvation. This renders more precise our views with respect to the first premise for the proletarian revolution. The second premise is the working class. It must become sufficiently powerful in the economic sense in order to gain power and rebuild society. Does this condition obtain today? After the experience of our Russian Revolution, it is no longer possible to raise this issue, inasmuch as the October Revolution became possible in our backward country. But we have learned in recent years to evaluate the social power of the proletariat on the world scale in a somewhat new way and much more precisely and concretely. Those naive, pseudo-Marxist views which demanded that the proletariat comprise 75 or 90% of the population before taking power, these views appear as quite infantile. Even in countries where the peasantry comprises the majority of the population, the proletariat can and must find access to the peasantry in order to achieve the conquest of power. Absolutely alien to us is any sort of reformist opportunism in relation to the peasantry. But at the same time, no less alien to us is dogmatism. The working class in all countries plays a social and economic role sufficiently great to be able to find a road to the peasant masses, to the oppressed nationalities and the colonial peoples, and in this way assure itself of the majority. After the experience of the Russian Revolution, this is not a speculation, not a hypothesis, not a deduction, but an incontestable fact. And finally, the third requirement: the working class must be ready for the overturn and capable of accomplishing it. The working class not only must be sufficiently powerful for it, but must be conscious of its power, and must be able to apply this power. Today we can and must resolve into its elements, and render more precise this subjective factor. During the post-war years, we have observed in the political life of Europe that the working class is ready for the overturn, ready in the sense of striving subjectively toward it, ready in terms of its will, moods, self-sacrifices, but still lacking the necessary organizational leadership. Consequently, the mood of the class and its organizational consciousness need not always coincide. Our revolution, thanks to an exceptional combination of historical factors, afforded our backward country the opportunity to effect the transfer of power into the hands of the working class, in a direct alliance with the peasant masses. The role of the party is all too clear to us, and fortunately, it is today already clear to the West European Communist parties. Not to take the role of the party into account is to fall into pseudo-Marxist objectivism, which presupposes some sort of purely objective and automatic preparation of the revolution, and thereby postpones the revolution to an indefinite future. Such automatism is alien to us. It is a Menshevik, a social democratic world outlook. We know, we have learned in practice, and we are teaching others to comprehend the enormous role of the subjective, the conscious factor that the revolutionary party of the working class represents. Without our party, the 1917 overturn would not, of course, have taken place, and the entire fate of our country would have been different. It would have been thrown back to vegetate as a colonial country. It would have been plundered by and divided among the imperialist powers of the world. That this did not happen was guaranteed historically by the arming of the working class with the incomparable sword, our Communist Party. This did not happen in post-war Europe. Two of the three necessary premises are extant. Long before the war, the relative advantages of socialism, and since 1913 and all the more so after the war, the absolute necessity of socialism have been established. Failing socialism, Europe is decaying and disintegrating economically. This is a fact. The working class in Europe no longer continues to grow. Its destiny, its class destiny, corresponds and runs parallel to the development of economy. To the extent that European economy, with inevitable fluctuations, suffers stagnation and even disintegration, to that extent the working class, as a class, fails to grow socially, ceases to increase numerically, but suffers from unemployment, from the terrible swellings of the reserve army of labor, etc., etc. The war roused the working class to its feet in the revolutionary sense. Was the working class, because of its social weight, capable of carrying out the revolution before the war? What did it lack? It lacked the consciousness of its own strength. Its strength grew in Europe automatically, almost imperceptibly, with the growth of industry. The war shook up the working class. Because of this terrible and bloody upheaval, the entire working class in Europe was imbued with revolutionary moods on the very next day after the war ended. Consequently, one of the subjective factors, the desire to change this world, was at hand. What was lacking? The party was lacking, the party capable of leading the working class to victory. Here is how the events of the revolution unfolded within our own country and abroad. In 1917, in Russia we have the February-March Revolution, and within 9 months, October. The Revolutionary Party guarantees victory to the working class and peasant poor. In 1918, revolution in Germany, accompanied by changes at the top. The working class tries to forge ahead but is hurled back time and again. The proletarian revolution in Germany does not lead to victory. In 1919, the eruption of the Hungarian proletarian revolution, its base is too narrow and the party too weak. The revolution is crushed in a few months in 1919. By 1920, the situation has already changed and it continues to change more and more sharply. In France there is a historical date, May 1, 1920. It marks a sharp turn that took place in the relation of forces between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie. The mood of the French proletariat had been on the whole revolutionary, but it took too light a view of victory. It was lulled by that party and those organizations which had matured in the preceding period of peaceful and organic development of capitalism. On May 1, 1920, the French proletariat declared a general strike. This should have been its first major clash with the French bourgeoisie. Entire bourgeois France trembled. The proletariat which had just emerged from the trenches struck terror into its heart. But the old Socialist Party, the old Social Democrats, who dared not oppose the revolutionary working class and who issued the call for the general strike, at the same time did everything in their power to blow it up. On the other hand, the revolutionary elements, the communists, were too weak, too scattered and too lacking in experience. The May 1st strike failed. And if you consult the French newspapers for 1920 you will see in the editorials and news stories already a swift and decisive growth of the strength of the bourgeoisie. The bourgeoisie at once sensed its own stability, gathered the state apparatus into its hands, and began to pay less and less attention to the demands of the proletariat and the threats of revolution. In that same year, in August 1920, we experienced an event closer to home which likewise brought about a change in the relation of forces, not in favor of the revolution. This was our defeat below Warsaw, a defeat which from the international standpoint is most intimately bound up with the fact that in Germany and in Poland at that moment the revolutionary movement was unable to gain victory because there was lacking a strong revolutionary party enjoying the confidence of the majority of the working class. A month later, in September 1920, we lived through the great movement in Italy. Precisely at that moment in the autumn of 1920 the Italian proletariat reached its highest point of ferment after the war. Mills, plants, railways, mines are seized. The state is disorganized, the bourgeoisie is virtually prostrate, its spine almost broken. It seems that only one more step forward is needed and the Italian working class will conquer power. But at this moment, its party, that same socialist party which had emerged from the previous epoch, although formally adhering to the Third International but with its spirit and roots still in the previous epoch, i.e., in the Second International, this party recoils in terror from the seizure of power, from the civil war, leaving the proletariat exposed. An attack is launched upon the proletariat by the most resolute wing of the bourgeoisie in the shape of fascism, in the shape of whatever still remains strong in the police and the army. The proletariat is smashed. After the defeat of the proletariat in September, we observe in Italy a still more drastic shift in the relationship of forces. The bourgeoisie said to itself, "So that's the kind of people you are. You urge the proletariat forward, but you lack the spirit to take power." And it pushed the fascist detachments to the fore. Within a few months, by March 1921, we witnessed the most important recent event in the life of Germany, the celebrated March events. Here we have a lack of correspondence between the class and the party developing from a diametrically opposite direction. In Italy in September, the working class was eager for battle. The party shied back in terror. In Germany, the working class had been eager for battle. It fought in 1918, in the course of 1919, and in the course of 1920. But its efforts and sacrifices were not crowned by victory because it did not have at its head a sufficiently strong, experienced, and cohesive party. Instead, there was another party at its head which saved the bourgeoisie for the second time, after saving it during the war. And now in 1921 the Communist Party of Germany, seeing how the bourgeoisie was consolidating its positions, wanted to make a heroic attempt to cut off the bourgeoisie's road by an offensive, by a blow, and so it rushed ahead. But the working class did not support it. Why not? Because the working class had not yet learned to have confidence in the party. It did not yet fully know this party, while its own experience in the Civil War had brought it only defeats in the course of 1919-20. And so in March 1921 a situation occurred which impelled the Communist International to say, the relations between the parties and the classes, between the communist parties and the working classes in all countries of Europe are still not mature for an immediate offensive, for an immediate battle for the conquest of power. It is necessary to proceed with a painstaking education of the communist ranks in a twofold sense: first, in the sense of fusing them together and tempering them, and second, in the sense of their conquering the confidence of the overwhelming majority of the working class. Such was the slogan advanced by the Third International at a time when the March events in Germany were still fresh. And then, comrades, after the month of March, throughout the year 1921 and during 1922 we observed the process, at any rate on the surface, of the strengthening of the bourgeois governments in Europe. We observed the strengthening of the extreme right wing. In France the National Bloc headed by Poincaré still remains in power. But Poincaré is considered in France, that is within the National Bloc, as a leftist, and looming on the horizon is a new and more reactionary, more imperialist ministry of Tardieu. In England, the government of Lloyd George, this imperialist with his stock of pacifist preachments and proverbs, has been supplanted by the purely conservative, openly imperialist ministry of Bonner Law. In Germany, the coalition ministry, i.e., one with an admixture of social democrats, has been replaced by an openly bourgeois ministry of Cuno, and finally in Italy we see the assumption of power by Mussolini, the open rule of the counter-revolutionary fist. In the economic field, capitalism is on the offensive against the proletariat. In every country of Europe the workers have to defend, and not always successfully, the scale of wages they had yesterday, and the 8-hour working day in those countries where it had been gained legally during or after the last period of the war. Such is the general situation. Clearly, the revolutionary development, that is, the struggle of the proletariat for power beginning with the year 1917, does not represent a uniform and steadily rising curve. There has been a break in the curve. Comrades, in order to picture more clearly the situation through which the working class is now passing, it might not be amiss to resort to an analogy. Analogy, historical comparison and juxtaposition, is a dangerous device because time and again people try to extract from an analogy more than it can give. But within certain limits, employed for the purpose of illustration, an analogy is useful. We began our revolution in 1905, after the Russo-Japanese War. Already at that time we were being drawn toward power by the logic of things. 1905 and 1906 brought stagnation, and the two Dumas. 1907 brought the 3rd of June and the government coup, the first victories of reaction which met almost no resistance, and then the revolution rolled back. 1908 and 1909 were already the black years of reaction, and then only gradually beginning with 1910 to 11 was there an upswing, which the war then intersected. In March 1917 came the victory of bourgeois democracy, in October, the victory of workers and peasants. We have therefore two key points, 1905 and 1917, separated by an interval of 12 years. These 12 years represent in a revolutionary sense a broken curve, first declining and then rising. In an international sense, first and foremost in relation to Europe, we now have something similar. Victory was possible in 1917 and 1918, but we did not gain it. The ultimate condition was lacking, the powerful Communist Party. The bourgeoisie succeeded in restoring many of its political and military police positions, but not the economic ones, while the proletariat began building its Communist Party brick by brick. In the initial stages, this Communist Party tried to make up for lost opportunities by a single audacious leap forward, as in March 1921 in Germany. It burned its fingers. The International issued a warning. You must conquer the confidence of the majority of the working class before you dare summon the workers to an open revolutionary assault. This was the lesson of the Third Congress. A year and a half later the Fourth World Congress convened. In making the most general appraisal, it is necessary to say that at the time the Fourth Congress convened, a turning point had not yet been reached, in the sense that the International could say, "Now the hour of open assault has already sounded." The Fourth Congress developed, deepened, verified and rendered more precise the work of the Third Congress, and was convinced that this work was basically correct. I said that in 1908 to 2009, on a much narrower arena at the time, we lived through in Russia the moment of the lowest decline of the revolutionary wave in the sense of the prevailing moods among the working class, both in the sense of the then triumphant Stalipinism and Rasputinism, as well as in the sense of the disintegration of the advanced ranks of the working class. What remained as illegal nuclei were terribly small in comparison to the working class as a whole. The best elements were in jails, serving hard labor terms in penitentiaries, or in exile. 1908 to 2009, this was the lowest point of the revolutionary movement, then came a gradual upswing. For the last 2 years and, in part, right now we are living through a period undoubtedly analogous to 1908 and 1909, i.e., the lowest point in the direct and open revolutionary struggle. There is still another point of similarity. On June 3, 1907, the counter-revolution gained a victory, Stolypin's coup, on the parliamentary arena almost without meeting any resistance in the country. And toward the end of 1907 another terrible blow descended, the industrial crisis. What influence did this have on the working class? Did it impel the workers to struggle? No. In 1905, in 1906 and the first half of 1907 the working class had already given its energies and its best elements to the open struggle. It suffered defeat, and on the heels of defeat came the commercial-industrial crisis which weakened the productive and economic role of the proletariat, rendering its position even less stable. This crisis weakened it both in the revolutionary and political sense. Only the commercial and industrial upswing which began in 1909-10 and which reassembled the workers in factories and plants, again imbued the workers with confidence, provided a major basis of support for our party and gave the revolution an impulsion forward. Here too, I say, we can draw a certain analogy. In the spring of 1921 a fearsome commercial crisis broke out in America and in Japan after the proletariat had suffered defeats. The defeat in France on May 1, 1920, in Italy, in September 1920, in Germany, throughout 1919 and 1920, and especially in the March days of 1921. But precisely at this moment, in the spring of 1921, there ensued the crisis in Japan and in America, and in the latter part of 1921 it leaped to Europe. Unemployment grew to unheard of proportions, especially, as you know, in England. The stability of the proletariat's position dropped still lower, after the losses and disillusionments already suffered. And this does not strengthen, but on the contrary, in the given conditions of crisis weakens the working class. During the current year and since the end of last year there have been signs of a certain industrial revival. In America it has reached the proportions of a real upswing, while in Europe it remains a small, uneven ripple. Thus here, too, the first impulse for the revival of an open mass movement came, especially in France, from a certain improvement in the economic conjuncture. But here, comrades, the analogy ceases. The industrial upswing of 1909 and 1910 in our country and in the entire pre-war world was a full-blooded, powerful boom which lasted until 1913 and came at a time when the productive forces had not yet run up against the limits of capitalism, giving rise to the greatest imperialist slaughter. The industrial revival which began at the end of last year denotes only a change in the temperature of the tubercular organism of European economy. European economy is not growing but disintegrating, it remains on the same levels only in a few countries. The richest of European countries, insular England, has a national income at least 1/3 or 1/4 smaller than before the war. They engaged in war, as you know, in order to conquer markets. They ended by becoming poorer at least by 1/4 or 1/3. The improvements this year have been minimal. The decline in the influence of the social democracy and the growth of the communist parties at the expense of the social democrats is a sure symptom of this. As is well known, social reformism grew thanks to the fact that the bourgeoisie had the possibility of improving the position of the most highly skilled layers of the working class. In the nature of things, Scheidman and everything connected with him would have been impossible without this, for after all Scheidman does not represent simply an ideological tendency, but a tendency that grows out of certain economic and social premises. It represents a labor aristocracy which profits from the fact that capitalism is full-blooded and powerful, and has the possibility of improving the condition of at least the upper layers of the working class. That is precisely why we witness in the pre-war years from 1909 to 1913, the most powerful growth of the bureaucracy in the trade unions and in the social democracy, and the strongest entrenchment of reformism and nationalism among the top circles of the working class, which led to the terrible catastrophe of the Second International at the outbreak of the war. And now, comrades, the gist of the situation in Europe is characterized by this, that the bourgeoisie has no longer the possibility of fattening up the summits of the working class because it is not able even to feed the entire working class normally, in the capitalist sense of the word, normal. The lowering of working class living standards is today the same kind of law as the decline of the European economy. This process started in 1913, the war introduced superficial changes into it. After the war it has become revealed with a special ferocity. The superficial fluctuations of the economic conjuncture do not alter this fact. This is the first and basic difference between our epoch and the one prior to the war. But there is a second difference, and it is the existence of Soviet Russia as a revolutionary factor. There is also a third difference: the existence of a centralized international communist party. And we observe, comrades, that at the very time when the bourgeoisie is scoring one superficial victory after another over the proletariat, the growth, strengthening, and systematic development of the Communist Party is not being retarded but advances forward. And herein lies the most important and fundamental difference between our epoch and the one from 1905 to 1917. What I have said relates, as you see, primarily to Europe. It would be incorrect to apply it wholly to America. In America, too, socialism is more advantageous than capitalism, and it would be even more correct to say that especially in America socialism would be more advantageous than capitalism. In other words, were the present-day American productive forces organized along the principles of collectivism, a fabulous flowering of economy would ensue. But in relation to America it would be incorrect to say, as we do say in relation to Europe, that capitalism already represents the cessation of economic development. Europe is rotting, America is thriving. In the initial years, or more correctly in the initial months, in the first 20 months after the war, it might have seemed that America would be immediately undermined by the economic collapse of Europe, inasmuch as America used and exploited the European market in general, and the war market in particular. This market has shriveled and dried up, and having been deprived of one of its props, the monstrous Babylonian tower of American industry threatened to lean over and to fall down altogether. But America, while having lost the European market of the previous scope, in addition to exploiting its own rich internal market with a population of 100 million, is seizing and has seized all the more surely the markets of certain European countries, those of Germany and to a considerable measure those of Britain. And we see, in 1921-22, American economy passing through a genuine commercial and industrial upswing at a time when Europe is experiencing only a distant and feeble repercussion of this upswing. Consequently, the productive forces in America are still developing under capitalism, much more slowly, of course, than they would develop under socialism, but developing nevertheless. How long they will continue to do so is another question. The American working class and its economic and social power has, of course, fully matured for the conquest of state power, but in its political and organizational traditions it is incomparably further removed from the conquest of power than the European working class. Our power, the power of the Communist International, is still very weak in America. And if one were to ask, naturally this is only a hypothetical posing of the question, which will take place first, the victorious proletarian revolution in Europe or the creation of a powerful communist party in America? Then, on the basis of all the facts now available, and naturally all sorts of new facts are possible, such as, say, a war between America and Japan. And war, comrades, is a great locomotive of history, if one were to take the present situation in its further logical development. Then I would venture to say that there are far more chances that the proletariat will conquer in Europe before a powerful communist party rises and develops in America. In other words, just as the victory of the revolutionary working class in October 1917 was the premise for the creation of the Communist International and for the growth of the communist parties in Europe, so, in all probability, the victory of the proletariat in the most important countries of Europe will be the premise for swift revolutionary developments in America. The difference between these two areas lies in this, that in Europe the economy decays and declines with the proletariat no longer growing productively, because there is no room for growth, but awaiting the development of the Communist Party, while in America, which exploits the disintegration of Europe, the economic advancement is still proceeding. The third sphere is constituted by the colonies. It is self-understood that the colonies, Asia and Africa, I speak of them as a unity, despite the fact that they, like Europe, contain the greatest graduations. The colonies, if taken independently and isolatedly, are absolutely not ready for the proletarian revolution. If they are taken isolatedly, then capitalism still has a long possibility of economic development in them. But the colonies belong to the metropolitan centers, and their fate is intimately bound up with the fate of these European metropolitan centers. In the colonies we observe the growing national revolutionary movement. Communists represent their only small nuclei implanted among the peasantry. So that in the colonies we have primarily petty bourgeois and bourgeois national movements. If you were to ask concerning the prospects of the socialist and communist development of the colonies, then I would say that this question cannot be posed in an isolated manner. Of course, after the victory of the proletariat in Europe, these colonies will become the arena for the cultural, economic, and every other kind of influence exercised by Europe. But for this they must first of all play their revolutionary role parallel with the role of European proletariat. In this connection, the European proletariat, particularly that of France, and in the first instance that of Britain, are doing far too little. The growth of the influence of socialist and communist ideas, the emancipation of the toiling masses of the colonies, the weakening of the influence of the nationalist parties can be assured not only by and not so much by the role of the native communist nuclei as by the revolutionary struggle of the proletariat of the metropolitan centers for the emancipation of the colonies. Only in this way will the proletariat of the metropolitan centers demonstrate to the colonies that there are two European nations, one the oppressor, the other the friend. Only in this way will the proletariat give a further impetus to the colonies which will topple down the structure of imperialism and thereby perform a revolutionary service for the proletarian cause. Comrades, until recently we failed to differentiate adequately between Europe and America. And the slow development of communism in America might have inspired some pessimistic ideas to the effect that so far as revolution is concerned, Europe must wait for America. Not at all. Europe cannot wait. To put it differently, if the revolution in Europe is postponed for many decades, it would signify the elimination of Europe generally as a cultural force. As you all know, the philosophy now fashionable in Europe is that of Spengler, the philosophy of the decline of Europe. In its own way, this is a correct class premonition on the part of the bourgeoisie. Ignoring the proletariat which will replace the European bourgeoisie and wield power, they talk about Europe's decline. Of course, if this actually happened, the inevitable result would be, if not a decline, then a prolonged economic and cultural decay of Europe, and then, after a lapse of time, the American Revolution would come and take Europe in tow. But there are no serious grounds for such a prognosis, pessimistic from the standpoint of time intervals. To be sure, speculations concerning time intervals are quite untrustworthy and not always serious. But I want to say that there is no reason for thinking that between the year 1917, the inception of the new revolutionary epoch in Europe, and the major victories in Western Europe, there must be a lapse of many more years than passed between our 1905 and our 1917. 12 years elapsed in our country from the beginning of the revolution, the initial experience, to the victory. We do not, of course, know just how many years will pass between 1917 and the first major, stable victory in Europe. It is not excluded that less than 12 years may pass. In any case, the greatest advantage today lies in the existence of Soviet Russia and of the Communist International, the centralized organization of the revolutionary vanguard, and, intimately linked with this, the systematic organizational strengthening of communist parties in various countries. This does not always signify their numerical growth. Naturally, in 1919-20, when the first hopes of the proletariat were still fresh, the ranks of the communist parties were flooded, as is always the case in time of high tide, and the communist organizations became filled with unstable elements. Some of these elements have now withdrawn, but there has been no cessation of the growth of the party in terms of its becoming tempered, in terms of higher ideological clarity, in terms of international centralization and ties. This growth is undeniable and finds its expression both in the fact that the Fourth World Congress made a start toward the drafting of an international program, for the first time in the history of the proletariat, as well as in the fact that the Fourth Congress, in electing the Executive Committee, created for the first time a centralist organ not on federalistic principles, not on the basis of delegated representatives from various parties, but as a body elected by the Fourth Congress itself. And this Executive Committee has been entrusted with the destinies of the Communist International until the next Congress. The Communist International is confronted after the Fourth Congress with two intimately interrelated tasks. The first task is to continue the struggle against the centrist tendencies which express the repeated and persistent attempts of the bourgeoisie through the medium of its left wing to utilize the protracted character of the revolutionary development by sinking its own roots inside the Communist International. The struggle against centrism within the Communist International, and the further purging of this World Party, this is the first task. The second is the struggle for influence over the overwhelming majority of the working class. These two problems were raised very sharply at the Third Congress, especially in connection with our French party, which came to the Congress represented by two factions, the center and the left. Following the events of 1920, our Italian party split. By the summer of 1921, the Italian center, the so-called Maximalists headed by Serrati, were no longer present at our Congress, the Third, and they were declared expelled from the International. In the French party, these same two tendencies became delineated on the eve of the Fourth Congress. The parallelism in many respects between the Italian and French movements has been previously remarked upon. And here is a fact of the greatest symptomatic significance. Despite the triumph of the counter-revolution in Italy as in Europe generally, to which I have already referred, we observe precisely in Italy, where communism has suffered its worst defeat, not disintegration, not a recoil from, but on the contrary, a new impulsion toward the Communist International. The Maximalists led by Serrati, whom we had expelled, and correctly so, for conduct that was truly treacherous, these Maximalists, having split with the Reformists during the September 1920 movement, began knocking at the doors of the International on the eve of the Fourth Congress. What does this signify? It signifies a new revolutionary impulsion to the left on the part of a section of the proletarian vanguard. There were many indications that the French centrists would repeat the course of the Italian Maximalists, that is, split with us. We would of course have been reconciled, even to such an outcome, in the knowledge that the left wing would have in the end gained the upper hand. However, the French centrists, with Cassin and Froissart at the head, have learned something from the experience of the Italian Maximalists who arrived in Moscow with heads bowed in repentance after having split with Moscow. You should all acquaint yourselves with the resolution on the French party adopted by the Fourth Congress. These resolutions are in their own way quite draconic, especially if one takes into account the morals and customs of France and of its old, socialist party. A demand for a complete break with all the institutions of the bourgeoisie is something that seems self-evident to us. But in France, where hundreds upon hundreds of Communist Party members belong to Masonic lodges, bourgeois, democratic leagues for the defense of the rights of man, etc., etc., there the demand for a complete break with the bourgeoisie, for the expulsion of all Freemasons and the like, represents a complete overturn in the party's life. At the Congress we adopted a demand to the French party that 9/10 of the candidates for all electoral posts, the Parliament, the municipal councils, the cantonal councils, etc., be selected from among workers and peasants directly from the workbench or the plough. In a country where entire legions of intellectuals, lawyers, careerists flock to the gates of various parties whenever they sniff the scent of a mandate, and all the more so a prospect of power, etc., those acquainted with the existing conditions in the French party will understand that a demand for advancing workers and peasants directly from the workbench and the plough to 9/10 of the electoral posts represents the greatest possible upheaval in the life of the French party. The left wing, which is approximately as strong numerically as the center, was in favor of this. The center vacillated a great deal. We understood that this issue was a very touchy one and that our Moscow boots had stepped on a very sensitive corn, and we awaited how Paris would react to the prodding of Moscow. The latest telegrams testified that a break with Moscow was attempted. Morizet is named as the initiator of this attempt. He paid us a visit in Moscow, and then wrote a very sympathetic book. It is one thing to write in Paris a sympathetic book about the Russian Revolution. It is something else again to prepare the French Revolution. This Morizet, together with Sétif, both members of the Central Committee, proposed to split and to proclaim the formation of an independent party without waiting for the return of the French delegation from Moscow. But there was such great pressure from the ranks, the readiness of the rank and file to accept the decisions of the Fourth Congress was so clear and manifest, that they were forced to beat a retreat. And while they abstained, only abstained, the incumbent Central Committee consisting entirely of centrists, with not a single left-winger on it, and perhaps without any general enthusiasm among all the members of the Central Committee, nevertheless voted to submit to the Moscow decisions. I repeat, comrades, this fact may appear secondary from the standpoint of world perspectives. But if we had followed the life of the French working class and its communist vanguard from day to day, and we must learn to do this through our press, then all of us would have said that only now, only after the Fourth Congress, has French communism turned the helm in such a way as will guarantee it a swift progress in conquering the confidence of the broad working masses of France. This is all the more true because there is not another working class in this world that has been deceived so often, so shamelessly and vilely as the French working class. Since the end of the 18th century it has been duped during all the revolutions by the bourgeoisie in all its colorations. Among all the parties of the Second International, the French socialists of the pre-war and war epochs elaborated the most refined technique and virtuosity of treachery. And this is why the French working class with its superb revolutionary temperament inevitably reacted with the greatest mistrust even toward the new Communist Party. It had seen socialists, under all sorts of labels, it had seen organizations, no matter how they changed their skins, remain passageways for careerists, deputies, journalists of all sorts, ministers, etc. Bryant, Miller, and all the rest, after all, stem from the old Socialist Party. No other proletariat in the world has passed through such a school of deception and political exploitation. Hence mistrust, hence political indifference, hence syndicalist influences and prejudices. What we need is for our Communist Party to come before the working class and demonstrate in action that it is not a party like other parties but the revolutionary organization of the working class, that there is no room in its ranks for careerists, Freemasons, Democrats, and grafters. For the first time this demand has been presented and accepted. Furthermore, a date has been fixed. January 1st, 1923 is the deadline. Not a single Freemason, not a single careerist, by January 1st, 1923. They have only a few days left. Comrades, these are facts of utmost importance. Applause. Another question likewise in connection with France was posed very sharply, the question of the United Front. As you know, the slogan of the United Front arises from two causes. In the first place, we Communists are still a minority in France, in Germany, in every country of Europe with the exception of Bulgaria and perhaps Czechoslovakia we influence and control less than one half of the proletariat. Concurrently, the revolutionary development has started to lag. The proletariat wants to live and fight but finds itself split. It is under these conditions that the Communists must conquer the confidence of this working class. On what basis? On the basis of the struggle in its full scope. On the basis of current day-to-day struggles, on the basis of every demand, at every strike, at every demonstration. The Communist must be in the forefront. The Communist must conquer the confidence of those who still do not trust him today. Hence the slogan of the United Front, hence the internal cohesion, the expulsion from our ranks of everything alien to us in spirit, and a simultaneous struggle to win over those proletarian elements that still trust these careerists, opportunists, Freemasons, and the like. This is a twofold but closely related task. The French Communists, especially the centrists who, under the pressure of the dissidents, that is, of the French Socialists, had tolerated Freemasons in their ranks and rejected the tactic of the United Front, have proposed to apply the tactic of the United Front in connection with the demand for political amnesty. I cite France because these questions found their sharpest expression in that country. When Frossard, secretary of the French party, proposed in the name of the Communists to the dissidents, i.e., Socialists, Patriots, Reformists, that they engage in joint action in order to obtain amnesty for worker revolutionists clapped in jail during the war or in the post-war period, as soon as this offer was made, the shrewdest leaders of the dissidents immediately replied in a way that is typical and instructive in the highest degree. We have met, and we shall meet this answer elsewhere. The dissidents said, You communists have turned to us, and consequently you thereby acknowledge that we are not betrayers of the working class. But we want time to think your offer over, and see whether or not you are hiding a brickbat in your sleeves, or are perchance preparing to discredit us. I gather from the papers that in The Hague, Comrade Roddick wrote reportedly a very impolite article about Van der Velde and Scheidman, and at the same time offered the local Social Democrats and followers of Amsterdam a united front against militarism and the war danger. Knowing the irascible temper of Comrade Roddick, I am ready to allow that his article was not very polite. But the reaction of Messrs. Amsterdamists was quite typical. See here, they said, this means one of two things. Either you must admit that we are not traitors in view of your proposing a united front to us, or we shall become firmly convinced that you are hiding not only disrespectful articles, but brickbats, and something worse in your sleeves. Comrades, this position of course constitutes a most sweeping admission of bankruptcy. Upon reading this, I was reminded of the comments of certain Parisian wits in the period of our emigration when the Social Democrats proposed to debate with Burtsev. They pointed out that Burtsev's reply in rejecting the debate amounted to his saying, "I'm a wise old bird and you can't trap me. What you seek by a discussion is to expose my feeble mentality, but I refuse to fall for such bait." The gentlemen of the Second International are shrewder than Burtsev, but they fall into the selfsame trap. For what is the content of the brickbat in our sleeves? It is this, that we say that these people are incapable of struggle, incapable of defending the interests of the proletariat. And we address ourselves to their army, that is, those workers who still follow and trust them, and say to them, "We are proposing to your leaders a certain way of fighting jointly with us for the 8-hour working day, for political amnesty, and against wage cuts." What is our brickbat? Why this, that if you Amsterdamists and Social Democrats expose yourselves in this struggle as cowards and traitors, a section of your workers will come over to us. But if contrary to expectations you turn out to be revolutionary tigers and lions, then so much the better for you. Try it. This is the content of our bait. Our trap is simple. It is so simple. But at the same time it is unassailable. It is impossible to squirm away from it. It does not matter whether a Burtsev agrees or refuses to discuss for fear of revealing that he is no good. In either case he remains no good, and can't remedy the situation. In other words, the slogan of the United Front, which is already playing an enormous role in all European countries in educating the working masses about the communists, and posing before the workers who do not yet trust the communists the following proposition: "You do not believe in revolutionary methods and in the dictatorship. Very well. But we communists propose to you and your organization that we fight side by side to gain those demands which you are advancing today." This is an unassailable argument. It educates the masses about the communists, and shows them that the communist organization is the best for partial struggles as well. I repeat that we have gained major successes in this struggle. And alongside the growing internal cohesion of the communist parties, we observe the growth of their political influence, and their increased ability to maneuver, really maneuver. This is something that they have especially lacked. From the United Front flows the slogan of a workers' government. The Fourth Congress submitted it to a thorough discussion and once again confirmed it as the central political slogan for the next period. What does the struggle for a workers' government signify? We communists of course know that a genuine workers' government in Europe will be established after the proletariat overthrows the bourgeoisie together with its democratic machinery and installs the proletarian dictatorship under the leadership of the Communist Party. But in order to bring this about, it is necessary for the European proletariat in its majority to support the Communist Party. But this does not obtain as yet, and so our Communist parties say on every appropriate occasion: "Socialist workers, syndicalist workers, anarchists and non-party workers." Wages are being slashed. Less and less remains of the 8-hour working day. The cost of living is soaring. Such things would not be if all the workers, despite their differences, were able to unite and install their own workers' government. And the slogan of a workers' government thus becomes a wedge driven by the communists between the working class and all other classes, and inasmuch as the top circles of the social democracy, the reformists, are tied up with the bourgeoisie, this wedge will act more and more to tear away, and it is already beginning to tear away the left wing of social democratic workers from their leaders. Under certain conditions, the slogan of a workers' government can become a reality in Europe. That is to say, a moment may arrive when the communists, together with the left elements of the social democracy, will set up a workers' government in a way similar to ours in Russia when we created a workers' and peasants' government together with the left socialist revolutionaries. Such a phase would constitute a transition to the proletarian dictatorship, the full and completed one. But right now the significance of the slogan of a workers' government lies not so much in the manner and conditions of its realization in life as in the fact that at the present time this slogan opposes the working class as a whole politically to all other classes, i.e., to all the groupings of the bourgeois political world. At the Fourth Congress we were confronted concretely with the question of a workers' government with respect to Saxony. There the Social Democrats together with the Communists comprise a majority as against the bourgeoisie in the Saxon Landtag. I believe there are 40 Social Democratic deputies and 10 Communist deputies while the total bourgeois bloc numbers less than 50. And so the Social Democrats propose to the Communists the joint formation of a workers' government in Saxony. There were some doubts and vacillations on this issue in our German party. The question was reviewed here in Moscow and a decision was reached to reject the proposal. What do the German Social Democrats really want? What were they aiming at with this proposal? You all know that the German Republic is headed by a Social Democrat, Ebert. Under Ebert is a bourgeois ministry, called to power by Ebert. But in Saxony, one of the most highly proletarianized sections of Germany, it is proposed to institute a coalition labor ministry of Social Democrats and Communists. The result would be a genuine bourgeois government in Germany, over the country as a whole, while in the Landtag of one of the sections of Germany there would be acting as a lightning rod, a coalition Social Democratic and Communist government. In the Comintern we gave the following answer: if you, our German Communist comrades, are of the opinion that a revolution is possible in the next few months in Germany, then we would advise you to participate in Saxony in a coalition government and to utilize your ministerial posts in Saxony for the furthering of political and organizational tasks and for transforming Saxony in a certain sense into a communist drill ground so as to have a revolutionary stronghold already reinforced in a period of preparation for the approaching outbreak of the revolution. But this would be possible only if the pressure of the revolution were already making itself felt, only if it were already at hand. In that case it would imply only the seizure of a single position in Germany which you are destined to capture as a whole. But at the present time you will of course play in Saxony the role of an appendage, an impotent appendage because the Saxon government itself is impotent before Berlin, and Berlin is a bourgeois government. The Communist Party of Germany was in complete accord with this decision, and the negotiations were broken off. The proposal of the Social Democrats to the Communists, much weaker than the Social Democrats, and hounded by these Social Democrats, to share power with them in Saxony is of course a trap. But in this trap was expressed the pressure of the working masses for unity. This pressure has been evoked by us, and this pressure, insofar as it operates to tear the working class away from the bourgeoisie, will in the last analysis work in our favor. Comrades, I said that there is a tide of concentrated reaction now sweeping over Europe and her governmental upper stories. The victory of the Tories in England, Poincaré's National Bloc with the prospect of Tardieu in France. In Germany, which is still called a socialist republic today, it was thus hastily labeled in November 1918, there is a purely bourgeois government. And finally in Italy there is the assumption of power by Mussolini. Mussolini is a lesson being given to Europe with regard to democracy, its principles and its methods. In some respects this lesson is analogous, from the opposite extreme, of course, to the one which we gave Europe in the beginning of 1918 by dispersing the Constituent Assembly. Mussolini is a lesson to Europe that is instructive in the highest degree. Italy is an old cultured country, with democratic traditions, with universal suffrage, etc., etc. When the proletariat frightened the bourgeoisie to death but proved unable, owing to the treachery of its own party, to deal it the death blow, the bourgeoisie set in motion all of its most active elements, headed by Mussolini, a renegade from socialism and the proletariat. A private party army was mobilized, and it was equipped from one end of the country to the other with funds allegedly drawn from mysterious sources but which come principally from governmental resources, partly from the secret Italian funds, and to a considerable measure from French subsidies to Mussolini. Under the aegis of democracy, the storm troop organization of the counter-revolution was organized, and in the course of 2 years it conducted assaults upon workers' districts, and threw a ring of its troops around Rome. The bourgeoisie hesitated because it was not sure that Mussolini was capable of coping with the situation. But when Mussolini proved his ability, they all bowed before him. The speech made by Mussolini in the Italian parliament ought to be posted and placarded in all the workers' institutions and houses in Western Europe. What he said amounts to the following: "I could chase all of you out of here and turn this parliament into a camp for my fascists. But I don't need to do it because you will lick my boots away." And they all answered, "Here. Here." And the Italian Democrats thereupon requested to know, "Which boot is it your pleasure that we begin with, the right or the left?" Comrades, this is a lesson of exceptional importance to the European working class, which in its top layers is corroded by its traditions, by bourgeois democracy, by the deliberate hypnosis of legality. I have said that the centralized communist organization of the Comintern and the existence of the Soviet Republic constitute the greatest conquests of the European and world working class in this epoch of the deathbed triumphs of the European bourgeoisie, in this epoch of a break in the rising curve of the revolution. The gist of the matter is not that we, Russia, conduct internationalist propaganda. It of course happens that Russian comrades like Radek and Lozovsky, for example, manage, to our surprise, to reach The Hague, and there write disrespectful articles, and arouse the ire of pacifists of both sexes, etc., etc. This, comrades, is of course very valuable and very gratifying, but it is still of secondary importance. Nor is the gist of the matter in the fact that we in Moscow extend hospitality to the congresses of the Comintern. It is of course a good thing, but our propaganda does not consist in welcoming our comrades from Italy, Germany, and elsewhere and assigning them rooms in the Lux Hotel, poorly heated, of course, inasmuch as we have not yet learned to operate heating systems efficiently. The gist lies in the very existence of the Soviet Republic. We have become accustomed to this fact. The entire world working class appears, in a certain sense, to have become accustomed to it. On the other side, the bourgeoisie, too, makes a pretense to a certain extent of having grown accustomed. But in order to understand the significance for the revolution of the existence of the Soviet Republic, let us imagine for a moment that this republic no longer exists. With Mussolini in Italy, Poincaré in France, Bonner Law in England, a bourgeois government in Germany, the downfall of the Soviet Republic would signify the postponement of the European and world revolution for decades. It would signify the genuine decay of European culture. Socialism would then arise perhaps from America, from Japan, from Asia. But instead of speculating in terms of decades, what we are striving for is to bring this issue to its consummation in the next few years. Applause, for this there is the greatest and most ample opportunity. Once it establishes a correct relationship with the peasantry, what is the proletariat, of even so backward a country as ours? We have already seen what it is with our own eyes, and our All-Union Soviet Congress, now convening in Moscow, is demonstrating just what is signified by the power of the proletariat, encircled and blockaded by the whole world, but nevertheless leading the peasantry behind it. The European and world working class draws its strength and energy from this source, from Soviet Russia. We hold the power. In our country the means of production are nationalized. This is a great trump card in the hands of the toiling masses of Russia, and at the same time this is a pledge of an accelerated development of the revolution in Europe. Should, working class, America lag behind, we shall nevertheless gain the upper hand. During the imperialist war the American bourgeoisie warmed its hands at the European bonfire. But comrades, once the revolutionary conflagration starts sweeping Europe, the American bourgeoisie will not be able to maintain itself long. It is nowhere written that the European proletariat must keep waiting until the American proletariat learns not to succumb to the lies of its triply depraved bourgeoisie. Nowhere is this written. At the present time, the American bourgeoisie is deliberately keeping Europe in a condition of decay. Glutted with European blood and gold, the American bourgeoisie issues orders to the whole world, sends plenipotentiaries to conferences who are bound by no commitments. These emissaries say nothing but render their own decisions, and from time to time they plant their American foot on the table, and the diplomats of the European countries cannot fail to note that this foot is shod in an excellent American boot. And with this boot America dictates her own laws to Europe. The European bourgeoisie, not only of Germany and France but also Britain, begs on its hind legs before the American bourgeoisie which trained Europe in wartime by its support, by its loans, by its gold, and which now keeps Europe in the throes of death agony. The American bourgeoisie will be repaid by the European proletariat. And this vengeance shall come the sooner, all the firmer our Soviet successes are. Whether our propaganda is good or bad, it remains in either case a third-rate or fourth-rate factor, but our economy is a first-rate factor. Comrade peasants! And unless I am mistaken, there are non-party peasant comrades present in this hall. I can categorically assure you that each additional sheaf of grain is another small weight placed on the scales of the European Revolution. What does the working class of Britain dread? What does the German working class dread? Hungry Europe survived for 3 war years and in the post-war years on American grain. The American bourgeoisie naturally threatens openly that in the event of new revolutionary convulsions in Europe it will starve the continent by a grain blockade, just as Britain and France once threw an industrial blockade around Soviet Russia. This is a very important matter in the calculations of the European working class and above all of the German workers. And we, Soviet Russia, must say, and prepare this in action, that the European proletarian revolution will eat grain supplied by Soviet Russia. And these words, comrade peasants, are not hollow syllables, not empty phrases. The fate of all Europe depends upon the solution of this question. 2 courses are possible: either the European proletariat remains terrorized by the American boot, or the European proletariat is backed by the Russian workers and peasants, and thus assured of grain during the difficult days and months of revolution. That is why each economic success in agriculture is a revolutionary deed. And that is why every peasant in Soviet Russia, even those who do not know for sure just where Germany, France, or Britain are located on the map, who seeks to grow his crops, who tries to start things rolling again, to help the city and the industry, this peasant is today a better aid to the world, in the first instance, the European Revolution, than are all of us old and experienced propagandists put together. This, comrades, applies with equal force to our industry. Miserable indeed would be the revolutionary party of Europe that said to itself, no communist would ever say it, I shall bide my time until the Soviet Republic shows me just how the condition of the working class can be improved under socialism. No one has the right to bide his time. Everybody has the duty to fight side by side with us. But, on the other hand, it is incontestable that each of our economic successes, to the extent that it simultaneously enables us to improve the condition of the working class in Russia while the condition of the working class in Europe is dropping lower rung by rung, yes, it is incontestable that each economic success of ours is the weightiest of arguments, the weightiest propaganda in favor of accelerating the proletarian revolution in Europe. Power is in our hands, the means of production are in our hands. We hold the frontiers. This, too, is no minor circumstance. That same American billionaire with his first-class boots could buy up all of our Russia with his billions were our frontiers left open to him. That is why the monopoly of foreign trade is just as much our inalienable revolutionary conquest as is the nationalization of the means of production. That is why the working class and the peasants of Russia will not permit any violation of the monopoly of foreign trade, no matter how much pressure is exerted upon us from all the 5 continents of this globe still under the capitalist yoke. These are our trumps. Only with a correct organization of production can we preserve them, multiply them, and not waste them. From this standpoint, comrades, there must be no self-deception concerning the difficulties of our tasks. This is what we said at the Fourth Congress, which took up our new economic policy as a special point on its agenda, in connection with the world perspectives. We have listed our big trump cards: state power, transport, the primary means of production in industry, natural resources, nationalization of land, taxes in kind which flow from this nationalized land, and the monopoly of foreign trade. These are first-class trumps. But if one does not know how to use them, it is possible to lose with even better trumps. Comrades, we must learn. At the Congress, Comrade Lenin in his brief speech laid particular stress upon this, that not only they but we, too, must learn. We must learn how to organize industry correctly, for this correct organization still lies ahead and not behind us. It is our tomorrow and not our yesterday, nor even today. We are making efforts to stabilize our currency. This was also taken up at the Fourth Congress. Such efforts are indispensable, and naturally, the greater our relative successes in this field, all the easier will be our administrative labors in industry. But we all understand only too clearly that all efforts in the field of finances unaccompanied by genuine material successes in the field of industry must remain mere child's play. The foundation is our industry. The Soviet state rests upon this foundation, thrives with it, and secures from it the assurance of the future victories of the working class. Finally, there is one more trump, one more machine, one other organization that is likewise in our hands. We talked about it more than once at the Fourth Congress. It is our party. I am speaking here first of all before the Communist fraction of the Soviet Congress, and it is necessary in closing to say a few words about our party. From the general analysis it follows that, on the European scale, we are living through a period of recession in the direct revolutionary struggle, and simultaneously through a period of educational work and strengthening of the Communist Party. The development has assumed a retarded and protracted character. This means that we must wait longer for the assistance of the European and, later, of the world proletariat. This means that our party is destined for a long span of time, perhaps for several years, to remain the vanguard of the world revolution. This is a very great honor. But it is also a great responsibility, a very great burden. We would prefer to have alongside us Soviet republics in Germany, Poland, and other countries. Our responsibility then would have been less, and the difficulties of our position would not have been so great. Our party has old cadres with pre-revolutionary, underground tempering, but they are in the minority. We have in our party hundreds of thousands who in terms of human class material are in no way inferior to the old-timers. These hundreds of thousands who poured into our ranks after the revolution possess the advantage of youth but are handicapped by a lesser experience. Comrade Lenin told me, I did not happen to read it myself, that some physician, either a Czech or a German, has written that the Communist Party of Russia consists of a few thousand oldsters and the rest, youth. The conditions of the NEP, he thinks, will tend to reshape our party, and if the old generations, a few thousand strong, depart from activity, the party will be imperceptibly transformed by the elements of the NEP, the elements of capitalism. Here, as you see, is a subtle political and psychological calculation. This calculation is of course false to the core. But at the same time it demands of our party that it give itself an accounting of the protracted character of the revolutionary development, and of the difficulties of our position, and that our party double and triple its efforts for the education of its new generations, for attracting the youth and for raising the qualifications of the party mass. In the present conditions this is a life and death question for us. Comrades, I want to refer to still another episode, a very major episode for all of us, and that is the illness of Vladimir Ilyich. Most of you here have not had the opportunity of following the European press. There have been many wild campaigns abroad concerning us and against us, but I do not recall, not even in the days of Kerensky when we were hounded as German spies, such a concentrated campaign of malevolence, of viciousness, and fiendish speculation as the current campaign around the illness of Comrade Lenin. Our enemies of course hope for the worst outcome, the worst possible personal outcome. At the same time, they said that our party is beheaded, split into warring groups, falling apart, and that an opportunity is opening up for their laying hands on Russia. The White Guard scum has talked about it openly, of course. The diplomats, the capitalists of Europe, have hinted about it, understanding each other with half-phrases. Comrades, in this way they, against their own will and wishes, showed, on the one hand, that they have been able in their own way to appraise the significance of Comrade Lenin to our party and to the revolution, and on the other hand that they either know character nor understand, all the worse for them, the nature of our party. It is superfluous for me to talk before the Communist fraction of the Soviet Congress about the significance of Comrade Lenin to the movement in our country and in the world. But there is, comrades, a kind of bond that is not only physical but spiritual, an internal, indissoluble bond between the party and the individual who expresses it best, the most fully, and in a way that a genius does. And this has found its expression in the fact that when Comrade Lenin was torn from his work by illness, the party, which knew something about the howling of the bourgeois jackals the world over, awaited, with tense expectation, news and bulletins of Comrade Lenin's condition, but at the same time not a single muscle in our party trembled, there was not a single vacillation, not a hint of the possibility of internal struggle, and all the less so of split. When Comrade Lenin withdrew from work by order of his physicians, the party understood that now a double and treble responsibility had fallen upon every rank-and-file member, and the party waited in unanimity, and with closed ranks for the leader's return. Not so long ago I was engaged in conversation by a foreign bourgeois politician who said to me, "I get around a good deal in your party circles and in Soviet circles. Of course, there are personal and group conflicts among you, but one must give you your due. Whenever the external world, or an external danger, or general tasks are involved, you always straighten out your front." The last part of his declaration about our straightening out our front gratified me, but the first part, I admit, annoyed me somewhat. To the extent that in such a big party as ours, with such colossal tasks as ours, and under the greatest conceivable difficulties, and with the old-timers unquestionably wearing out, as is in the nature of things, to the extent that some internal dangers could arise in our party, there is not and cannot be any remedy against them other than the raising of the qualification of the entire party, and the strengthening of its public opinion so that each member in each post feels the increased pressure of this party public opinion. These are the conclusions we draw from the overall international situation. The hour of the European Revolution will not perhaps strike tomorrow. Weeks and months will pass, maybe several years, and we shall still remain the only workers' peasant state in the world. In Italy, Mussolini has triumphed. Are we guaranteed against the victory of German Mussolinis in Germany? Not at all. And it is wholly possible that a much more reactionary ministry than Poincaré's will come to power in France. Before squatting down on its hind legs and pushing its Kerensky to the fore, the bourgeoisie is still quite capable of advancing its last Stolypins, plebs, Scipions. This will be the prologue to the European Revolution, provided we are able to maintain ourselves, provided the Soviet state remains standing, and consequently, provided above all that our party is able to maintain itself to the end. We shall perhaps have to pass through more than 1 year of this preparatory economic, political, and other kinds of work. Therefore we must draw closer to our mass reserves. More youth around our party and within it. Raise its qualifications to the maximum. Given this condition of complete cohesion, and with the raising of our party's qualifications, with the transfer of experience from the old to the new generation, no matter what storms, these heralds of the final proletarian victory, may break over our heads, we shall stand firm in our knowledge that the Soviet frontier is the trench beyond which the counter-revolution cannot pass. This trench is manned by us, by the vanguard of Soviet Russia, by the Communist Party, and we shall preserve this trench inviolate and impregnable until that day when the European Revolution arrives, and over the whole of Europe there shall wave the banner of the Soviet Republic of the United States of Europe, the threshold to the World Socialist Republic. Long and stormy ovation. Shouts, "Long live the leader of the Red Army, Comrade Trotsky! Long live Comrade Lenin!" 9. after the Fourth Congress. Preface to the Communist Movement in France. March 25, 1923. Imperialist France is today the ruling power of the European continent, and a major force outside the continent. This single circumstance imparts immense importance to the French proletariat and its party. The European Revolution will triumph decisively and irrevocably only after it is the master of Paris. The victory of the proletariat on the European continent will almost automatically seal the fate of British capitalism. And finally, revolutionary Europe, which will be immediately joined by the enslaved peoples of Asia and Africa, will be in a position to speak a few convincing words to the capitalist oligarchy that rules America. The master key of the European situation, and in a large measure also to the world situation, is thus entrusted to the French working class. The Communist International has followed with the closest attention the internal life of the French party precisely because the CI had, as it still has, a very high estimate of the historical role of the French party. The French workers have been deceived, throughout history, far more often than any other working class. For this reason the French Communist Party must be all the more self-exacting and intransigent. In this respect major successes have been recently attained, which may in a certain sense be called decisive. Behind the shell of the internal factional struggles, or circle strifes, splits and expulsions, the French proletariat has during the last 2 years cut its real revolutionary teeth, and with these teeth it will have to bite through the armor of a mighty military state. The successes won along this road, still preparatory at present, are in a sense personified in Froissart's departure from the party, and in the adherence of Manat and Barbus. Froissart, the party's former general secretary and at least to a certain point the chief inspirer of its official policy, headed that wing of its parliamentary past which made an attempt to adapt itself to the resolute shift to the left made by the proletarian vanguard. Not bereft of a certain mental agility and elasticity, resourcefulness, and eloquence, valuable traits which are highly useful to everybody, including revolutionists, but which are of self-sufficient significance for a parliamentary politician. Froissart apparently imagined in all seriousness that with the aid of these assets he would be able till the end of time to maneuver between the Communist International and its enemies, that he would be able to cover himself with the authority of communism in his relations with the workers and at the same time safeguard the French working class from the excesses of Moscow. But when Froissart opposed his diplomatic improvisations, his masterpieces of evasion, equivocation, ambiguity, etc., to the principled line of the Communist International, he was bound to lose his bearings at the very first step. The position of this individual may best be characterized by the fact that a few hours before his departure from the Communist Party he did not himself know whether he would take a trip to Moscow in order to participate in guiding the policy of the Communist International as a member of the ECCI or whether he would take a walk into the camp of the enemies of the Comintern. Froissart's individual peculiarities must not, however, blind us to what is typical in Froissartism. In Italy we came, as everybody knows, into conflict with Comrade Serrati, who placed himself and his faction outside of the Communist International for a long time. The exceptionally stormy character of Italy's political development has now once again forced the maximalist faction with its leaders back to the side of the Communist International. Our hope is that the merger will be more permanent this time. In Germany we had the classical episode of Paul Levi, who began by opposing the obviously erroneous tactic of the German Communist Party in March 1921, and who ended by proving within a few weeks that he had only been seeking a convenient pretext for crossing over into the camp of the enemies of the proletarian revolution. In a less clear and finished form, sometimes with bare hints only, we have experienced similar manifestations in the Czechoslovakian, Norwegian, and other parties. At first glance it is particularly surprising to note that in all these conflicts, the splitters or the vacillators are headed by the most eminent leaders, that is, by those individuals who appeared at least on the surface as leaders of the movement, for Moscow, and for the Third International. Serrati was the undisputed leader of the Italian party until September 1920. Paul Levi was the chairman of the German party. His emulator Friesland was general secretary of the same party. Froissart was General Secretary of the French party, and so forth. This recurrence shows in and by itself that what rules here is not chance, but lawful necessity. And in the last analysis it is not so very difficult to explain this lawfulness. In the old capitalist countries, possessing old social democratic traditions, the very formation of the Communist Party implied a break with the enormous and ancient deposits of reformism, nationalism, parliamentarianism. But the upper layer of socialists, those with famous names, great authority, etc., had their roots sunk deeply into this past. And even those social democrats who in pre-war days or during the war belonged to the extreme left wing of the party and were therefore in opposition to the official social democratic course, were in their overwhelming majority political captives of the social democracy. And their opposition to Scheidemanism and Renaudalism was merely the opposition of orators and journalists, formal and literary, but not revolutionary and dynamic in character. After the war, an irresistible leftward movement set in among the working masses, a movement to settle accounts with the bourgeoisie, and then the social democratic oppositionists imagined that their day had come, that the masses intended to justify their criticism and were ready to follow their instructions. The position and policy of these gentlemen bear a strong resemblance to the position and policy of moderate liberals in times of revolution. The liberals invariably regarded the first awakening of the people as proof of their own strength and of the correctness of their own policy. But by the second day following the revolution they became convinced in horror that the masses, at least their revolutionary section, did not draw any fine line of distinction between the overlords of yesterday and those who had been in a loyal and moderate opposition to these overlords. At this point the liberals invariably threw themselves into the arms of reaction. That it was possible for the fence-straddling leaders of the social democratic opposition to place themselves at the head of the Communist Party is explained by the circumstance that the genuine revolutionary section of the working class was unable in the space of a few months either to find or educate new leaders. And it must be recognized as a fact that during its initial years, the Communist International had many sections headed by some leaders who were revolutionary but inexperienced or not firm enough, and by others who were semi-revolutionary and eternally vacillating, but possessing considerable authority and political aptitude. Although the situation has greatly improved in this respect, this has been, as it remains today, the source of internal difficulties, friction and strife within the Communist International. The greatest fear of the semi-centrist leaders was to find themselves pulled out of the groove of legality, decorated with formal radicalism. For this reason they took cover behind the Chinese screens of national autonomy, as a safeguard against the revolutionary posing of political questions and against the methods involving actual preparations for a rising of the proletariat. But the qualitative sameness of the politics of Paul Levi, of Froissart and the rest shows that involved here are not at all peculiarities inherent in any specific national situation, which of course must be carefully taken into account, but a wholly internationalist tendency, in the spirit of left-centrism, which is prepared to adopt the external ritual of the Communist International, to swallow 21 and more conditions without a grimace, but all on the sole condition that everything go on exactly as before. Froissart is a perfect representative of this type. That he and his co-thinkers have left the party is therefore a most significant signpost on the road to the creation of the revolutionary party of the French proletariat. Although Froissart himself, as we have been, was by no means a unique national peculiarity, the reasons that enabled him so long to deceive himself and others about his actual political destination are nevertheless to be found in the peculiarities of the French political situation. In contrast not only to defeated Germany but even to the half-defeated Italy, victorious France was able to pass through the highly critical post-war years without any profound political upheavals. And although the basic tendencies leading the country toward revolutionary catastrophe are the same in France as in Germany or Italy, they have been much less sharply expressed in France, much milder and more veiled in form. The formation of the revolutionary proletarian vanguard has for this reason been correspondingly slow in France, at any rate until a few months ago. For a time it seemed on the surface as if the old Socialist Party was gradually evolving along communist lines, after throwing all the openly discredited ballast overboard at Tours. But in reality there were many co-thinkers of Renaudel and Longuet at Tours who parted with them with heavy hearts, hoping by this sacrifice to purchase the right of holding a leading position in the Communist Party, which would then, out of gratitude, refrain from interfering with their good old habits. In consequence of the general sluggishness and conservatism of political life in France since the war, even the left wing, as it took shape in the Committee for the Third International inside the Socialist Party, was distinguished by political amorphousness and heterogeneity. And it was precisely this fact, which was not sufficiently clear to all the comrades, that restrained the International for a time from taking more resolute measures against the policy of Froissart and Company. As early as 1921 and during the first half of 1922, this group furnished ample grounds for an open split. But at that time such a split would not have been understood by the mass of party members. The split in the party would have occurred along somewhat accidental lines, and finally, the International would have acquired in the person of the left faction an extremely variegated group which was itself in need of an internal cleansing. The first necessity was therefore to give the left elements an opportunity to clearly grasp their own tasks, to become fused ideologically, to rally an important section of the party around them. It was not until this preparatory ideological, self-critical and educational work had been accomplished that the International could proceed to supplement it on a large scale by more decisive organizational and surgical measures. And so in this sense, the lag in the political development of France has had also its positive side for the Communist Party. The left wing was not confronted with major political tests before it had the opportunity to seriously prepare itself for them. In Italy, the moment of split in the Socialist Party was not determined by any tactical considerations, but was imposed by the appalling capitulation of the leading circles of the party during the events of September 1920. In France, the moment of split with the left centrists depended to a large extent on the Communist International. Certain comrades, principally in the French party itself, admittedly tried to force the events, under the impression that the tactics pursued by the ECCI on the French question were too irresolute, far too patient, even erroneous. Without considering whether or not some necessary steps were omitted on this or that detail, in all likelihood there were, we can now, in reviewing the completed phase of French party life, say with complete assurance that the tactics of the ECCI have been fundamentally correct. Correct not only with regard to methods but also with regard to tempo, which has corresponded to the inner rhythm of development of the proletarian vanguard in France. It is thanks to just this complete harmony that our French party, after a severe and profound internal crisis, and after the ejection of alien elements, has been able to retain in its ranks the crushing majority of its members, the entire party apparatus, and its central publication, El Humanite, which is of far greater importance in France than in any other country. In this connection, it must be remarked that the French party and the International have to thank Comrade Marcel Cachin for a great deal. There have been misunderstandings between him and the International, but in the decisive moment, he took his post unfalteringly in the camp of the Revolution. The surgical operation undertaken by the Fourth Congress was doubtless a very grave one, and it appeared to some comrades as altogether too risky. It was a question of a final and irrevocable simultaneous break between the party and bourgeois public opinion and its most equivocal institutions in the guise of Freemasonry, the League of the Rights of Man, the radical press, and so forth. When this surgical operation was approaching its successful conclusion, the still vacillating Froissart surveyed the scene and saw that he had nothing in common with this party. The entry of Manat is as far from being a mere personal episode as is Froissart's exit. During and after the war, Manat represented more clearly and intransigently than anyone else the traditions of revolutionary syndicalism in its heyday. Mistrust of politics and party formed the most important ingredient of these traditions. This mistrust had an adequate historical justification. During all these years, Manat has been the loyal friend of the Russian Revolution. He never wavered, not even at the most critical moments. But toward the French Communist Party he maintained an attitude of extreme distrust, remaining on the sidelines, outside of it. It was only when the party proved by deeds that it does not shrink from the harshest measures, if need arises, to secure its proletarian composition and its revolutionary character, that Manat applied for a membership card. This was more than a personal gesture. It means that the party has broken down the wall of distrust which had separated it from a whole layer of the revolutionary French workers. It is quite likely that internal friction will continue inside the party, which contains elements from different political schools, but the party's genuine proletarian character is henceforward assured, and with it, its revolutionary future. The entry of Barbusse bears a more individual character. Barbusse does not stand for any revolutionary traditions of pre-war times. But by way of compensation, Barbusse is the best embodiment of the indignant conscience of the war generation. As president of the Revolutionary Union of War Veterans, Barbusse has until recently kept up his formal independence from the Communist Party, and thus mirrored the profoundly revolutionary, but uncrystallized, indignation among the workers and peasant masses of the post-war period. As soon as political relations had cleared up, and declaimers of pacifism and the dilettantes of revolution had returned to their old bourgeois feeding troughs, Barbusse entered the door of the party and said, "Here I am!" By this he proved that there is no spiritual avenue other than the Communist Party for all that is left of thought, of honesty and indignation in the war generation. Beneath the restrained lyricism of Barbusse's letter to Alhumanite one can sense genuine revolutionary passion. We congratulate the French party upon this conquest. Scarcely had Froissart and his entourage crossed the threshold, when the events connected with the Ruhr put the party to severe political tests. And the party proved that now, freed from alien elements, it has grown stronger and taller by a head. The repressions that descended upon it have only served to increase its moral cohesion. Naturally, the greatest difficulties still lie ahead. But there is one thing we can say positively: in France a real Communist Party is living and breathing, fighting and growing. March 25, 1923. 9. After the Fourth Congress. Is the slogan, "The United States of Europe," a timely one? A discussion article June 30, 1923. In connection with the slogan of "A Workers' and Peasants' Government," the time is appropriate, in my opinion, for issuing the slogan of "The United States of Europe." Only by coupling these two slogans shall we get a definite, systematic, and progressive response to the most burning problems of European development. The last imperialist war was at bottom a European war. The episodic participation of America and Japan did not alter its European character. Having secured what she required, America withdrew her hands from the European bonfire and returned home. The motor force driving to war was this: that the capitalist forces of production had outgrown the framework of European national states. Germany had set herself the task of organizing Europe, i.e., of uniting economically the European continent under her own control, in order then seriously to set about contending with Britain for world power. France's aim was to dismember Germany. The small population of France, her predominantly agricultural character, and her economic conservatism make it impossible for the French bourgeoisie even to consider the problem of organizing Europe, which indeed proved to be beyond the powers of German capitalism, backed though it was by the military machine of the Hohenzollerns. Victorious France is now maintaining her mastery only by balkanizing Europe. Great Britain is inciting and backing the French policy of dismembering and exhausting Europe, all the time concealing her work behind Britain's traditional mask of hypocrisy. As a result, our unfortunate continent is cut up, divided, exhausted, disorganized and balkanized, transformed into a madhouse. The invasion of the Ruhr is a piece of violent insanity accompanied by far-sighted calculation, the final ruination of Germany, a combination not unfamiliar to psychiatrists. At bottom of the war lay the need of the productive forces for a broader arena of development, unhampered by tariff walls. Similarly, in the occupation of the Ruhr so fatal to Europe and to mankind, we find a distorted expression of the need for uniting the coal of the Ruhr with the iron of Lorraine. Europe cannot develop economically within the state and customs frontiers imposed at Versailles. Europe is compelled either to remove these frontiers, or to face the threat of complete economic decay. But the methods adopted by the ruling bourgeoisie to overcome the frontiers it itself had created are only increasing the existing chaos and accelerating the disintegration. To the toiling masses of Europe, it is becoming ever clearer that the bourgeoisie is incapable of solving the basic problems of restoring Europe's economic life. The slogan, "A workers' and peasants' government," is designed to meet the growing attempts of the workers to find a way out by their own efforts. It has now become necessary to point out this avenue of salvation more concretely, namely, to assert that only in the closest economic cooperation of the peoples of Europe lies the avenue of salvation for our continent from economic decay and from enslavement to mighty American capitalism. America is standing aloof from Europe, tranquilly biding her time until Europe's economic agony has reached such a pitch as will make it easy to step in and buy up Europe, as Austria was bought up, for a mere pittance. But France cannot stand aloof from Germany, nor can Germany stand aloof from France. Therein lies the crux, and therein lies the solution, of the European problem. Everything else is incidental. Long before the imperialist war, we recognized that the Balkan states are incapable of existing and of developing except within a federation. The same is true of the various fragments of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and of the western portions of Tsarist Russia now living outside the Soviet Union. The Apennines, the Pyrenees, and Scandinavia are limbs of the European body stretching out toward the seas. They are incapable of an independent existence. The European continent, in the present state of development of its productive forces, is an economic unit, not a shutting unit, of course, but one possessing profound internal ties, as was proved in the terrible catastrophe of the World War, and again revealed by the mad paroxysm of the Ruhr occupation. Europe is not a geographical term. Europe is an economic term, something incomparably more concrete, especially in the present post-war conditions, than the world market. Just as federation was long ago recognized as essential for the Balkan Peninsula, so now the time has arrived for stating definitely and clearly that federation is essential for Balkanized Europe. There remained to be considered the question of the Soviet Union, on the one hand, and that of Great Britain, on the other. It goes without saying that the Soviet Union will not be opposed either to the Federative Union of Europe, or to its own adhesion to such a federation. Thereby, too, a reliable bridge will be secured between Europe and Asia. The question of Great Britain is far more conditional. It depends on the tempo at which her revolutionary development proceeds. Should the government of workers and peasants triumph on the European mainland before British imperialism is overthrown, which is quite probable, then the European Federation of Workers and Peasants will of necessity be directed against British capitalism. And naturally, the moment British capitalism is overthrown, the British Isles will enter as a welcome member into the European Federation. It might be asked, why a European Federation and not a World Federation? But this manner of posing the question is much too abstract. Of course, the world economic and political development tends to gravitate toward a unified world economy, with its degree of centralization dependent upon the existing technological level. But we are now concerned not with the future socialist economy of the world, but with finding a way out of the present European impasse. We have to offer a solution to the workers and peasants of torn and ruined Europe, quite independently of how the revolution develops in America, Australia, Asia, or Africa. Looked at from this point of view, the slogan of the United States of Europe has its place on the same historical plane with the slogan, a workers' and peasants' government. It is a transitional slogan, indicating a way out, a prospect of salvation, and furnishing at the same time a revolutionary impulse for the toiling masses. It would be a mistake to measure the entire process of the world revolution with the same foot rule. America came out of the war not enfeebled, but strengthened. The internal stability of the American bourgeoisie is still quite considerable. The American bourgeoisie is reducing its dependence upon the European market to a minimum. The revolution in America, considered apart from Europe, may thus be a matter of decades. Does that mean that the European Revolution must align itself with the American Revolution? Certainly not. If backward Russia did not, and could not, await the revolution in Europe, all the less can and will Europe await the revolution in America. Workers and peasants Europe, blockaded by capitalist America, and at first, perhaps even by Great Britain, will be able to maintain itself and develop as a closely consolidated military and economic union. It must not be overlooked that the very danger arising from the United States of America, which is spurring the destruction of Europe, and is ready to step in subsequently as Europe's master, furnishes a very substantial bond for uniting the peoples of Europe who are ruining one another into a European United States of workers and peasants. This opposition between Europe and the United States stems organically from the differences in the objective situations of the European countries and of the mighty transatlantic republic, and is not in any way directed against the international solidarity of the proletariat, or against the interests of the revolution in America. One of the reasons for the retarded development of the revolution throughout the world is the degrading European dependence on the rich American uncle, Wilsonism, the charitable feeding of the worst famine districts of Europe, American loans, etc., etc. The sooner the popular masses of Europe regain the confidence in their own strength which was sapped by the war, and the more closely they rally around the slogan of United Workers and Peasants Republics of Europe, the more rapidly will the revolution develop on both sides of the Atlantic. For just as the triumph of the proletariat in Russia gave a mighty impetus to the development of the communist parties of Europe, so, and even to an incomparably greater degree, will the triumph of the revolution in Europe give an impetus to the revolution in America and in all parts of the world. Although, when we abstract ourselves from Europe, we are obliged to peer into the mists of decades to perceive the American Revolution, yet we may safely assert that by the natural sequence of historical events the triumphant revolution in Europe will serve in a very few years to shatter the power of the American bourgeoisie. Not merely the question of the Ruhr, i.e., of European fuel and iron, but also the question of reparations fits into the pattern of the United States of Europe. The question of reparations is a purely European question, and it can and will be solved in the period immediately ahead only by European means. The Europe of workers and peasants will have its own reparations budget, as it will have its own war budget, so long as it is menaced by dangers from without. This budget will be based upon a graduated income tax, upon levies on capital, upon the confiscation of wealth plundered during wartime, etc. Its allotments will be regulated by the appropriate bodies of the European Federation of Workers and Peasants. We shall not here indulge in speculations as to the speed at which the unification of the European republics will proceed, in what economic and constitutional forms it will express itself, and what degree of centralization will be obtained in the first period of the workers' and peasants' regime. All these considerations we may safely leave to the future, remembering the experience already gained by the Soviet Union, constructed on the soil of former Tsarist Russia. What is perfectly obvious is that the customs barriers must be thrown down. The peoples of Europe must regard Europe as a field for a unified and increasingly planned economic life. It might be argued that we are in reality speaking of a European Socialist Federation as an integral part of the future World Federation, and that such a regime can be brought about only by the dictatorship of the proletariat. We shall not, however, pause to answer this argument, since it has been refuted by the international analysis made during the consideration of the question of a workers' government. The United States of Europe is a slogan in every respect corresponding with the slogan, a workers, or workers and peasants, government. Is the realization of a workers' government possible without the dictatorship of the proletariat? Only a conditional reply can be given to this question. In any case, we regard the workers' government as a stage toward the dictatorship of the proletariat. Therein lies the great value of this slogan for us. But the slogan, the United States of Europe, has an exactly similar and parallel significance. Without this supplementary slogan, the fundamental problems of Europe must remain suspended in midair. But will not this slogan play into the hands of the pacifists? I do not believe that there exist such lefts nowadays as would consider this danger sufficient grounds for rejecting the slogan. After all, we are living in 1923, and have learned a little from the past. There are the same reasons, or absence of reasons, for fearing a pacifist interpretation of the United States of Europe, as there are for fearing a democratic SRist interpretation of the slogan, a workers' and peasants' government. Of course, if we advance the United States of Europe as an independent program, as a panacea for achieving pacification and reconstruction, and if we isolate this slogan from slogans of a workers' government, of the United Front, and from the class struggle, we shall certainly end in democratized Wilsonism, i.e., in Trotskyism, and even in something more degrading, assuming there is anything more degrading than Trotskyism. But I repeat, we live in the year 1923 and have learned a little from the past. The Communist International is now a reality, and it will not be Trotsky who will initiate and control the struggle associated with our slogans. Our method of posing the problem is diametrically opposed to Trotsky's method. Pacifism is an academic program, whose object is to avoid the necessity of revolutionary action. Our formulation, on the contrary, is an incentive to struggle. To the workers of Germany, not the communists, it is not necessary to convince them, but to the workers in general, and in the first place to the social democratic workers, who fear the economic consequences of a fight for a workers' government, to the workers of France, whose minds are still obsessed by the questions of reparations and of the national debt, to the workers of Germany, France, and of all Europe, who fear lest the establishment of the workers' regime lead to the isolation and economic ruin of their countries, we say, even if temporarily isolated, and with such a great bridge to the east as the Soviet Union, Europe will not be easily isolated. Europe will be able not only to maintain herself, but to consolidate and build herself up, once she has broken down the customs barriers and has united herself economically to the inexhaustible natural riches of Russia. The United States of Europe, a purely revolutionary perspective, is the next stage in our general revolutionary perspective. It arises from the profound difference in the situations of Europe and America. Whoever ignores this difference will, willy-nilly, drown the true revolutionary perspective in mere historical abstractions. Naturally, the Workers' and Peasants' Federation will not stop in its European phase. As we have said, our Soviet Union affords Europe an outlet into Asia, and from Asia into Europe. We are, therefore, here envisaging only a stage, but a stage of great historical importance, through which we must first pass. First published in Pravda, June 30, 1923. 9. After the Fourth Congress. Can a counter-revolution or a revolution be made on schedule? September 23, 1923. Of course it is not possible. Only trains travel on schedule, and even they don't always arrive on time. Precision of thought is necessary in everything, and in questions of revolutionary strategy more than anywhere else. But since revolutions do not occur so very often, revolutionary concepts and ideas become encrusted with fat, become vague in outline, the questions are raised in a slipshod way, and are solved in the same manner. Mussolini made his revolution, that is, his counter-revolution, according to a schedule, made publicly known beforehand. He was able to do this successfully because the socialists failed to make the revolution when the time for it came. The Bulgarian fascists accomplished their revolution through a military conspiracy. All the dates were fixed and the roles assigned. The Spanish officer caste did exactly the same thing. Counter-revolutionary overturns are almost always carried out along this pattern. They are usually synchronized with the moment when the disillusion of the masses in revolution or in democracy has taken the form of apathy, and a favorable political situation has thus been created for an organized and technically prepared military coup, whose date is definitely fixed beforehand. Obviously, it is not possible to create artificially a political situation favorable for a reactionary coup, much less to bring it off at a fixed date. But when the basic elements of such a situation are at hand, then the leading party does, as we have seen, choose beforehand a favorable moment, and synchronizes accordingly its political, organizational, and technical forces, and, if it has not miscalculated, deals the victorious blow. The bourgeoisie has not always made counter-revolutions. In the past it has also had occasion to make revolutions. Did it fix any definite dates for them? It would be quite interesting and in many respects instructive to investigate from this standpoint the development of the classic as well as of the epigone bourgeois revolutions. Here is a topic for our young Marxist scholars. But even without such a detailed investigation, it is possible to establish the following fundamentals involved in this question. The propertied and educated bourgeoisie, that is, precisely that section of the people which took power, did not make the revolution but waited until it was made. When the movement of the lower layers overflowed and when the old social order or political regime was overthrown, then power dropped almost automatically into the hands of the liberal bourgeoisie. The liberal scholars proclaimed such a revolution as natural and ineluctable, and they compiled vast platitudes which were passed off as historical laws: revolution and counter-revolution, action and reaction, according to Kiriev of blessed memory, were declared to be the natural products of historical evolution, and consequently beyond the power of men to produce arbitrarily, or arrange according to the calendar, and so forth. These laws have never yet prevented well-prepared counter-revolutionary coups from being carried out. But way of compensation, the nebulousness of bourgeois liberal thought finds its way, not infrequently, into the heads of revolutionists, causing great havoc and leading to injurious practices. But even bourgeois revolutions have by no means invariably developed at every stage in accordance with the natural laws of liberal professors. Whenever petty bourgeois, plebeian democracy overthrew liberalism, it did so by means of conspiracy and organized uprisings, fixed beforehand for definite dates. This was done by the Jacobins, the extreme left wing in the Great French Revolution. This is perfectly comprehensible. The liberal bourgeoisie, the French in 1789, the Russian in February 1917, can content itself with waiting for the mighty elemental mass movement and then at the last moment throw into the scales its wealth, its education, its connection with the state apparatus, and in this way seize the helm. Petty bourgeois democracy, under similar circumstances, has to act differently. It possesses neither wealth, nor social influence, nor connections. It finds itself compelled to replace these by a carefully thought out and minutely prepared plan for a revolutionary overturn. But a plan presupposes a definite orientation in point of time and therefore also the fixing of dates. This applies all the more to the proletarian revolution. The Communist Party cannot adopt a waiting attitude in the face of the growing revolutionary movement of the proletariat. To do so is to adopt essentially the point of view of Menshevism. Mensheviks tried to clamp a brake on the revolution so long as it is in process of development. They exploit its successes as soon as it is in any degree victorious, and they strive with might and main to keep it from being completed. The Communist Party cannot seize power by utilizing the revolutionary movement from the sidelines but only by means of a direct and immediate political, organizational and military technical leadership of the revolutionary masses, both in the period of slow preparation as well as at the decisive moment of the overturn. Precisely for this reason the Communist Party has absolutely no use for the great liberal law according to which revolutions happen but are never made and therefore cannot be fixed for a specific date. From a spectator's standpoint this law is correct, but from the standpoint of the leader this is a platitude and a vulgarity. Let us imagine a country where the political conditions for the proletarian revolution are either completely mature or are obviously and distinctly maturing day by day. In such circumstances, what should be the attitude of the Communist Party to the question of an uprising and of setting of date for it? If the country is passing through a profound social crisis, when the contradictions become aggravated in the extreme, when the toiling masses are in constant ferment, when the party is obviously supported by an unquestionable majority of the toilers and, in consequence, by all the most active, class-conscious and self-sacrificing elements of the proletariat, then the task confronting the party, its only possible task under the circumstances, is to fix a definite time in the immediate future. A time in the course of which the favorable revolutionary situation cannot abruptly react against us, and then to concentrate every effort on the preparation of the blow, to subordinate the entire policy and organization to the military object in view, so that this blow is dealt with maximum power. To consider not merely an imaginary country, let us take our own October Revolution as an example. The country was in the throes of a great crisis, internal and international. The state apparatus was paralyzed. The toilers streamed in ever greater numbers to the banners of our party. From the moment when the Bolsheviks were in the majority in the Petrograd Soviet, and afterwards in the Moscow Soviet, our party was faced with the question, not of the struggle for power in general but of preparing for the seizure of power according to a definite plan, and at a fixed date. The chosen day, as is well known, was the day upon which the All-Russian Congress of the Soviets was to convene. Some members of our Central Committee, from the first, were of the opinion that the moment of the actual blow should be synchronized with the political moment of the Soviet Congress. Other members of the Central Committee feared that the bourgeoisie would have time to make its preparations by then, and would be able to disperse the Congress. They wanted the blow delivered at an earlier date. The Central Committee fixed the date of the armed uprising for October 15th, at the latest. This decision was carried out with a deliberate postponement of 10 days because the course of agitational and organizational preparations showed that an uprising independent of the Soviet Congress would have sown confusion among considerable layers of the working class who connected the idea of the seizure of power with the Soviets, and not with the party and its secret organizations. On the other hand, it was perfectly clear that the bourgeoisie was already too much demoralized to be able to organize any serious resistance in the space of 2 or 3 weeks. Thus, after our party had won the majority in the leading Soviets, and had in this way secured the basic political premise for the seizure of power, we were faced with the stark necessity of fixing a calendar date for the decision of the military question. Before we had the majority, the organizational technical plan was of course bound to be more or less provisional and elastic. For us the gauge of our revolutionary influence was the Soviets, which had been created by the Mensheviks and the socialist revolutionaries at the beginning of the revolution. And the Soviets, on the other hand, furnished us with a political cover for our conspiratorial work, and afterwards, the Soviets served as the organs of power after it had been actually seized. What would our strategy have been if there had been no Soviets? In that case, we obviously should have had to turn to other gauges of our revolutionary influence: the trade unions, the strikes, the street demonstrations, democratic elections of all kinds, and so forth. Although the Soviets are the most accurate gauge of the actual activity of the masses during the revolutionary epoch, still without the existence of the Soviets we would have been fully able to ascertain the precise moment at which the actual majority of the working class and of the toilers as a whole was on our side. Naturally, at this moment we should have had to issue to the masses the slogan of the formation of Soviets. But by doing so, we would have already transferred the whole question to the plane of military clashes, and consequently before we issued the slogan of forming Soviets we should have had a thoroughly worked out plan for an armed uprising on a fixed date. Once the majority of the toilers is on our side, or at least the majority in the decisive centers and provinces, the formation of Soviets would be sure to follow our summons. The more backward cities and provinces would emulate the leading centers with more or less delays. We should then be faced with the political task of convening the Soviet Congress, and with the military task of ensuring the transfer of power to this Congress. Quite obviously, these are only two aspects of one and the same problem. Let us now imagine that our Central Committee, in the above described situation, that is, in the absence of Soviets, had met in a decisive session in the period when the masses had already begun to move spontaneously to our side but had not yet ensured us a clear and overwhelming majority. How should we then have laid out our plan of action? Would we schedule an uprising? The answer to this may be adduced from the above. We should have said to ourselves, at the present moment we still do not possess a clear and undisputed majority, but the swing among the masses is so great that the decisive and militant majority necessary for us is merely a matter of the next few weeks. Let us assume it will take approximately a month to win over the majority of the workers in Petrograd, in Moscow and in the Donetsk Basin. Let us set ourselves this task and concentrate the necessary forces in these centers. As soon as the majority has been gained, and we shall ascertain in action if this be the case after a month has elapsed. We shall summon the toilers to form Soviets. For this, Petrograd, Moscow, and the Donetsk basin would not require more than a week or two. It may be calculated with certainty that the remaining cities and provinces will follow the example of the main centers within the next 2 or 3 weeks. Thus, the creation of a network of the Soviets would require about a month. After Soviets have been formed in the important provinces, in which we have of course the majority, we shall convene an All-Russian Soviet Congress. We shall require an additional 2 weeks to assemble this Congress. We have, therefore, 2.5 months at our disposal before the Congress. In the course of this time, the seizure of power must not only be prepared, but actually accomplished. We should accordingly place before our military organization a program allowing it 2 months, at most 2.5, for the preparation of the uprising in Petrograd, in Moscow, on the railways, and so on. I use here the conditional tense. We should have decided, we should have done this and that, because in reality, although our operations were by no means unskillful, still they were by no means so systematic, not because we were in any way disturbed by historic laws, but because we were carrying out the proletarian uprising for the first time. But are not miscalculations likely to occur by this method? Seizure of power means war, and in war there can be defeats as well as victories. But the systematic course here described is the best and most direct road to the goal, that is, it enhances the chances of victory to the maximum. Thus, for instance, should it have turned out, a month after the decisive Central Committee session in our foregoing example, that we had not yet the majority of the toilers on our side, then we would not, of course, have issued the slogan calling for the formation of Soviets, for in this case the slogan would have miscarried. In our example we assume that the Socialist Revolutionaries and the Mensheviks are against the Soviets. And had the reverse been the case, and we had found a decisive and militant majority on our side, say, within 2 weeks, then this would have abridged our plan and moved up the decisive moment of the uprising. The very same thing applies to the second and third stages of our plan, the formation of Soviets, and the convocation of the Soviet Congress. We should not have issued the slogan of the Soviet Congress until we had secured, as I have said, the actual formation of Soviets in the most important centers. In this way, the realization of each successive stage in our plan is prepared and secured by the fulfillment of antecedent stages. The work of military preparation proceeds parallel with all the other work according to a rigid schedule. Therewith, the party retains throughout absolute control of its military apparatus. To be sure, there is always a great deal that is entirely unforeseen, unexpected, and spontaneous in the revolution, and we must of course make allowances for the occurrence of all such accidents, and adjust ourselves to them. But we can do this with greater success and certainty if our conspiratorial plan is thoroughly worked out beforehand. Revolution possesses a mighty power of improvisation, but it never improvises anything good for fatalists, bystanders, and fools. Victory comes from the correct political evaluation, from correct organization, and from the will to deal the decisive blow. Published in Pravda, September 23, 1923. 9. After the Fourth Congress. To Comrade Mackay. March 13, 1923. Dear Comrade Mackay. 1. What practical steps are to be taken to prevent France from employing Negro troops on the European continent? This is your first question. The Negroes themselves must offer resistance against being so employed. Their eyes must be opened, so that they realize that when they help French imperialism to subjugate Europe, they are helping to subjugate themselves, and that they are supporting the domination of French capitalism in the African and other colonies. The working class of Europe, and particularly of France and Germany, must realize that their own most vital interests are involved in this work of enlightening the colored peoples. The day of general resolutions on the right of self-determination of the colonial peoples, on the equality of all human beings regardless of color, is over. The time has come for direct and practical action. Every 10 Negroes who gather around the flag of revolution, and unite to form a group for practical work among the Negroes, are worth 100 times more than dozens of the resolutions establishing principles, so generously passed by the Second International. A communist party confining itself to mere platonic resolutions in this matter, without exerting its utmost energies towards winning the largest possible number of enlightened Negroes for its ideas, within the shortest possible time, would not be worthy of the name of Communist Party. 2. There is no doubt whatever that the use of colored troops for imperialist war, and at the present time for the occupation of German territory, is a well thought out and carefully executed attempt of European capitalism, especially of French and English capitalism, to raise armed forces outside of Europe, so that capitalism may have mobilized armed and disciplined African or Asian troops at its disposal, against the revolutionary masses of Europe. In this way, the question of the use of colonial reserves for imperialist armies is closely related to the question of European revolution, that is, to the fate of the European working class. 3. There is no doubt whatever that the employment of the economically and culturally backward colonial masses for the world conflicts of imperialism, and still more in the class conflicts of Europe, is an exceedingly risky experiment, from the standpoint of the bourgeoisie itself. The Negroes, and indeed the natives of all the colonies, retain their conservatism and mental rigidity only insofar as they continue to live under their accustomed economic conditions. But when the hand of capital, or even sooner, the hand of militarism, tears them mechanically from their customary environment, and forces them to stake their lives for the sake of new and complicated questions and conflicts between the bourgeoisie of different nations, conflicts between the classes of one and the same nation, then their spiritual conservatism gives way abruptly, and revolutionary ideas find rapid access to a consciousness thrown off its balance. 4. Therefore it is of the utmost importance, today, immediately, to have a number of enlightened, young, self-sacrificing Negroes, however small their number, filled with enthusiasm for the raising of the material and moral level of the great mass of Negroes, and at the same time mentally capable of grasping the identity of interests and destiny of the Negro masses, with those of the masses of the whole world, and in the first place with the destiny of the European working class. The education of Negro propagandists is an exceedingly urgent and important revolutionary task at the present juncture. 5. In North America the matter is further complicated by the abominable obtuseness and caste presumption of the privileged upper strata of the working class itself, who refuse to recognize fellow workers and fighting comrades in the Negroes. Gomper's policy is founded on the exploitation of such despicable prejudices, and is at the present time the most effective guarantee for the successful subjugation of white and colored workers alike. The fight against this policy must be taken up from different sides, and conducted on various lines. One of the most important branches of this conflict consists in enlightening the proletarian consciousness by awakening the feeling of human dignity, and of revolutionary protest, among the Negro slaves of American capitalism. As stated above, this work can only be carried out by self-sacrificing and politically educated revolutionary Negroes. Needless to say, the work is not to be carried on in a spirit of Negro chauvinism, which would then merely form a counterpart of white chauvinism, but in a spirit of solidarity of all exploited without consideration of color. What forms of organization are most suitable for the movement among the American Negroes, it is difficult for me to say, as I am insufficiently informed regarding the concrete conditions and possibilities. But the forms of organization will be found, as soon as there is sufficient will to action. With communist greetings, L. Trotsky.